Today just got so good.
But the problem with that is that it doesn't actually listen to your voice. It's really terrible at it. And so when you're trying to do it even sober, it's a challenge.
Whoa! The crew should partake as well. This is good. Cheers.
Yay!
Cheers.
Brett's like, I hate you.
Let's just get the shot so I can get the f out of here. Finish it! Finish it!
That is so rude.
Yeah. Yeah. It is.
Wow.
Did you take the whole thing?
I think so.
Finish it, Heathrow Franklin. Get on it.
All right, let's get to work,
Let's
people.
go play. Let's go
Am I
play
drunk enough
with.
for
Let's
you?
play with Ivy.
When I tested it, it took me close to an hour and a half to get it to initially set up. It didn't want to play nice with my Wi-Fi network, and it all went downhill from there.
Yeah, you're gonna sit in the middle, right? And I'm gonna do this.
Is it here?
Yeah.
Why are we?
So he's gonna pull it out. Whoa. All right, let's get down to business.
So we have a beverage.
Business time.
And
This
called Ivy.
is Ivy.
So you need to figure out what the hell this is. Poison. Poison.
Poison ivy.
Poison.
This is not poison.
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
Poison.
Okay,
Up,
I'm
up,
already
up.
winning, bitches. Oh, I don't want to swear so much.
Don't break the f***ing thing. We still have to use that.
The screen is on. The screen is on.
What?
We've made our first step towards an actual hands-on.
Poison. Poison.
The concept of the Ivy Sleek is good, but the execution is terrible.
It says Ivy
It's getting hostile.
works with Nest. Ivy voice control for the smart home.
Well, I mean, it's supposed to do a lot of stuff. It's supposed to like be an alarm clock, a radio. It's supposed to control your thermostat, a whole bunch of stuff.
Once Ivy powers up, say hello, Ivy. Set up Wi-Fi. Select network. Hello, Ivy. Wait. Hello, Ivy.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
Well, she's dumb. Hello, Ivy.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
So when I initially tested it, it took me about 45 minutes to get the voice command set up.
Enunciate. Harry.
Yeah, quit slurring.
Shut up! You're ruining my sound.
You have to say hello to her, and then she puts you on Wi-Fi.
Voice trigger is now on.
Oh shit!
Oh! She figured it out.
Yeah, all I have to say, keep drinking.
Sing.
You and I, she why?
It's not.
You guys, I'm really
Hold on,
drunk.
it's connecting.
Wi-Fi set up.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
Was it this hard when you did it?
Yeah, actually it was. It's got to be Hello Ivy Wi-Fi setup.
Oh, why would you not say that?
Because this is funnier.
Wi-Fi setup.
Please choose your network.
Oh no!
It took me, God, I want to say an hour or two more to set up the Wi-Fi.
Brass Tacks Wi-Fi isn't out here.
Brass Tacks must have a password.
At
Can
Brass
we
Tacks
check?
bar, it's gotta be it.
I have a conclusion. This was way too hard. We couldn't even get the Wi-Fi, which is that.
No, we got connected to the Wi-Fi. We couldn't connect to the internet. Sage, don't spray it.
Okay, we couldn't get connected to the Wi-Fi, but we did everything we could. We couldn't get it. Thank you, After Hours, for giving me something that doesn't work.
In quotes.
After Hours, thank you for getting me drunk, giving me something that doesn't work. If a drunk you can even set it up, your parents are.
So true.
I guess we can give her something easier next time, but I suggest we give her something even worse.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
Get your shit together, Ivy.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. I'm your host, Veronica Belmont. I'm excited! One of my favorite people ever is on the show today, my former Texilla co-host, Robert Heron. He is about to drop a massive knowledge bomb on an unsuspecting viewer. But first, let's talk about emojis because, yeah, I'm totally biased. This question comes to us from Phil in Montreal. Dear Veronica, what are your thoughts about using the classic smiley face emoticon in corporate emails or emails you would send to clients in a classic office environment? I notice that some people think it's inappropriate, but it's such a big part of our lives now with social media and texting. Thanks for the question, Phil. This is another classic case of needing to read the room. If your boss is sending emoticons or emojis left and right, you're definitely an emoticon-friendly environment. I would still recommend caution though, as one person's winky face is another person's HR disaster. The inter-office emoticon is much different than using emoji with current or potential clients. Stay away from that unless you're reaching out to, I don't know, me, or Grumpy Cat, or anyone who works at BuzzFeed. Your safest bet, Phil, is to save your emoji use for after hours. Next, we have this fantastic question from Twitter user Waffleophagus. Dear Veronica, at what point does the eye stop seeing pixels? I.e., at what point is Apple's screen resolutions just another meaningless number? To dig into that, let's welcome home theater expert and technologist Robert Heron. Take it away, Rob.
You can never have too many pixels. However, our ability to perceive detail on a display device depends on many factors, including our own visual acuity, the display's pixel density, the distance we are from that display, and the quality of the source material that we're looking at. Now, 20/20 is considered normal vision. However, there are some exceptional eyeballs out there that can perceive more than twice as much detail at a given distance. Consider looking at your smartphone or tablet from about 10 inches away. A person with exceptional vision could take advantage of a display that has 600 pixels per inch. So I'm thinking that the 401 pixels per inch of the Retina HD display on Apple's new iPhone 6 Plus, that seems like a good balance between resolution versus the quality of perception at common viewing distances. I hope this helped.
Thanks, Robert. And if you guys out there are in need of professional video calibration and home theater consultation services, check out HeronFidelity.com or follow him on Twitter at Robert Heron. Next, I thought it would be fun if we went over some viewer feedback on previous episodes in a segment I like to call Viewer Feedback. Huh? You like it? Dear Veronica, read to Karen K on Twitter. The new feature moments is a great way to follow what's trending without overexposing yourself. From @PJLions1. Karen, who in a previous episode was concerned about having randoms following her every move on Twitter, might indeed enjoy the new Moments feature. It's a curated list of the day's biggest news as it happens on Twitter. From news to entertainment, sports, etc., there's lots of ground being covered. Thanks, PJ. We also have an update from our friend Lucas, who wanted to know the best way to prepare for international travel from way back in episode 6. He says, Dear Veronica, thank you again for all your help at Veronica. It took a while, but I got my passport. 2016 is going to be epic. Yes, that's awesome, Lucas. I hope you have an amazing trip. Last but not least, this tweet from Cedric's mom. Dear Veronica, love the podcast, but why is there a smiling pile of doo-doo over your left shoulder? You are a lovely girl, but that isn't helping. There is? Oh. Huh. Never noticed that before. Weird. That's it for this episode, folks. Keep those questions rolling on in to veronica@engadget.com or on Twitter using the hashtag #DearVeronica. Subscribe on iTunes or on YouTube if you're into that kind of thing, and I will see you next week. You're definitely an emoji-friendly environment. This is another class of... Next... So... That's this episode questions... keeps those questions rolling in... I keep saying down the line. So Jesus Christ, just let me push this in, the goddamn, and then you got all your goddamn B-roll.
There we go. I'm happy with that.
Welcome back to LA and welcome back to E3. It's day 2 and that means all the press conferences are finally over. And you know what that means? It means we can actually play some games. So we played a lot of them and we asked the questions that mattered. We talked to Shu at Sony about Morpheus and a lot about Morpheus because a lot's coming. You can expect a new OS based inside that headset, as well as a new split screen technology that will have the game projected both inside that headset as well as on the TV screen. Also, my colleague, ally and compatriot, Edgar Alvarez, spent some time with the new Pro Evolution Soccer. And would you believe it, he thinks it might be worth playing over FIFA. Controversial? Perhaps. We also took a much closer look at Xbox's new Elite controller. $150 is a lot of money, but you also get a lot of controller for that. Expect to see programmable magnetic buttons, levers that can be swapped in and out, trigger buttons, exactly how you like them, and all changed and removable without tools. That was a quick rundown of day 2 here at E3. Of course, there's one more day left. That's tomorrow. You're going to come back and join us, right? We'll be checking out all the rest of the games in that hall right behind me. Come back. I've been Matt at Engadget. See you tomorrow.
Community.
Greetings, Internet.
It's me, Michael Gorman, Editor-in-Chief of Engadget, and I am back again to bring you the highlights from today at CES 2016. We've reached the halfway point. There's a lot more to go, but on to the highlights from today. First up, Planetary Resources, the asteroid mining company, showed off the very first 3D printed object that was made entirely from materials not of this Earth. That's right, they learned how to take an asteroid and basically, or a meteorite I should say, process it into a powder and use that to 3D print a model of a piece of one of their Arkid spacecrafts. So this is a big deal because getting parts and things up into space is very expensive and very difficult. And now that they've got their proof of concept to actually manufacture stuff in space, that's a key step along the way to making their business a viable one. Next up, we have Katya, a robot arm that's unique in the sense that it's very simple to use. So basically, it can move with sub-millimeter precision, so it's capable of doing many different tasks. But teaching it something new to do is as simple as grabbing it and moving the arm in the way that you want it to, instead of having to program. So it makes it a lot easier to change what it does. Next, we have the Conceptor Soul, which is a wrist-worn wearable and also a key fob that's powered by Bluetooth. And the purpose of this is really to basically track other people around you via their Bluetooth signals. What it does is it tracks the amount of time you spend with various people, so that way you can evaluate your life and determine who you should be spending your time with and who maybe you've been spending a little too much time with. And last up, we had Samsung that has created a new watch strap. It's called the Tip Talk, and basically it can do notifications by buzzing on your wrist. It tracks your activity, but most importantly, it allows you to answer, well, not answer, but hear phone calls by simply touching your finger to your ear. Sounds like magic, but really it's just bone conduction. And the best part is it works with any regular watch, so it can turn your regular watch into a smart one. So that is the best of today at CES, and we've got more coming tomorrow, so I'll see you then.
Good morning, Las Vegas. It's me, Michael Gorman, the Editor-in-Chief of Engadget. We're back live from the Engadget stage in the LVCC at CES 2016. And as always, I'm joined by Managing Editor Terrence O'Brien. What's up, Terry? How's it going?
Not much. You're a jerk.
And also Managing Editor Dana Woolman. Hey, Dana, how's it going?
I'm okay. How you doing?
You know, look good, feel good. So I'm doing all right. And lastly, Christopher Trout, the Executive Editor of Engadget. What's up, Christopher?
I don't know, man.
We're bringing a lot of energy. We got a massive crowd today.
We're all
everybody is
day,
so
man.
into it right now.
I'm really feeling it.
Yeah,
if you can't tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we're all pretty beat down by now. No?
I don't know. I mean, we should be feeling better than we have all week.
Yeah,
right.
But everybody else on this stage is like getting sick this week. I'm the
Yeah.
only one
Oh no,
who's
I
managed
feel
to
fine.
escape.
To
Oh,
be
you're better.
fair,
Oh,
the
do you?
The plague is gone.
That's good. So you just
Actually-
gave it to these two.
I have it
Yeah.
now, and she has it now.
He just sneezed on us one too many times.
Tough shit.
That's all right.
Thanks.
Or whatever.
Can we file an HR complaint for that? Is there like paperwork we can fill out or something?
That I got you sick?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, sneezing on us. I feel like you did it intentionally.
Problem with
You're a cruel
boundaries or
man.
something like that.
What's that?
Problem with boundaries. Your
Yeah.
terms didn't respect our boundaries.
He just like grabs people's water bottles and drinks out of them, and
If I licked your water bottle, I think that could be an
Yeah.
SBC violation.
yeah, licking to claim things. That's the best thing you can do as a grown-up adult human being.
Yeah.
It's good, especially here where everyone's diseased. I also want to talk about a little bit about yesterday. So, as you all may or may not know, Engadget does the Best of CES Awards not every year, but for the past couple of years. And last night we were choosing the winners. How did that go for you guys? I felt like it was a pretty efficient process this year.
It was much brisker than it was in previous years.
Yeah.
We've had some heated debates in the past in that trailer.
Yeah.
Is it brisker or more brisk?
I have no
Brisker.
idea.
Brisket.
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 That sounds good.
Yeah,
Can we
it
get that for
does.
lunch? Trout has officially lost his mind.
Yeah. Although I like brisket does sound good right now.
It does sound good. It does sound
Right?
good.
Don't you
Yeah.
wish you were at South by Southwest right now?
Yes.
Oh. Anyway, back to non-food related things. We are going to be announcing the Best of CES Awards tonight starting at 5 p.m., I think, right?
Yeah, and we have a special robot co-host this year.
We will be joined on stage, Christopher, myself, and Pepper the robot. So if you want to see a robot do some happy fun time dances, come check us out later this evening for the Best of CS Awards.
I'm excited.
Are y'all showing up for that, or are you going to be out drinking?
Yeah, I'll be here.
Yeah.
Wah, wah.
Terrence will just be passed out face down in the trailer.
I'm just gonna do one of
Mouth
these,
breathing.
guys.
In a puddle of his own vomit.
All right. So let's talk about some stuff.
Yeah, let's do. So because there was some cool stuff yesterday. My personal favorite we saw in the video, it let it off. Planetary Resources is a company that has a pretty outlandish business plan. They want to fly into space and mine asteroids. And they've got a lot of problems to solve to make that happen, one of which is they've got to have, there's a lot of equipment and materials that are needed to make that happen, and flying things up from the Earth is very expensive and time-consuming. So if they can manufacture stuff in space, that makes it a lot more of a viable proposition. And we got to see the first thing that was 3D printed using materials not from our world.
What was said thing, by the way? I mean, I saw it, but what?
So it's a model. It's basically a scale model of part of their landing craft, like the Arcid spacecraft that they're building as well. So it's just a model version of that. So it's really just a proof of concept. It's not an actual part that they would use, but it's just basically we can take this material, we can process it in a way that's possible to do in space, and it works to print, a metal object.
This has like potential applications for things like living on Mars and whatnot.
Absolutely. Like it's not just for planetary resources. Like this was going to be a basic problem that everything that we do in space, if we're going to kind of reach out further into the solar system, this is kind of a bedrock thing that has to be figured out. So it's a big deal in that sense. It's not like anything that's going to happen immediately that it's going to affect you or me, but it's an important step.
I mean, it's pretty impressive. I guess the next thing, though, they have to figure out is how to do the 3D printing and the manufacturing in like a zero-gravity environment, right?
Yep. And that's like one of the other things that they said, that it brings its own unique problems, because how do you, like in zero gravity, how do you get the material to stay with each other or stay attached to each other? But at the same time, as opposed to bringing parts and things up from Earth, which has to kind of survive the intense stresses of liftoff, and the gravity well that happens, stuff in space can be built much more delicately. Like if you've ever seen the way solar panels work on the space station, it's like a super thin film that wouldn't be able to survive in Earth's gravity, but because you're in space in zero gravity, it doesn't have to be built nearly as strong to still serve the purposes we need.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's very cool. So next up is a kind of a pair of things. It's weird that we're here at CES and we're talking about vinyl and film cameras, but we are. And Kodak finally revealed kind of the prototype of their Super 8 camera, right?
The future.
Hmm?
The future.
Yeah, the future is Super 8 film, clearly.
Yeah.
That's where we're going. Screw this digital video stuff, guys. 4K for the birds.
Yeah, are we going to see a VCR next year?
Oh
God,
my
I
God,
hope not.
please. Please. Best CES ever.
There have
An 8-track player?
more than other CESs we've been to. There have been these charming retro touches in addition to all the futuristic stuff. And I don't know how to explain that, but it's been fun to cover.
Well, I mean, this isn't even charmingly retro. This is straight up resurrecting dead technology.
Yeah.
Like, you couldn't buy Super 8 cameras. Like, they've been gone for a long time.
You can buy them. You can buy them in like a
really
eBay
specialty or an eBay thing, but like Kodak hasn't manufactured a Super 8 camera.
I just wonder, I wonder at this point, like, if we get one of these in to test, like, we get one of these to review, are we gonna have anything to benchmark it against? What if it's the shittiest Super 8 camera ever?
I don't know.
We'd have no idea.
Do we write a very serious review of a Super 8 camera?
I feel like we need to.
pros and
Oh, yeah.
cons?
Why
Yeah.
not?
Cons, it's decades-old technology.
Cons, I have no idea what a Super 8 camera is.
And also, Also, this entire article is just a bunch of words because we couldn't figure out how to get the video digitized.
Right. How do you load film?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it does look cool. I mean, it's got like a retro. I mean, it's an updated camera itself.
Yeah.
Yves Behar is the guy that designed it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks real pretty.
Yeah.
What does he not design? I'm pretty
all
sure
the things.
90% of the stuff at CES was designed by him.
Yeah. It's so true. That guy is everywhere. The other thing. So we talked Super 8. Anybody else have any other thoughts on the Super 8 before we move on?
Cool. That works. That's good. Enough
The
from
other
me.
thing is the Technics 1200.
Yeah.
That's
That's
a
like,
record
There was a lot of
player.
shit talking about this thing in
There
the
was.
trailer last night.
was there?
Not last night, the night before. We got a lot of audio files who were like, oh, it's wireless, it's not going to be good enough for my ears.
Were those words you just said?
Yeah, it was.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over our neighbors, unfortunately.
Oh, sorry. It's wireless. It's not going to be good
No,
enough
no,
for
no,
my
no,
ears.
no. This one isn't that. This is like a straight throwback. There is no modern.
This is the
That
Technics
was the
throwback.
Audio Technica, is what you're thinking.
Yeah.
What was the other thing you said?
Panasonic Technics.
1200. It's like
Maybe there needs to be some differentiation in the market.
Yeah, the naming could be
naming-wise.
better.
this is like the industry standard,
Yeah.
like the bar setting
It's this
turntable
thing.
for DJs in like the 70s, 80s. Like this,
So, like-
this kick-started hip hop.
Yeah.
Okay, it's the same
That.
device that
It's
kickstarted hip
the
hop.
same. As far as I know, it's very minimal changes and updates.
Oh, this
But
is the one where everybody was like,
they finally brought it back. They discontinued it, and now they've brought the line back, and so everybody's super excited about it.
Yeah.
cool.
But there's like that's kind of it. It's just sort of weird.
Yeah. That we're talking about two things. Like nostalgia. Clearly, nostalgia is a super powerful buying factor, I think, that companies are figuring out, you know? Just waiting for
Popples to come back.
Yeah. Popples. Oh, my God.
Glowworms.
So,
Ever seen a glowworm? Anybody want to describe a glowworm to Dana?
a glowworm? I don't know. It was like from the 80s.
Yeah, it had like a light up face. It was like a
And like a soft
glowed.
body.
face, and it had a soft body. And when you squeeze the soft body, the light up face would light up.
Yeah. It basically was like a glowing cartoon caterpillar looking thing.
Okay, Teddy Ruxpin.
Okay, Teddy Ruxpin, I know.
Okay.
And that's
To
a
the
little bit
viewers
more
at home, I
CES.
was born
Yeah,
in the
that
mid
is.
80s.
What about the 80s?
I was
You were
born
toyless in the
mid-80s.
80s?
Are you trying to talk shit?
You
For
guys were
those-
born in the early 80s.
Woman.
There's a difference.
For those that don't know,
Different
Dana
frame
Woman's
of-
pop culture knowledge basically begins and ends at Schwarzenegger movies. Like
That's right. That's right. I forgot. Her whole pop culture kind of frame
it's
of
basically
reference.
all kindergarten cop,
Yeah, if
and
you're
that's
not
it.
an Australian weight builder or Austrian.
There's a reason that I'm not Gadget's
Bodybuilder.
entertainment
Yeah.
editor.
Okay, so there's something else I want to talk about that is bizarre to me. So Samsung kind of revealed several weird products at like their
Not even in their main booth, but
No.
way elsewhere in a different building, different part of the city.
yeah, they were like hiding these things, and it's some of the most interesting stuff that they did.
Yeah.
One of which is a watch band called Tip Talk.
Yeah. So wait, one question: where is this stuff hiding? Because I went by the Samsung booth yesterday and I saw none of it, and
Oh,
I was
it's,
like,
it's in the sands.
"Oh, it's in this." Of course, everything is in the sands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally all the things that are worth seeing are in the sands, unless you're
Yeah.
really into giant TVs.
All the interesting stuff
Yeah.
seems to be over there.
I guess we're all
Don't tell that to everybody who's standing around here.
Hey guys.
That's why no one's in the audience. They're all over at the sands.
Yeah,
seeing all
that's
the cool
why
stuff.
this is dead.
But so back to what I was talking about. Tip Talk is
Tip?
this
T-I-P?
TIP.
Okay.
TIP Talk.
'Cause that could be
Two
misinterpreted
capital T's,
multiple ways.
one word. Because you know how they love upper and lowercase capital letters. But the Tip Talk is a watch band that does some limited activity tracking. It like vibrates, can give you notifications from your phone. But it also allows you to literally just put your finger to your ear and you can hear your phone calls once it's paired to your phone.
So you get like a Mariah Carey effect when you're on the phone.
So you can hit the high
I'm down
notes
for
when
that.
you're really just listening to whomever you're talking to.
I feel like that's right up you. That's like
Yeah.
your favorite
Yeah.
thing. That's
to have an
that's crowd
excuse to be
staff
like that
CES.
all the time. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Right?
Yeah.
And it sounds like magic, but the way it works is through bone conduction. There's very minute vibrations in the band that allows you to just look real cool taking a call with just your finger. I don't know if I really want that, but it's incredible to me.
Here's the thing.
If that's a real
Don't you
thing.
think you would get tired of this though? I mean, just
I
as
don't
much
think
as you
you
get tired
would.
of holding a phone against your face. I mean, the novelty wears off eventually.
I mean, here's the thing though. Like, I don't think they're planning for anybody to actually buy this. So the whole idea is that this is like their like weird Skunk Works thing, right? So they showed off a bunch of different products and they launched this initiative here, right? That's what I understand. So this is like them just kind of.
What's the initiative though? I don't think we've gone over that.
Do we have a name for that? I actually don't know if I have.
For the
name
what?
it.
Sorry?
Do they have like a name for the initiative?
It's their creative lab.
Creative
Lab.
Yeah.
And so it's like all these like weird things. There's a belt. There's like a VR control.
belt?
There's no. They have their own smart belt because
That's-
one smart belt at CES wasn't enough. We needed a second one.
Is theirs as sophisticated as Belty's?
Well, probably slightly more sophisticated because it will tell you how much fatter you've gotten by monitoring your waistline.
No, I don't want that.
That is fucked up.
I do not want that.
Just you get a notification on your phone. By the way, your waistline's an inch bigger than it was 2 months ago, fat ass.
As if you can't tell, like as if you're not looking in the mirror going, oh shit.
But now you know exactly how much, so you can be acutely like having self-body image problems. It's good, right?
Well,
Shame.
I don't know.
Shame yourself.
Nothing better than shame.
It's the best
to make you
motivator.
lose weight.
It's the best motivator.
Lay off me, I'm starving.
Somebody get Dana donuts stabbed.
Yeah. She needs
STFU
coffee and
about my
crullers. Oh God. So I mean, so there's the belt. There's also VR controllers that we didn't talk about, which is kind of an interesting design. I don't know how they work, but it's basically like a little U-shaped thing that just wraps around the outside of your palm like that, so you can still actually wiggle your fingers, because the controller itself that maps it just wraps around the palm of your hand.
Yeah, it's
I don't know. But it's interesting. It's like I find that odd that they aren't showing that stuff a part of their booth. It's weird to me that
Not
they.
alongside the Gear VR.
Yeah, like why wouldn't you have all that together? Unless I mean they're doing demos, so it's not like this stuff can't be seen or used.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's an odd choice to me.
I agree, especially because if you do go over to their booth, just like every year, like almost a quarter of the Samsung booth is just empty space, so that everybody can stand in a circle and stare like slack-jawed at their wall of 20 TVs
or washers and dryers.
Yeah. Well, no. There's a whole quarter of the booth that is literally empty space, and it's just like 30 people standing going, TVs. Look at the TVs.
And they literally are muttering that in unison. It's like a chant.
Or like
TVs.
taking photographs of a wall of TVs with their iPads. Which, what? Why?
Yeah,
Why?
you're not getting anything out of that.
No, it's just like a big glowing blob. Amazing.
I'm getting more bitter as the week goes on, too, clearly.
Apparently. I hope those are the giant iPads, too, they're using. Has anybody seen anybody taking a picture with one of those things?
No.
Has anybody
with the
seen
Pro?
one of those in the wild?
No,
Yeah.
I haven't.
No.
I haven't seen anybody with an iPad. Well, no, that's not true. My sister got one for Christmas.
Has she taken a picture of you with it?
No. Thank goodness. She is not. She doesn't use her iPad for photography, thankfully.
Someone needs to make a selfie stick for iPad Pros.
It would be. You would need like a selfie shoulder harness, dude, to like have that heavy thing at the end of a long pole.
I would totally buy one of those.
Yeah.
Would you?
No, but I would accept it as a gift.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Let's see. What else do we have?
Let's.
Do you want to talk about?
Let's talk about this.
Okay.
Because
go
there
for
was
it.
I rather than just talk about gadgets all the time, there was some drama on the floor yesterday, which was pretty fun.
There was.
Oh yeah.
It was patent drama.
Yeah. The federal marshals raided a booth on the CES floor because
patents.
For a one-wheeled skateboard.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, and I saw something like this go down at IFA, a different trade show.
Really?
That's where it was. I thought like last year,
It was,
the year
it
before,
was
something
iRobot
similar.
taking on some Chinese company that was
Biting the Roomba?
imposturing its robotic vacuum cleaners. And not only did they serve them with this big giant stack of papers on the floor, but they actually sent out a note to journalists beforehand, basically saying, you want to see some shit go down, you be a
Whoa! Oh, I love it, dude.
That is some super shade
Trying
right
to pop
there.
it.
Wow.
Trying to get the paparazzi out.
Yeah, so that
That's
was
amazing.
interesting. Even at this show, though, people have not been able to see the Haier R2D2 vacuum
Robot,
cleaner.
yeah.
All also because of
Licensing?
similar legal holdups.
So, our deck for that story was maybe the best thing ever. It
What
said
was it?
while they're there, they might want to check out the entire South Hall.
Yeah.
Which
Because there are
let's
so
be real.
many copycat products down there.
Yep.
It's amazing.
I mean, there is a whole section of CES that is just filled with knockoff shit.
Stuff that looks like other stuff.
I'm loving all the photos though of the Haier thing that you can only photograph it with the sheet over it, if that. I mean, they wouldn't even let us personally photograph
View
it
it?
with the sheet on top of it. Other outlets got away with it. But it looks kind of like that scene in E.T. where he's going for Halloween with the sheet over him.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what the
That's what the
R2D2 vacuum looks like at CES this year.
So their solution is just to put a sheet over it. That's
Yes.
what. Okay. I don't understand CES anymore. Apparently.
Yeah.
Did you ever?
I thought I did. Clearly, I was wrong.
Yeah.
I'm wrong about most things, to be fair.
Yeah. Well, on that wondrous note, we're actually out of time.
Oh,
Yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah. So that's it for now, y'all. Stick around. We've got a lot of more interviews and other things happening today. And of course, we're winding up with the Best of CS Awards this evening. So come back and see us, and we will see y'all later. Bye.
Peace.
everyone, it's Roberto Baldwin, senior editor at Engadget, and I'm going to be riding the Gen Z 2.0 electric scooter from Mahindra. It's an electric scooter, which at this point isn't that special. What does make this special is this. It has a giant bed, like you can shove this in here like a pickup truck. It has this big bed. And if that's not enough storage for you, it also has room underneath the seats. Just lift it up here. I got a camera in here. I could probably put another camera. You can put iPads, phones, anything you want in there. It has a cigarette lighter adapter so you can charge stuff. And there's a little pocket up front. I got a phone in here. I got some sunglasses. I could probably put a hoagie up here, maybe a Subway, probably a foot long. It might stick out a little bit. So I'm going to be driving this around Las Vegas for the next couple hours, and we'll see how it works. Here we go. So that was fun. Now, the Gen Z2 has a range of about 30 to 35 miles, which is pretty good when you're just running around town. It has a top speed about 30 miles per hour, so it's classified as a moped, so you don't need a motorcycle license to buy this thing or to ride it. What's really cool is that it has a touch screen interface, so you can make adjustments to the type of riding you want to do. You can do it in sport mode for a little bit more power. You can do it in safe mode if you're a new rider. As you let off the throttle, it'll actually start slowing down. And econo mode if you want to save some battery time. You can also do a lot more adjustments with this thing. You can go in, you can adjust how much power goes to the engine, how much regen torque you have, and of course how much torque. And you can see your battery percentage and how much range you have, so that's really helpful. Just everything can be adjusted from this touchscreen, which is pretty sweet. So, fun fact, I actually took that scooter to In-N-Out to get food, because In-N-Out. And I didn't realize till about 3/4 of the way back, you're not allowed to lane split in Nevada. Yeah, I was just riding by and a cop's like, hey! And I'm like, stop lane splitting! I'm like, sorry.
That sounds like Robbie, everybody. If you don't know, this is Roberto Baldwin. And I'm Carrie Davis. I do some videos here for Engadget. And we're here to talk about the glory of scooters because that is Robbie's thing.
It's my jam.
That's his jam. And as you could see, I want to tell a story before we get too deep because I love knowing this fun fact that he could have gotten arrested and ticketed because what I was thinking when you were showing how much room was in the scooter was about, I wanted to ask if you had room for tickets because I didn't even know. Because when he first got the scooter, he was doing like loops around the parking lot, real proud of himself. And immediately a CES security guard comes over on her little golf cart to like regulate about where he can and can't be.
I'm a troublemaker.
You are.
Like low level though, not like drug czar, more like kid who accidentally steals like a piece of gum because he put it in his pocket while grabbing a soda.
That's what I would go with too if I were you. And also your height and then the scooter and always getting in trouble. It's just
it
so
doesn't
great.
help with the giant bright blue jacket.
Yeah, you're kind of noticeable.
I stick out.
Okay.
So the Gen Z scooter, I rode it around. It's a nice little scooter if you're looking for something. You don't have a motorcycle license. That's sort of the selling point for some of these scooters. This one also has that big trunk. You can put things in it. Now, if you saw it doesn't have anything on top of it, they're going to start selling accessories. So you can zip it up, or you can lock it up, or you can.
So you will be all super outfitted, like people that commute on
you can buy
bikes.
like in a real truck, you can get like a truck, what is those covers for the trucks? You can get that for that as well.
Right.
And lock your
That's
your
what
stuff
you need
down.
on your scooter.
Yeah, you need like a big lock box. Just get a giant one.
Just a dome. Just
I'm sure
like
once
the
they start
alien
selling it, people start
spaceship.
making their own,
Yeah.
and they'll just make like giant ones.
I mean, that's what makers
Little holes
do,
and
right?
their dogs can look out of it.
Okay, this got weird. So yeah, there is a lot. You're right. There is a lot of storage in the back. I noticed that because usually when you see people riding on scooters, they have their giant backpack, like nah.
Yeah.
But you didn't have
You're
to
talking
do
about
that.
me, aren't you?
I'm talking about you again.
Also, with that scooter, it has a removable battery. So it's like a suitcase, so you can pop it out. You can take it inside at your work or at home and just plug it into the wall. and it charges in about 3.5 hours. You get about 30 miles.
30 miles.
Yeah.
That is the rechargeable take out and go back in feature. That is a new thing with scooters, right? It's not the only one.
It's not. It's definitely not the only one.
Yeah.
When we'll
More
have-
recent though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's more recent.
Mhm.
And they're shipping it to consumers now, but they're going to have their big launch later this month. So
Okay.
if you're looking for like a moped class scooter, you don't have a motorcycle license, and you live in an area, because the top speed's 30, and I drove it on something that was 45, and it was kind of hairy.
You're nearly dying.
But that was the way to
huge.
get to In-N-Out.
That's what I mean. I understand.
I put my life in danger.
You
for
needed
In-
some California cuisine out
Yeah.
here in the desert. Question for you. I know that you're really into scooters. Is this, how did it handle in terms
It
of?
handled pretty well. You're sitting pretty upright on the scooter compared to like a Vespa or anything else on it. So initially it's a little odd, but you get used to it pretty quickly. And as soon as you get on any sort of motorcycle or scooter, within like 5 minutes, you're like, oh, I got this. Yeah.
Okay.
it's
So
not-
I grew up in a very rural area, North Dakota. It exists. It exists. We don't live in teepees either. People also ask. Anyways, so I had a dear friend whose parents, to get her into town, she was just outside of town, she had a moped for like 2 years, and it was the hit. We all loved it. That's how we got around. We somehow would engineer like 8 of us getting to one person's house using that one moped, just one person going back and forth. Like that. You would have loved it, Robbie.
Yeah.
If only you'd been from my hometown.
Oh, I was from a small town. I had a Honda Spree, a little 50cc,
There you
and I
go.
rode, and I got knobby tires on. I used to jump it. That thing was a machine. I knocked it over a couple. It just kept going.
Wow.
So one of my friends stole it. Anyway,
That doesn't sound like a
And
friend.
then I sold it to another friend. He used it to drive around his thing.
So this is why we're here. We come from terrible beginnings, and now
Yay.
we're at Engadget, if
Now
in
we're on
case you were
stage.
wondering.
So speaking about scooters, we're also going to talk a little bit about Gogoro, who is here.
Let's invite them to the stage.
let's
Please
invite
come
them
on
to the
up.
stage. Come on up.
Everyone have a seat, grab a mic, and we will chat, because I know you test drove the Gogoro scooter
I
in
did.
Taiwan, and
Yep.
they have a rechargeable battery also.
They do. So we have Horace Luke, CEO, Jason Gordon, who does everything. Yeah.
Does
yeah.
the CEO have a name?
Horace Luke.
Yeah. Okay, very good.
Sorry, I
Right into the microphone, right there.
Right here.
Yeah.
Oh, there we
okay.
go. So you guys have something new. Last year, you guys launched at CES. Within 6 months, you had scooters on the road, which, if you've been to CES, and you know it's like 90% vaporware. Impressive.
They're like, we're building next
so what
year.
So what are you guys doing now?
Well, last year we announced the Gogoro Smart Scooter that, along with the Gogoro Energy Network, let you swap battery anywhere you go. I think you came to Taiwan and tried it out. It's pretty cool. Well, over the last 4 months, we launched about 140 Go stations around Taipei, and about 4,000 scooters sold so far. So big news, big momentum, and then the biggest news this year is that we launched the Gogoro Open Initiative, which really lets other people around the world, because we've been getting a lot of feedback from all sorts of corners around the world saying, hey, you know what? I love Taipei, I love mega cities, but like you said, maybe I don't live in a mega city, but I want to be part of the Gogoro vision. And it's a way for them to really raise their hand and say, hey, I want to be part of this initiative. I want to nominate myself or a business or others to be part of the Gogoro Energy Network and host a Go charger that let people top up the battery when they're on the go also, as well as swapping. So it's big news for us. It's a big step for us to globalize and go beyond the initial pilot city and the second city, Amsterdam, that we're going to this year. So it's a big step for us.
Yeah, I don't think we anticipated kind of the broad interest in what we're offering around the world. I mean, when we unveiled last year at CES, we're very vocal about, we're focused on mega cities 5-10 million people that are very densely populated. And the idea of battery swapping on a two-wheel vehicle is very new. It was a very novel idea. And now we're doing 2,000-3,000 battery swaps a day. But people outside of mega cities all over the world are saying, we want Gogoro. And so that's why we introduced Gogoro Open this week.
Cool. And for people who are unaware, so they're battery swapping. Instead of taking the battery out and charging it or plugging it in somewhere, it's like a gas station. You guys have these chargers around town in Taipei. Like, how many chargers do you have?
We have 140 Go stations. They're swapping stations.
Yeah, so you have 140 Go stations. So you roll up with your scooter, you pull out the battery, and you just grab a new one, you swap them out, and you just keep going. So
That
it's
is
just like
great.
it's like the same amount of time it takes to fill up your gas scooter. So
And-
it sort of gets rid of that whole like, oh, I got to wait 30 minutes, I got to wait an hour. Just boom, you're ready to go.
Exactly. One of the greatest obstacles of EV adoption is where do I go to charge and how long do I have to wait, especially in cities because people don't have dedicated parking, they don't have garages. And so we wanted to introduce something that they were familiar with already. Gas stations, coffee shops, 7-Elevens. And so we have people pulling up to 7-Eleven and swapping batteries in 10 seconds and going.
And I can see why you're in Taipei as a launching point because I've been there before to cover Computex.
It's awesome.
Oh my gosh, they take if you haven't been, just Google image search scooters in Taipei. It's like the whole family's on there. They carry everything. Rush hour is incredible.
It's my favorite place.
Yeah, it's great.
Like you go there, I'm like, oh my god, these are my people.
And is it because you're so tall and you can see everything?
There's that, yeah.
Yeah, you feel like a lord above
Yeah,
all.
I feel
it's not fair.
that's pretty much everywhere
Well,
though.
so Amsterdam, you're going to. What are your plans for after? Do you have other cities already picked out you can talk about?
Well, that's part of why we do the GoGrow Open Initiative is to really help us prioritize and look at hot cities that are coming up. You know, if a city has thousands of people raising their hands and signing up, like we opened up the portal just earlier this week, and I was just saying within the first half an hour, we had hundreds of people sign up, and we literally have, you know, corners of the world that we weren't even anticipating saying, hey, we got to be next, we got to be next. And
Yeah, I mean, we get
that's,
emails from all over the U.S. all the time, San Francisco especially. We want GoGrow.
Yep.
So for people in San Francisco or New York, this is their opportunity to raise their hand and say, I want GoGrow to come to my city.
So how do you guys? There's another element of this open initiative that's going to help, you know, sort of kickstart it. And what is that?
Well, think of it as you know, while in Taipei, like
yeah.
you said, right? There's tons of people moving around on scooters, but 70%, 80% of people don't have a parking spot. And when they do have a parking spot, it's not a private parking spot, it's a public parking spot. So it's really a challenge for them to charge and go. The whole idea of charge and go is non-existent in a big city where thousands of people are living on top of each other, right? But, you know, in a place like, for example, Milan, where 80% of people actually have a parking location, the usability might be a little might be a little different. But yet people still want to kind of relieve their own range anxiety, like you said, right? Yeah. If you can go only, you know, 50, 60 miles on a charge, well, you can't get very far. You know, it's a little bit of a hassle. You have to worry a lot, right? Everything has to be divided by half. You get there, and then how do you get back? How long would it take to get back? Well, to relieve that, of course, the swapping scenario still applies. But most of the time, everybody commutes about 10, 20 miles a day, and it's great to charge at home also. So that's what the Go Charger is there for. And then that on top of the GoGrow, you know, Open Initiative allows people to place a Go Charger into a business, into a place of public access for them to top off the battery. And if you qualify, sign up in the portal, and if you qualify, we'll send you a charger for free. Plug it in, it instantly connects to our server, post it on our app, and then users can actually see where your charger is.
Yeah, you imagine maybe you work from Stumptown every morning, and so you ride to Stumptown, you put your batteries in, top it off, and then you can go.
So I would imagine, this is just me, but you're at CES, this is very US so far, you have charging stations overseas. You must want a US city to get on board. Which one are you hoping for?
This guys keep telling me which one it should be.
Well, it should be San Francisco.
Yeah.
That is a motorcycle scooter. I mean, it's not Taipei. It's like maybe 10%, 5%, half a percent are Taipei.
Right.
But compared to a lot of other U.S. cities, because we have the same temperature, it's 60 degrees and overcast all year round in San Francisco. Like
Except
5
for
days.
sometimes.
Sometimes, like 8 days of summer, like 20 days of rain, but for the most part, 60 degrees.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
Overcast. So it's
I
perfect
just-
for riding.
Yeah, I just got an electric scooter actually that I'm gonna try out. I'm super excited about, so I'll be commuting on that.
Oh.
It's really cool. You can try it. But yeah, so I could see this being a fit. I do agree.
Yeah, and when we talk about scooters, I mean, the smart scooter has a top speed of 60 miles an hour, has a range of 60 miles. And so this is truly a performance vehicle that you can take around, whether it be San Francisco or Brooklyn or wherever.
I rode it. It's fun. It's as fast as I have a 250 Vespa. It's as fast as a 250 Vespa, but in like a 125 package. So it's a zippy. It's super solid. Yeah, I had a lot of fun riding it in Taipei.
But going back to the the whole why we're here, why we're here in CES and why we're here in Las Vegas, I see this show as a platform, not necessarily just for the U.S. market, but really how do we apply creativity of connectivity, technology that we have developed, all this fun stuff about Gadget, and apply to a very meaningful application that is gonna, the Earth is, with all the talk about climate change and weather change and pollution and congestion in big cities, we need to apply a lot of that creativity, a lot of that engineering to solving real meaningful problem that is going to affect humanity of tomorrow, right? That's what CES has become, and that's why we're very proud to be here to launch the GoGrow Open Initiative and take it to the next level.
So is it your belief then more people should not have cars and they should commute on things like scooters? That's a solution for climate change?
Yeah, absolutely. I think as you look at, the scooter, for example, on average, every kilometer, every mile, output, let's say if you're a 250cc gas scooter versus a GoGrow, we only output 5% because of energy creation and less than 5% of the emission than a gas scooter per kilometer.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a significant reduction. And also think about parking, think about congestion, think about traffic issues that we have. A scooter, a two-wheel vehicle, can be a solution for big cities. And like you said, yes, so much fun just buzzing around, going from point A to point B. Why not make ourselves feel younger every day? Have fun while you get on the go, right? Don't be stuck in a car with, with the stereo blasting and the air conditioning blasting. Go zip around town and go from point A to point B without worrying about parking, without worrying about traffic congestion.
It makes sense.
It is really like I hate to be like the super pro scooter guy, but in San Francisco, New York, whatever, it is the greatest vehicle. We have my wife and I have a Fiat, and sometimes I have to go across town. She's like, drive the car. I'm like, no.
Well,
I'm gonna take the scooter because I'm always gonna be able to get there much quicker, and I can just park anywhere.
Yeah, I bet there are people in your neighborhood who know you as like the scooter guy. When you go like buzzing past, he's an aficionado for sure. Scooter Robbie, like that redhead. Is he Conan? What's happening? What's happening in my neighborhood? But it's funny how if people like you and I from small towns, who are very used, I grew up in the Midwest, very used to car culture, can then become That's how you get around.
That was the car culture, like in a small town in the United States. It is car. That's how you escape.
Yeah.
But in the big city, I mean, I think it's scooters,
in the
motorcycles.
cities in the U.S. in climates that can accommodate, this does seem like a good solution.
Yeah. So it's.
Well, you're not freezing.
Yeah, you're definitely.
Different story then.
But like you said, right, a car is great for long distance commute, where you need comfort, you need endurance. Short distance commute, public transportation or walking or others, it's very convenient, or bicycling. But like a town in San Francisco, right, very hilly. If you want to get really far, you can't bike that far. Well, for anything that's 5 to 10, 20 miles, take a scooter. It's much more convenient.
Cool. So why don't you, if you're interested in signing up your town or a local business or yourself for the initiative, where can the viewers go?
Well, the viewers can go to www.gogoro.com/open. That's the portal for us to really allow all the people out there to just basically sign up and raise their hand and say, I want GoGrow to be in my town next. And so that's how we're making sure that we get to the people that they're really, voting for us.
Cool. And you guys are expecting, like, because of regulations and stuff, it'll be available for cities in Europe first and then the United States? Is that?
Well, the vehicle is already certified for Europe. We got that a couple weeks ago, and so all of Europe is all accessible to us now. And then very soon, in the middle of the year or so, we should be able to get the U.S. certification, working through the last details at the moment. But once we do that, really, everybody on Earth can pretty much get access to the vehicle.
Cool. I already signed up.
Are you?
Yes.
You're such a fanboy.
Thank
you.
Almost
Okay.
No,
it's fine. I get it. I get it.
Which color would you like?
It's not. All right. So my question is, you were saying that you were talking to multiple scooter manufacturers here. So this initiative, I would assume then, can be used in other scooters. Is that the idea?
Absolutely. The whole idea behind it is really around an open platform. We see it as a chicken egg problem. The reason why we built the smart scooter and built it in such a great high performance and also high technology is to showcase what the platform can really do. We are in the middle of talking to a number of folks, working with a number of folks to really take the battery technology, which is what we wanted to do, and the swapping infrastructure and apply it to a new class of vehicles that swaps and go. Get over, as Jason said, get over the hurdle of deploying electric in a city. So for example, if somebody wants to deploy an electric scooter in Taipei using our battery system, drop it in, tomorrow it turns on, right? With an infrastructure that refuels and lets them go and buzz around town without worrying about range. So that's the vision, and we've been excited about the feedback we've gotten from all walks of life, both from consumer and also from manufacturer. I'm very excited about where Gogoro is heading.
Cool. Well, thanks so much for coming out, guys. Horace, CEO, Jason, master of everything else.
Something like that.
He's my boss, really.
You're my boss. Yeah, and that's
If you stick around another 10 minutes, in case you missed it, we'll be live right on this stage, and we have content coming all day tomorrow, or all day today, sorry, and half day tomorrow, live streaming, and right here on the stage. So thank you so much.
Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
While you were trying to figure out how to get your nearest meteorite into a 3D printer, you may have missed the Bluetooth-connected pregnancy test, the bed that tracks how you sleep, and the exoskeleton suit for education. Welcome to another CES edition of In Case You Missed It, where turning yourself into a cyborg is just as cool as you'd always hoped.
Here we go.
They say walk this way.
Okay. If you don't have an aging suit, you're totally not cool yet, guys. This is the aging suit built by Applied Minds for Genworth. And the whole idea is that they're taking it around, putting people into it, and trying to start conversations about what it's like as people age. They simulate all kinds of terrible things with your vision. Everything is tunnel vision. That is unfortunate. Oh no, that's much worse. It's like a migraine in your eyes. Worst of all, they put you on a treadmill and make you try to walk while they add all sorts of weights to you. Climbing a rope, guys. Although if I were really super old, I wouldn't be able to get my weight up the rope. Point taken. Whoa, that's terrible. My biggest takeaway was that hearing loss is incredibly isolating. Oh, hearing loss. Oh, it's very muffled. I was imagining older relatives who often sit alone and just feeling a lot of compassion for them. So if I can have that experience, I can see how this suit could be successful because it definitely leaves an impact once you're in it. Next step, hero costume, because come on, I totally want to steal it.
Good job.
That was fun.
Okay, cool.
Bye!
Tech reporters will complain all day long about CES, mostly because it makes them walk on their feet. Feet which have like 3 Band-Aids each. However, none of that matters anymore. I'm not on my feet, I'm on a bed. And I'm really happy because we all know what Sleep Number beds are. Remember those awesome commercials?
Yeah. Ooh.
This is a mattress that has a bunch of sensors in it that all track your breathing, the quality of your sleep, your heart rate, all kinds of biometric information that you can then look at later on. And it's still a Sleep Number bed, so you can adjust the firmness on each side, but it's only controlled with an app. All of the information that it's collecting in here, the heart rate sensors, all those things, they're making that available in an API. This will be available in summer of 2016 and will run about $1,000. More importantly, it's time to find my sleep number. Okay, so I'm laying down. I'm pushing find sleep number. Oh, I'm supposed to wiggle. This is way too firm. God, no, it's like 95% torture. Let's see how cushy it gets. I just stopped it at 45 and it's so cushy and delightful. You may know First Response from the box you always see in your local drugstore. This company has been around for 30 years, but for the first time, there is now a Bluetooth-enabled pregnancy test. So from the privacy of your own home, you can use tech, find out if you're pregnant, then, text your partner at the end of it all. First of all, there's an app, and the app is probably the most fun part of this. You pair it up so the app knows that you have a pregnancy test. First asks if you're trying to get pregnant or not, and then just calmly takes you through it. It tells you the proper amount of time to use the kit, and then as that long minute passes,
how much longer? 30 seconds.
It will entertain you. You can look at funny videos, you can calmly meditate. There are all sorts of options, and then when you get the final result, it then has a sharing setting. It does not have social, thank God.
It's not negative, it's positive. Are you sure? Well, yeah, I lied before.
But you can use messages or email. This will be available in the spring. It's more expensive if you buy it at a drugstore. It'll be $21.99, but it's cheaper if you get it in a big box store. It'll be $14.99. Not reusable. Go forth and procreate, should that be what you want to do. Hello and welcome to the Engadget CES 2016 live stage. I'm Carrie Davis, host of In Case You Missed It, as you just saw. Hopefully you didn't miss it.
Adjust it. If I'm not getting enough relief, I can adjust it up or down. And then the other cool thing is we've got the most advanced sleep tracking of any wearable today. And that's because the device is worn on your leg. And the leg is an incredible place to track sleep. So we're able to track 8 different dimensions of sleep, including sleep position. What % you slept on your
Do you
side
get heart
or your
rate
back.
as well?
We're not able to get heart rate with the current
Okay.
version, but that's the sort of thing we'll be adding in the
Okay.
future.
That's interesting because as you saw, we just talked about a bed. Of the
Yeah,
Sleep Number
yeah.
has a biometric bed, which was amazing to me because
Yeah.
we talk about Kickstarter projects all the time that track
Sure.
how you sleep. So you can do it that way. Interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, very good. Well, thank you so much for coming. We appreciate it.
Well, great. Thank you.
Good luck to you. We have 2 more people to talk to. Thank you. If
thank
you
you.
could just slide down a wee bit. Yeah, thanks. We're going to bring Relief Band's Bob Verdugo. He's a CCO. I believe that's right. Yes, please have a seat. So this is not pain related, but it is nausea related. It's called the Relief Band, and why don't you tell us about it?
Hi, Carrie. Thanks for having us. So, Relief Band is for fast relief of nausea or vomiting associated with motion sickness or morning sickness. So, it's a big problem that's out there. About a third of the population suffers from motion sickness, things like air sickness, car sickness, seasickness.
I can jump in. This is why you're here. Seasickness.
Seasickness.
We sail. My fiance has a sailboat
So
in
you
the San Francisco Bay. Super fun, great times. It's this old boat. It's really fun, but occasionally it's terrible. There's no sickness like seasickness.
Exactly. So Relief Band is being reintroduced to the market for over-the-counter availability for consumers.
And it's tech, which is so I don't know if any of you know, for nausea, there are a lot of solutions, but there aren't many tech. There's like the patch behind your ear, there's Dramamine you can take, but there's I really haven't seen. There are the copper bracelets that are supposed to push, but
Right. So
tech-wise.
this is an active wearable technology that's electrical neurostimulation. So basically what it does is it sends a little circular signal into the median nerve, which is in the arm.
Okay.
And that goes up into your brain to a certain part of the brain, which rebalances and sends a signal to the stomach to relieve nausea. So it works very quickly, usually within a couple of minutes, but most likely within 10 minutes. And what consumers really like about this product is they can turn it on when they need it, turn it off when they don't need it, and set different levels
Are
to
those
their
the
needs.
levels there? The 1, 2, 3, 4,
Correct.
5?
There are 5 different levels
Uh-huh.
that can be used, and so we turn it on, and it can go from level 1 to level 5. There's also a low battery indicator, so this product has replaceable batteries.
Okay, so it doesn't charge, it's replaceable?
It's not
Okay.
a chargeable. You put batteries into it, and consumers really like it because it's not a drug. It has no interactions, no side effects that the
That's really
drugs
nice.
have.
Yeah, Dramamine can just make you drowsy, and then it's not as fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think what's also key, because we think about other usage beyond motion sickness, like morning sickness. 6 million pregnancies a year, and about 70% of those pregnancies have women that have morning sickness. That's not just in the morning, it's
Right.
all day long,
Right.
and it can last throughout the pregnancy.
That also sounds not fun. How much is it, and when is it available?
Okay, it's available now. Price point is $89.99. It's available at reliefband.com, as well as other online outlets and certain drugstores and travel and gift supply stores.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming on to talk about it.
Thanks for having us,
We
Karen.
have one more person to speak with. Please welcome to the stage John Gannon. He's the CEO of Blue Spark. This is not pain related, but it is good for parents to hear about. Probably anybody who's a caretaker, but most especially parents. Thanks for coming.
Hi, Carrie. Thanks for having us today.
Yeah. So this is TempTrack, and what caught my attention about this, I have seen similar things, but I think this is probably the least intrusive that I've seen. Go ahead. Tell us about it.
I would agree. So TempTrack is a Bluetooth wearable temperature monitor. It comes in the form of a soft, comfortable patch. You place this under your child's arm, and it takes temperature readings. It was really designed for all ages. So it continuously tracks, records, and then transmits the temperature information out to a smartphone device. So we have an iOS and an Android app.
Over Bluetooth?
Over Bluetooth.
Okay.
That's correct. And really what it's doing is it's giving peace of mind. I have 4 children, and if anybody has kids, trying to get a sick kid back to sleep in the middle of the night is really difficult.
And probably then you're worried about their temperature spiking.
That's exactly what you're worrying about. So not
does it send notifications if it gets over? It does.
It does.
All right.
So when you link the patch up to the app, you can set an alert level. You don't have to go into the room. You're getting continuous temperature updates, and if it happens to rise above the alert level, the alert on your phone goes off and lets you know that something's happening.
Okay.
So this is new at CES this year is our TempTrack Connect platform.
Yeah, so let's,
So we can demonstrate that.
Here, I can hold that for
If
you.
you could hold that, that'd be great.
Yep, I'm gonna just do that so our screen can get it.
Okay, so first the TempTrack app itself. I'm wearing a patch. Do you
have a fever right now?
No, just...
Are you nervous?
I might be.
John is at 99.2 degrees Fahrenheit. It's not that hot under these lights.
These lights are hot.
You're going to say that later, but it'll be a lie. Okay, so he might be having a CES-related illness. I'm glad we're so close now.
There's no illness, I promise you.
Okay.
So you get an update every 10 seconds. It updates into the app, and then it continuously shows you the data. You also have your alert level. You can go in and you can look at all the data that's been collected, and that data can be sent out to a doctor or another family member.
Yeah, you actually, I think you're a little warm right now.
A little bit warm.
I'm going to do the mom test in a second when I'm not holding this iPad. Auntie test for me, but you know.
The TempTrack Connect platform is new this year, and what this is we're running a patch back at our headquarters in Westlake, Ohio, and 2,000 miles away here at CES, we're getting real-time updates. So the idea would be if you have, for example, a sick parent who's living alone across town.
Oh, yeah.
You can now be in your own home monitoring them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If you're a working parent and you have a sick child at home, you can continuously monitor them from a distance as well.
This is temporary, right? This isn't like the Quell you can, it stays on your leg basically.
Yes,
So
this is a one-time use disposable device.
How long will that stick on?
The current device on the market that is FDA cleared, it's a Class 2 medical device, is a 24-hour device.
Okay.
We're introducing at CES this year the 48-hour device that will be on the market in the second quarter.
Second quarter. So how much will that one be?
We haven't priced the 48-hour, but the 24-hour version, which will be available in about 6,000 retail locations in Q1, is going to MSRP for $19.99.
$19.99 at like drugstores?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
So all right. So there you have it, guys. We have gone through a few different wearables, all related to health, because the exoskeleton suit had us inspired about really how we treat people. And I feel like that was a good, there you have. I don't know, it's the last day. Yeah, okay. We're going to call it. That's a great question.
Great question.
From the audience, where do you put the sensor?
So the sensor is it takes an underarm or axillary temperature measurement. So you place the sensor under the child's arm, and then it sends a signal about 40 to 50 feet out to a smart device. And then that smart device would then communicate to the Connect platform if you're remote from the site.
So I wanted them to put one of these on me because maybe I also have a
Maybe you wouldn't be as
fever.
hot, right? I don't know.
Yeah. So I wanted to see if I could see my temperature tracked on this, but they didn't have a spare. Another time. All right.
We'll send you one.
I am interested in testing a few of these devices, so look to Engadget to see if we can get some reviews going in the next few months. I think there are some really interesting things, not only these guys, but as you know, all over CES, such amazing products, also some terrible ones. Anyways, that's CES for you. All right, thanks everyone for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. for more in case you missed it. Coming up in just about 2 hours on this stage today, we'll be having our Best of CES Awards, and that is a big deal, so stay tuned.
Thanks, Carrie.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us. I'm Devendra Hardware from Engadget. I'm here with Colin O'Donnell and Dave Etherington from Intersection, and you guys are going to talk about Link NYC, which is a really cool project I've been looking forward to a while. Could you explain just quickly what it is?
Sure. So Link NYC is a project in New York City where we're replacing all the public payphones with the fastest and largest public Wi-Fi network in the world. It's a really exciting project aimed at really making the internet more accessible for everyone in New York City.
But not just fast, like this is gigabit internet that's going to be replacing payphones. That's pretty incredible.
It's really going to be the fastest internet you've ever used.
Yeah.
So we're bringing hundreds of miles of fiber optic cable all across the city. We're lighting up thousands of units, at least 7,500 up to 10,000, and it's going to be a really exciting project.
Excellent. And can you talk about the whole design process, I guess? Because I was there a couple of years ago. Bloomberg, when he was mayor, he announced like that they wanted to have a whole new initiative for dealing with the payphones because we had a bunch of old payphones in New York. They had to go away. So there was an open call for projects to kind of replace it. Can you talk about like your pitch for that and I don't know, the entire process of like getting to this point?
Sure. Yeah, we've been thinking about this for a long time. At first, there was a design competition, which we actually submitted and won an award for community impact that included leveraging this network for really smart cities and deploying thousands of sensors, creating amazing connectivity, and creating a digital touch point for people on the street. So each link is designed with two 55-inch displays for community messaging and advertising.
Right. And we don't have an image here, but just to describe it, it's like imagine a payphone, but it's a giant screen?
9.5 feet tall. It's only about 11 inches wide, so it's really thin and about 36 inches deep. It's got two 55-inch displays on the sides, and then it has a tablet. Everyone has a tablet, so you can make free phone calls, charge a phone, access the internet, maps, and
so a payphone you'd actually want to use.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Free phone calls, but it's also incredibly smart platform that has a lot of technology built into it, and so.
What's the range you're expecting for the actual units?
Wi-Fi we're seeing propagation of 150 to 400 feet. So if a city blocks 200 to 250 feet, and we're on almost every corner in New York City, really, it's in all the major commercial districts. So it's going to be some phenomenal
I've seen the
coverage.
map. Like your game plan for spreading this out is pretty ambitious. Like a lot of points in Manhattan and pretty much all of the other boroughs. Just trying to think here. Like what else? What else do the links offer? Right? There's going to be phone charging. Anything else for people?
Yeah, each one offers, it understands its exact location in New York, so things like local search, wayfinding, listings are incredibly accurate. Everything is free as far as the consumers are concerned, people of New York. Not a single dime of taxpayers' money has been put towards this. Everything is paid for by advertising, and it's the largest deployment of digital displays in any city in the world. So from a brand perspective, this is really a unique opportunity to reach and engage with audiences in new and interesting ways.
Right. I mean, these are going to be like giant, just big screens. It'll be very useful for advertising, I guess. Like that's how you guys are monetizing it?
Yeah, exactly. And, a combination of, big brands. We're also killing the loop. We don't think it makes any sense to kind of trap advertisers inside a loop. So this is going to be great for smaller local advertisers to really participate for the first time.
It's also generating a tremendous amount of money for the city, which can be deployed for any purpose, but really the city's focused on internet equity. So we're guaranteeing the city over $500 million in revenue over the first part of the contract.
Gotcha. Maybe you guys need to speak up a little because we have a very loud radio station near us. The other thing too, like what is the hardware inside of these things? Because it sounds like you must have some crazy routers or something going on to kind of sustain this connection.
Yeah, so we have incredibly fast fiber optic switches. We've been working with the Department of Energy, Argonne National Labs to think about sensors and how we can make sure these are functioning optimally all the time. We've got the fastest Wi-Fi router you can get, 802.11 802.11 AC. We're looking at 802.11 AD. Really fast, high-tech stuff that's going to really allow people to make the most of the fiber that we're deploying.
Yeah, I guess I can't emphasize this enough. Like, it's not just 1 gigabit connection that you guys are spreading out through the entire city, right? Every single link is going to have full gigabit speeds for free.
every link we can get fiber to, we're bringing fiber to. There might be those cases where we can't. It's difficult to get fiber there, in which case we'll get internet as fast as we can by whatever means possible. But no, massive fiber deployment, multi-terabit uplink potential of the internet. So there really is no bottleneck on this, and it can be upgraded over time. So
that's crazy. And you were saying too before when we were talking, you guys aren't putting any limits on this. Like people can use it for as long as they want. I think it's just a small sign-up thing, but you wouldn't mind if people replace their home internet with this thing, right?
Well, yeah, one-time registration. You know, we are first and foremost users of the internet. We believe in creating the best product possible, and so we decided right from the beginning there could be no advertising once you sign up on the Wi-Fi. So you're just allowed to browse. You can go from access point to access point, never have to reconnect. You can leave the city and come back. No, just a seamless connection. No data caps. Downloading a game these days on your phone can take up a gigabit. Yep. That's something that you wouldn't do on the street because it would eat up a third at least of your data plan. So now you can do that.
Gotcha. I mean, this is a pretty crazy concept. Just free gigabit internet. It's like even crazier than Google Fiber, I guess, right? Which is low cost in some communities, but you still have to pay something, and it's not like completely free. What do you guys think this will mean for New York City and for the people who are actually using it?
Well, one of the kind of little published fact is that about 1 in 4 New Yorkers doesn't have access to high-speed broadband. That means they're not able to do the things that we take for granted, the entertainment, but also the educational and professional aspects of the internet, and really leveraging those services we take for granted, like YouTube, Netflix, but also Khan Academy, LinkedIn. So we think that this will really allow just a whole new group of New Yorkers, actually over 2.5 million people, to participate in this digital economy and culture that we're all enjoying here.
It's also going to change the way New York looks. I mean, these beautifully designed structures, they feel very much part of New York City. And already we've seen when people see it in the street, they're just incredibly proud to see this as part of their neighborhood.
It almost feels like it's like all those sci-fi movies we've seen over the past couple decades, right, where they have cities just fit with displays kind of everywhere. You guys, it's sort of building towards that. Like this is the most amount of digital signage I've seen. Can you talk about that aspect of it? Like signage is kind of a boring topic, but I don't know, when it comes to like putting digital displays out there, that changes how a city looks.
So this is a platform, and we really see this as being able to be utilized for many different purposes. On the tablet, providing like digital newsstand information, weather, train alerts, just programmatically based on where it is, what time of day it is, and potentially the demographic of the audience walking by. Being able to use emergency messaging, whether it's a shelter-in-place or an Amber Alert. Being able to leverage also the sensor network to really create a kind of grassroots smart city or urban innovation platform.
And can you talk about I don't know, how long have you guys been working on this, and how did you basically end up with this sort of design?
We've been thinking about this for a long time. The companies, before we formed Intersection, which is a relatively new company, Control Group and Titan, where I worked, were working together for the last couple of years. We were focused on the digitization of static media. Control Group at the time were focused on bringing together physical and digital experiences. So collaborating together, thinking about the possibilities in New York and really every major city around the world has been something that we've been pretty restless about thinking.
And interesting here, are you guys securing the network in any way? Like if so many people are going to be using it, public Wi-Fi is always kind of a scary thing for me to connect to, somebody who kind of knows something a little about security. What are you guys doing on that front?
So we've got a great security team focused on this. One of our partners is Qualcomm, and they've run wireless for the Olympics. They really know they make most of the chipsets in all of our phones. We've got a great partner in Civic, who's making the physical hardware and physically securing these units. And then on the wireless, we've got a standard open network that's just extremely well monitored and updated and as secure as any other public Wi-Fi network. But on top of that, we've implemented a new layer of security called Hotspot 2.0, and that's going to be one of the first encrypted networks of any public network out there, and certainly the first at this scale. So it's a really exciting new encryption platform that's going to help users use this open 5 gigahertz band in a very secure way.
And just to add to that, you know, unlike your service at home, we don't need your credit card information, address, phone number. We really only need a very small amount of information, name, email address, to get you started and on the network.
And not just security, I guess. This is something that people are going to be interacting with and touching. Like, how are you guys testing, like, you know, the gross factor and keeping them actually clean and usable?
So this has been designed after 10 years of experience putting hardware out there in the public realm. You know, we've got digital screens in the MTA and transit authorities all across the country. We really know how to design a platform so it's vandal resistant. We actually have a very large workforce out there visiting each site twice a week, cleaning them, making sure there's no vandalism. We also have a host of sensors that can detect things like vibration to know if someone's banging on it or attempting to vandalize it, and so we can proactively
Is there a
address
urine
that.
sensor? It's New York.
It actually, I hear, is powered off urine. So.
That would make a lot of sense.
You know, we found we've got something like 2,500 digital displays across the country today, and we found it's a kind of unspoken rule: the more expensive something looks, the less likely people are to mess with it.
And this is you know, it's going to be a really well-loved product. We had kids actually come up, and once they found out it was free internet, they actually hugged the link. So we think that this is going to. There's a chance for this to be something of the people, something that people own and use and really appreciate and want to take care of. And so
Yeah,
we're really
I guess
happy about that.
as a New Yorker myself too, like once this gets deployed, I feel like it'll probably be a point of pride for people too, just because I know there are a lot of other cities that have deployed Wi-Fi, but I haven't seen anything at this level or with these speeds. Yeah, it just seems very different.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's going to be the fastest Wi-Fi you've ever used. This is the first time in my memory that the network's actually faster than the current devices. Of course, the devices are going to catch up really quickly, but we built the networks that can continually be upgraded, and we hope to, you know, continuously impress New York and be the best service provider out there with the fastest internet all over the city and for free.
And, you know, for the 55, 60 million people that visit New York every year, this is just an incredible utility. They can, you know, not have to get eye-wateringly expensive data roaming charges, come and get access to the city immediately.
What do you think this will mean for New York's local ISPs? Because nobody likes them. You know, Time Warner, Cablevision, all those guys. Yeah, they've pretty much done a good job of monopolizing their particular locations. What do you think free, fast internet is going to do to them?
Look, I think we can look to how Google Fiber has changed markets and really pushed the envelope for what speed and what costs could be out there, and the industry's responded. And there's been a lowering of prices and an increase of speed ever since. We've seen far too little improvement in the speed and cost department based on the available technology and the capex to deploy these systems. So we think there's going to be a huge economic impact. I think if we could save just 10% of New Yorkers 50% of their phone bill, you'd be putting hundreds of millions of dollars back into people's pockets on an annual basis. And maybe that's just from lowering your mobile bill, but certainly I think there's potential for huge impact here.
Are there any plans for like building public spaces around some of the links too? Because, you know, if you have this faster internet connection, you probably want like a little desk or a picnic table or something to sit down and work on.
You know, if it's near New York City is a mobile city. You know, New Yorkers are mobile. So wherever you go, we want there to be links. And so that's why they're really all across the city. They're going to be near parks. They're going to be near cafes, near bus stops. They're going to be, this is incredibly valuable real estate to be able to get wireless signal into first floor retail. And so we think there's just going to be a huge impact all across the city. And I hope people put park benches next to it. We're deploying hundreds of millions of dollars worth of capital to make this happen. We really want people to use it.
Gotcha. Any plans to like put them inside of parks too, just to kind of serve as like a central hub or anything?
We have a non-advertising unit that is suitable for residential neighborhoods. It's just a much slimmer unit, and we're looking at parks, and we're looking at partnering with New York City and how we can leverage all the existing wireless out there and leverage our high-speed fiber so we can upgrade the wireless. But you know, that's in discussion.
Very cool. Can you guys talk about just managing this as a government project too? I feel like I've at least in New York, I've never seen something like announced and a couple of years later actually, you know, hit it on time, get out there. You know, how did you guys manage that?
Yeah, so it was actually just announced. We just won the contract last December. It had to go through an approval process, so really it began in late July.
So 1 year. Yeah, wow.
Just 1 year we've got it on the street, and really less than a year since it was totally approved. So Look, this is a for-profit company. We're motivated to get these out there as soon as possible to generate revenue for the city and for us as well. And it's, we've got hundreds of people working on this, from civil crews to engineers, developers, designers, product managers, advertising companies. It's a huge opportunity, and we're really excited to get out there quickly.
You know, we all live and are based in New York as well, so this is something on a personal level that we really want to see happen.
Well, what sort of features do you guys plan on adding, like eventually over time? So right now you have what? You have free calls, you have cell phone charging, you have the internet, of course. What else could we see?
Yeah, so maps are obviously going to be really useful. So that'll be the first kind of product that comes out there. Then we're going to quickly look to add video calls, see how people use that. We're going to look at how people use the system. We're going to learn a lot. We're looking at all kinds of use cases, engaging citizens through things like participatory budgeting potentially, just all kinds of use cases, hyper-local information.
Yeah, as I said before, we're going to open this up to much smaller advertisers and allow them to participate in ways that isn't possible today. So this is really an organ for every single person.
So what do you mean by that, though? Like, could you describe how a small advertiser could use it?
Sure. Today, digital out-of-home tends to put people inside loops. Loops last for 4 weeks, can be expensive. We're going to use a variety of anonymized and aggregated first and third-party data to really unlock the power of the medium, allow smaller advertisers to buy smaller increments of space, leveraging those data insights so they're sure they get the right time and the right screen. It's really revolutionary, and for every bit as cool as this is for the people of New York, we want to reflect that with the brands that we work with.
Yeah, I think you can also think about massive community art projects. There's an ability for us to work with local artists, work with creatives, community groups to think about community messaging, whether it's a lost cat poster on a tablet to some massive generative art project that's leveraging the network across the city and real-time data. So, I think that we've designed this as a platform with an Android tablet, with using a philosophy about making it an open platform with APIs, so that we can really include developers, the community, and we can think about how we can use this to create all kinds of applications, Internet, IoT, Internet of Things, networks, just huge number of possibilities.
Gotcha. And what does your rollout look like at this point? I know you're ready to deploy already.
Yeah, so we've got the first ones on the street just deployed this week. We're going to keep deploying over the next couple years, but we should have about 500 on the street by middle summer, which is really exciting. Really coming up 3rd Avenue, 8th Avenue, into the Bronx, out into Queens, Brooklyn. We'll be in Staten Island. We'll be in all 5 boroughs by midsummer. We hope to blow that number out of the water and go really fast, but we'll have over 4,000 deployed in the first 4 years and keep going from there.
Excellent. Sounds good. I can't wait to test these things out. Anything else you guys want to add about the project or where things are going?
So it's just a huge project. Takes a lot of different people to make it happen. We've been working closely with the mayor's office. We've got a lot of great support there. Focused on equity. We're really looking forward to how this can change people's lives, how it's a new model for cities around the world to revamp existing infrastructure, deliver a really much needed public service, and at the same time generate revenue. And we really think it's a first of its kind of franchise model, and so we're excited to see where it goes in other places around the country, around the world.
So in terms of franchise model, like, you guys would eventually open up the design for other cities to use as well, or deploy?
Yeah, we'd love to be able to implement Link in other cities. Really, it's any pedestrian dense city, major metropolitan area. We think that may need some help in the connectivity department, which I think every city could use. There's just a huge opportunity there to see this go around the world.
All right, thanks, guys. Thanks. It's Colin and Dave from Intersection. Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
It is one of the most famous and well-known festivals, electronic music festivals in the world. So it's got like 4 massive stages, 2 tents, 2 outdoor stages. These stages are works of art, as I see them. So in a way we're artists, and it allows us to create our work. Electric Zoo as a name has really something in the name when it comes to scripting, storytelling, and we wanted to do something with that. It's a zoo in the middle of the city. It's a place where the city meets nature. The inspiration was an architect, Santiago Calatrava. And what he does with all his creations and buildings, with really straight forms, he creates organic structures. With that in mind, we created the main stage, a gigantic bird form, but with all straight elements.
For a festival like Electric Zoo with this concept of the bird, which is actually the phoenix rising, is all about engineering, because this stage in particular is a cantilevered stage. All the weight is in the front of the stage, which meant a lot of calculations, a lot of engineering, a lot of design elements to go into the engineering to make it work with the space that you have. There's different types of music in each of these stages, so all of the concepts in the video are all about the music. There's an audio designer, and he spends a lot of time speccing out the amount of space he's going to have, how high these tents are, where this structure is to that structure in an audio design, because you really feel the bass in his audio specs, which you don't necessarily get everywhere.
Electric Zoo has been a festival where sound has been a very sort of critical component. So what we try and do is create a really good physical presence with low frequency and subs, so you can actually feel the sound, but not overwhelm your hearing with the mid to high frequencies. There's a lot of crosstalk, so you can hear different stages from different stages if the stages aren't orientated well. So there's a lot of input from the beginning, and over the years there's been a lot of refinement as to where the stages are relative to each other and the direction of the sound and how we can actually stop some of that crosstalk and bleed between the stages. And then we also monitor levels. So, you know, when we do increase the levels over all the stages, we do it incrementally and we do them all the same, so you don't have stages that are louder than the other. And we just manage the actual levels of the site throughout the whole production as well.
Every stage I do now seems to be more of an installation, because my first question always is, what's the roof going to be? Because I think of protecting the artist and the equipment, and really it's all about protecting the artist.
Technology has made it more an exacting science now, where we can predict quite closely what we're going to get to. So we can model things a lot easier and design arrays and know what the coverage patterns are. So we know how high we're hanging a speaker, you know, what it's going to do, what it's going to cover, how far it's going to throw, where previously you didn't have that.
This whole dance music scene allows us to create environments with the events that we do, where with which we can create a positive impact on consciousness or on lives of people. We are adding dimensions with all the technical elements that we can play with.
There's a variety of robots in this competition with different morphologies. Some of them are on wheels, and some of them have multiple legs, some of them are on tracks. I think that legs offer specific advantages if the environment you want the robot to operate in justifies them. So going over very rigid terrain, humanoids are quite good for going into narrow spaces. They have typically a narrow form factor, and they're typically well designed for operating in human environments.
Humanoids are great if you're looking at human environments, because there is an existence proof that a human can move around and do stuff in that environment, right? It was designed around humans. Our take on it, though, is that if you actually break all of the requirements down, taking a more monkey and ape inspiration, the simian inspiration, is going to lead to a more effective robotic system for the problem at hand.
With the biped, the stability is an issue, and you see here many creative solutions, in particular with wheels and a larger footprint that increase the stability of the robot.
This robot has a very unique form, so as we're doing things, we find really unusual ways to solve the problem. For example, he steers with his track. He doesn't use his hands to steer, he uses his little track and pushes it against the steering wheel and spins it with the track. Well, that's certainly not something a steering wheel is designed to do, but the non-humanoid form does it very well.
The challenge of the legged robot is that your feet are making and breaking contact with the ground. You have to think a lot about the way you impart force on the ground, the way the ground affects you, your motion. The same thing's true if you wanted to have robot arms build cell phones. And it seems ridiculous that small parts you think would be great for robots, but robots are actually not good at controlling small contact forces when they're doing parts assembly. I really believe that the problem of balancing a humanoid robot is actually helping us understand that, is going to help us understand how to make manufacturing robots, or robots that have to go into your body and help with a surgeon perform some advanced surgery. Or all these things are subtle interactions between the robot and the environment, which we're capturing by balancing this robot on this crazy obstacle course.
When Apple introduced the iPad Air 2 last year, it was a pretty big deal. The iPad Mini 3, however, which was announced just moments afterwards, was considerably less of a big deal. Basically, Apple just took the previous year's iPad Mini 2, gave it a new gold finish and a Touch ID sensor, and called it a day. Yes, it does kind of suck that iPad Mini fans got shortchanged, but Apple is making up for it now with the iPad Mini 4, and it really is the iPad Mini we should have gotten last year. So, what's new? Well, the iPad Mini has never been a tank of a tablet, but Apple shaved off about 1/10 of a pound, making this year's iPad Mini the thinnest and lightest we've ever seen. 1/10 of a pound might not sound like a whole lot, but believe me, it's a very tangible difference when you're holding these things in your hands. More importantly, the 7.9-inch screen is beautiful. Apple has finally laminated the display with the glass itself, meaning there's no more gap between the pixels on the screen and the glass covering it all. That means we're getting greater clarity, not to mention better viewing angles that we've gotten in the past. This is a big, big improvement. Now, while it might look like Apple took an iPad Air 2 and stuck it under a shrink ray, that's not exactly the case, and that's because of what's going on inside. So instead of carrying over the iPad Air 2's A8X chipset, Apple actually plugged the A8 out of the iPhone 6 and stuck it in this year's iPad Mini 4. I've always thought of the iPhone 6 as a pretty snappy machine, and I've never really had complaints about its performance, so those sentiments carry over really nicely into the Mini 4 as well. Another difference at play here is that Apple dropped in 2 GB of RAM into this iPad rather than the one we saw in the iPhone 6, so it's not a straight translation, and it helps dramatically, especially when it comes to Apple's really cool new multitasking features. We've talked about this stuff more in depth in our iOS 9 review, but here's the long and short of it for the iPad Mini 4. If you swipe over from the right side of the screen, you can open basically a drawer of applets. This is what Apple calls slide over, and any one of those applications can be run in its own section of the screen. You can't interact with the app you were in previously, just the one that you've just opened. If you want to be able to interact with 2 apps at the same time, you can take the line that divides those 2 applications and slide it over until both apps take up half of the screen. This is what's called split view, and you can interact with both at the exact same time. It's a really cool feature, although on the smaller screen of the iPad Mini, it feels a little less useful than it might otherwise be. The rest of iOS 9, if you haven't already played with it, is really, really quite nice. There are a lot of thoughtful changes in addition to these iPad-centric tweaks that make it run and feel much more efficient and more thoughtful. So, for instance, there's a back button that allows you to jump from your current app back into the previous app without you having to open the app switcher and figure out what you were doing. Siri is also more proactive in suggesting people and apps for you to talk to and use respectively, and Spotlight Search now allows you to dig into third-party applications and the contents within, not just stuff you have stored in Apple's own first-party apps. Throw in a battery that lasts almost as long as the 13.5 hours we got out of last year's iPad Mini 3 in our video rundown test, and we've got what's ostensibly Apple's best and most powerful tiny tablet to date. Now, Apple products aren't for everybody, and we could say the same about small tablets too. But if you're looking for a powerful portable slate with great looks and great app support, well, you're probably not going to find a whole lot better than this.
I'm here with Carrie Davis, and we are going to get her pretty drunk and then have her play with an Amazon Echo knockoff. So, cheers, queers. Should I not say that?
What were you drinking before?
A Manhattan.
Oh, no. Well, no. What if we started with a tequila shot?
That sounds good. Cheers.
Cheers.
Hello.
I have so many regrets already.
The thing that she's going to be testing today is called the Ivy Sleek. It's a voice-activated alarm clock that controls a bunch of apps and other stuff.
It's time to get weird.
Today just got so good.
But the problem with that is that it doesn't actually listen to your voice. It's really terrible at it. And so when you're trying to do it even sober, it's a challenge.
Whoa! The crew should partake as well. This is good. Cheers.
Yay!
Cheers.
Brett's like, I hate you.
Let's just get the shot so I can get the fuck out of here. Finish it! Finish it! That is so rude.
Yeah. Yeah. It is.
Wow. Did you take the whole thing?
I think so.
Finish it, Heathrow Franklin. Get on it.
All right, let's get to work,
Let's
people.
go play. Let's go
Am
play
I
with.
drunk enough
Let's
for
play
you?
with Ivy.
When I tested it, it took me close to an hour and a half to get it to initially set up. It didn't want to play nice with my Wi-Fi network, and it all went downhill from there.
Yeah, you're gonna sit in the middle, right? And I'm gonna do this.
Is it here?
Yeah.
Why are we?
So he's gonna pull it out. Whoa. All right, let's get down to business.
So we have a beverage.
Business time.
And
Oh.
This
Called Ivy.
is Ivy.
So you need to figure out what the hell this is. Poison. Poison.
Poison ivy.
Poison.
This is not poison.
Didn't.
Poison.
Okay,
Up,
I'm
up,
already
up.
winning, bitches. Oh, I don't want to swear so much.
Don't break the thing. We still have to use that.
The screen is on. The screen is on.
What?
We've made our first step towards an actual hands-on.
Poison. Poison.
The concept of the Ivy Sleek is good, but the execution is terrible.
It says Ivy
He's getting hostile.
works with Nest. Ivy voice control for the smart home.
Well, I mean, it's supposed to do a lot of stuff. It's supposed to like be an alarm clock, a radio. It's supposed to control your thermostat, a whole bunch of stuff.
Once Ivy powers up, say hello, Ivy, to set up Wi-Fi. Select network. Hello, Ivy. Wait. Hello, Ivy.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
Well, she's dumb. Hello, Ivy.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
So when I initially tested it, it took me about 45 minutes to get the voice command set up.
Enunciate. Carrie.
Yeah, quit slurring.
Shut up, you're ruining my sound.
You have to say hello to her and then she puts you on Wi-Fi.
Voice trigger is now on.
Oh, shit.
Oh! She figured it out.
Yeah, all I have to say, keep drinking.
Sing!
You and I see why.
It's not.
You guys, I'm really
Hold on,
drunk.
it's connecting.
Wi-Fi set up.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
Was it this hard when you did it?
Yeah, actually it was. It's got to be Hello Ivy Wi-Fi setup.
Oh, why would you not say that?
Because this is funnier.
Wi-Fi setup.
Please choose your network.
Oh no!
It took me, God, I want to say an hour or two more to set up the Wi-Fi.
Brass tacks Wi-Fi isn't out here.
Brass tacks must have a password.
At
Can
Brass
we
Tacks
check?
Bar, it's gotta be it.
I have a conclusion. This was way too hard. We couldn't even get the Wi-Fi, which is that.
No, we got connected to the Wi-Fi. We couldn't connect to the internet. Say it, don't spray it.
Okay, we couldn't get connected to the Wi-Fi, but we did everything we could. We couldn't get it. Thank you, After Hours, for giving me something that doesn't work.
In quotes.
After Hours, thank you for getting me drunk, giving me something that doesn't work. If a drunk you can't even set it up, your parents are.
So true.
I guess we can give her something easier next time, but I suggest we give her something even worse.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
Get your shit together, Ivy.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. I'm your host, Veronica Belmont. I'm excited! One of my favorite people ever is on the show today, my former Texilla co-host, Robert Heron. He is about to drop a massive knowledge bomb on an unsuspecting viewer. But first, let's talk about emojis because, yeah, I'm totally biased. This question comes to us from Phil in Montreal. Dear Veronica, what are your thoughts about using the classic smiley face emoticon in corporate emails or emails you would send to clients in a classic office environment? I notice that some people think it's inappropriate, but it's such a big part of our lives now with social media and texting. Thanks for the question, Phil. This is another classic case of needing to read the room. If your boss is sending emoticons or emojis left and right, you're definitely in an emoticon-friendly environment. I would still recommend caution though, as one person's winky face is another person's HR disaster. The inter-office emoticon is much different than using emoji with current or potential clients. Stay away from that unless you're reaching out to, I don't know, me, or Grumpy Cat, or anyone who works at BuzzFeed. Your safest bet, Phil, is to save your emoji use for after hours. Next, we have this fantastic question from Twitter user Waffleophagus. Dear Veronica, at what point does the eye stop seeing pixels? I.e., at what point is Apple's screen resolutions just another meaningless number? To dig into that, let's welcome home theater expert and technologist Robert Heron. Take it away, Rob.
You could never have too many pixels. However, our ability to perceive detail on a display device depends on many factors, including our own visual acuity, the display's pixel density, the distance we are from that display, and the quality of the source material that we're looking at. Now, 20/20 is considered normal vision. However, there are some exceptional eyeballs out there that can perceive more than twice as much detail at a given distance. Consider looking at your smartphone or tablet from about 10 inches away. A person with exceptional vision could take advantage of a display that has 600 pixels per inch. So I'm thinking that the 401 pixels per inch of the Retina HD display on Apple's new iPhone 6 Plus, that seems like a good balance between resolution versus the quality of perception at common viewing distances. I hope this helped.
Thanks, Robert. And if you guys out there are in need of professional video calibration and home theater consultation services, check out HeronFidelity.com or follow him on Twitter at Robert Heron. Next, I thought it would be fun if we went over some viewer feedback on previous episodes in a segment I like to call Viewer Feedback. Huh? You like it? Dear Veronica, read to Karen K on Twitter. The new feature moments is a great way to follow what's trending without overexposing yourself. From @PJLions1. Karen, who in a previous episode was concerned about having randoms following her every move on Twitter, might indeed enjoy the new Moments feature. It's a curated list of the day's biggest news as it happens on Twitter. From news to entertainment, sports, etc., there's lots of ground being covered. Thanks, PJ. We also have an update from our friend Lucas, who wanted to know the best way to prepare for international travel from way back in episode 6. He says, Dear Veronica, thank you again for all your help at Veronica. It took a while, but I got my passport. 2016 is going to be epic. Yes, that's awesome, Lucas. I hope you have an amazing trip. Last but not least, this tweet from Cedric's mom. Dear Veronica, love the podcast, but why is there a smiling pile of doo-doo over your left shoulder? You are a lovely girl, but that isn't helping. There is? Oh. Huh. Never noticed that before. Weird. That's it for this episode, folks. Keep those questions rolling on in to Veronica@Engadget.com or on Twitter using the hashtag DearVeronica. Subscribe in iTunes or on YouTube if you're into that kind of thing, and I will see you next week. You're definitely an emoji-friendly environment. This is another class of... Next, we have this so... We'll slow down there! That's it for this episode, folks. Keeps those questions rolling in. I keep saying keeps those. I found the last one, so Jesus Christ, just let me push this in, the goddamn. And then you got all your goddamn B-roll.
There we go. I'm happy with that.
Welcome back to LA and welcome back to E3. It's day 2 and that means all the press conferences are finally over. And you know what that means? It means we can actually play some games. So we played a lot of them and we asked the questions that mattered. We talked to Shu at Sony about Morpheus and a lot about Morpheus because a lot's coming. You can expect a new OS based inside that headset, as well as a new split screen technology that will have the game projected both inside that headset as well as on the TV screen. Also, my colleague, ally and compatriot, Edgar Alvarez, spent some time with the new Pro Evolution Soccer. And would you believe it, he thinks it might be worth playing over FIFA. Controversial? Perhaps. We also took a much closer look at Xbox's new Elite controller. $150 is a lot of money, but you also get a lot of controller for that. Expect to see programmable magnetic buttons, levers that can be swapped in and out, trigger buttons, exactly how you like them, and all changed and removable without tools. That was a quick rundown of day 2 here at E3. Of course, there's one more day left. That's tomorrow. You're going to come back and join us, right? We'll be checking out all the rest of the games in that hall right behind me. Come back. I've been Matt at Engadget. See you tomorrow.
Commuting sucks, but there are some companies out there trying to make it a little bit less crappy. So we pitted San Francisco's Muni against the electric scooter rental service Scoot. Then we also tried out Uber, and finally we tried the newcomer on the block, the Bolt motorbike. Getting to work in an urban environment can be tricky. To figure out the best way to get to work, I'm going to break down the price, convenience, and speed of each method. So I live approximately 7 miles from work. For convenience, Uber wins, but it also costs $20 to get to work, so right off the bat, no, no, no. Now the Bolt motorbike is actually something you own. It's not quite available now, it's still in beta mode, but the little electric bike looks like a cafe racer, it's actually pretty fun to ride, and it's already in my garage. The other two-wheel option is a Scoot. They're electric scooters that you can rent locally. Now they'll go up to about 25 miles on a charge, and you have to use an app to find one, but fortunately there's one about 2 blocks from my house. So the third option is San Francisco's transportation Muni. It's the bus service. I'm taking the bus. It takes a few minutes to get there, and then while I'm standing there, I'm waiting anywhere from 30 seconds to 9 minutes for a bus to show up, which, you know, seems like wasted time. But it's only $2.25 to ride, so it's cheap. Unfortunately, because of where I work, I have to take 2 buses. So as I get off the first bus, I realize I have to wait 11 minutes for the second bus. So now I have to make a decision. Do I want to walk the 15 minutes to get to work, or wait 11 minutes to take the bus? Meanwhile, should I get a coffee? Now the Bolt and the Scoot both win on speed, but neither is actually very speedy. Because they're both EV vehicles and they're relatively low power, anytime my 200+ pound frame encounters a hill, and there are so many hills in San Francisco, I end up creeping along at about 19 miles per hour. Fortunately, the Bolt is an electric bike, so I can move into the bike lane, no harm, no foul. The Scoot, on the other hand, it's actually a scooter, so I can't go into the bike lane legally. Now, because the Bolt is actually a bike, I took it down San Francisco's famous bike path, the Wiggle. It's a relatively hill-free path from the west side to downtown. Now, when I get to work with the Bolt, no one yelled at me in the bike lane, so that's a plus. And instead of parking in the garage, I decided to take it on the elevator and park it by my desk. There's a Scoot charging station in the garage at work. That's great, but it also highlights the fact that Scoot goes about 25 miles on a single charge. The Bolt, on the other hand, will go 50 miles in eco mode on a single charge, which means I can ride to work and back on a single charge, no problem. But I can also take the battery out and plug it in next to my desk. Uber's nice, but it's too expensive. It's more of a splurge than a commuting option. $20 to get to work and $11 to get home is insane. Maybe once a month. Muni is great, but it's the complete opposite of Uber because it's cheap, but it can also be inconvenient and you might be late to work and sometimes the bus doesn't show up. So the real winners here are Scoot and Bolt. Neither require a motorcycle license. Hell, the Bolt doesn't even require a driver's license. But the Bolt's not available, and there's a waiting list and a hefty price tag of $4,500 for early adopters, and the final product will probably cost you about $5,500 to $6,000. Not cheap. Meanwhile, the Scoot, it's available now. A half-hour ride costs $2 with a $19 monthly plan, or $4 for a half hour with no monthly fee. The Scoot is cheap, it's speedy, and it's convenient. It's not going to cost you an arm and a leg like Uber. It's actually available unlike Bolt, and you'll actually get to work on time unlike Muni.
The initial meeting that I had for Freak Show was with Ryan Murphy, and it was specifically for Sarah Paulson's character, which was the conjoined twins, Dot and Bet. So the initial meeting was just, can we do it? Is it possible? Why don't you go away and have a week to do some designs, and let's see if it's something that we want to approach. They're actually a very complicated character. It's a combination between visual effects and practical effects. The practical effect element, which is what we created, was actually creating 2 animatronic heads, which is a fully mechanical radio-controlled head. That whole process started with a life cast of her, so we took a silicone impression of her face and head, and from that actually created a duplicate copy of her head that we could sculpt an additional neck and partial chest that wrapped around her shoulders, and that was repeated on the opposite side. So both were identical setups, just slightly different looks for each character for Dot and Bet.
A lot of it was driven by makeup and what they felt they could do on set, because we didn't want the photography to be really encumbered by the process. I mean, we knew it was going to be a technical process, but we wanted to be as free as we could in how we shoot the show.
We knew ahead of time that a lot of close-up shots would just be sort of a split-screen visual effects type shot, where Sarah would shoot one side with a little green head, and then she would shoot the other side with a little green head, and then they would marry the 2 together.
We evolved that a little bit of whether she wanted the green head or nothing, and what we could do with the camera and what we could do with her. And by the end of the season, she was walking and sitting down, and that was all kind of working. I think earlier in the season we were a little nervous about doing some of the more complicated stuff, but for this, there's a great scene where she's sitting opposite Dandy having dinner, and she clinks her glasses together, and poor Sarah she'd have acting one character on this side in the hand of a different character, which had completely different body language, and being able to put all that stuff together. And when it came together, it was really fun to see that character kind of come to life.
Modern technology has really changed our industry quite a bit, and especially working with visual effects companies has changed it quite a bit. Now we work hand in hand with visual effects more often than not, and with that we've brought in 3D scanning capabilities, we brought in 3D printing, brought in 3D designers, and it allows us to create a better pipeline between visual effects and practical effects, physical effects.
The challenge in American Horror Story is always turning around an episode that's up to our standards and up to Ryan's standards every week. By the time we get into a season, we'll turn around an episode a week in post. The fact that we can render and we can approach things so quickly really has enabled the kind of birth of visual effects in television that we've seen in the last 10 years.
A lot of times the technology actually helps us a lot. We can create things that are completely symmetrical, highly machined looking parts that we would have never been able to create by hand. And then in some aspects, if we're doing something that has to have perfect skin texture, a lot of times it doesn't work, and it's better to have an artisan do that by hand in clay.
So to be able to do that, and to be able to have all these different departments work together, and things that you think kind of like, oh yeah, that'll be kind of fun, and you see it just materialize in front of your eyes, like the wings in Asylum that Franny wore, the black wings that came out, and just a couple of the gags in Freak Show that we looked at and went, oh hey, that worked really well, and people really responded to it. Kind of doesn't matter how you get there. That's sort of why we all show up every day.
There's a cliche that likens Apple's iPhone releases to the swinging of a clock's pendulum. The tick is the release of a whole new iPhone with a brand new design and plenty of fanfare. The pendulum's backswing, or the tock, is when Apple releases an S model, like the iPhone 6S and 6S Plus I've been playing with. People sometimes give the S models flack, but they're sort of where Apple feels the most comfortable trying new things. Before we get too much further, we should probably just acknowledge that the iPhone 6S and 6S Plus are easily the best iPhones Apple has ever made, and if you're itching for an upgrade, there's really no reason to wait. Of course, we have to unpack the reasons why, and what better place to start than with the screen, or more specifically, the 96 3D touch sensors baked into it. It's the biggest fundamental change in how we interact with our iPhone since Siri came along, and fortunately, it's pretty easy to wrap your head around. If you press down with a little bit of force on, say, one of Apple's own apps, or Instagram or Twitter, it'll open up a menu that provides actions that you would normally only be able to access by opening the app in the first place, so you're able to post your selfies or update your status that much faster. It's also a startlingly handy context tool, so if you get a date or a location in, say, a text message, you'll be able to press and hold and get a preview of where that is or what is currently in your calendar. And anything you're peeking or previewing with 3D Touch, you can actually press a little further in a gesture that Apple calls the pop, which will take whatever it was and bring up its normal full screen view. Like picking up any new behavior, remembering to press down on an app icon will take a little getting used to. Once you do though, you're going to be doing it all the time. Oh, and while we're talking about screens, the 4.7-inch display on the iPhone 6s and the 5.5-inch display on the iPhone 6s Plus are beautiful. Colors are really nicely saturated, viewing angles are about as good as you'd expect from an Apple screen, and it's yet another case of job well done. Apple has also kitted out both new iPhones with what it calls its A9 chipset, which is apparently about twice as fast as the chip we got in the iPhone 6 last year. Make no mistake, these new iPhones are fast. They're easily the snappiest and most responsive iPhones I've ever played with, though. In fairness, the performance difference can be a little tougher to suss out if you're coming from last year's iPhone 6 or 6 Plus. This year, Apple also baked its M9 coprocessor right into the A9 itself, which actually unlocks a new trick for Siri. If you want, you can have it set up so saying the words "Hey Siri" can activate her from a distance, just like a Moto X, for example. She gets a little confused when the room is really loud, but in general it works really nicely, and thanks to the new proactive smarts and the new tricks that Siri's learned in iOS 9, it's actually a very valuable tool. The other big update you might spend the most time with is the new camera. Apple finally ditched its 8-megapixel shooter in favor of a 12-megapixel rear camera, and it's easily one of the best mobile cameras I've ever seen. That rear-facing sensor captures plenty of detail, not to mention really vibrant and not oversaturated colors. Throw in the ability to record 4K video and a really smartly improved selfie experience, complete with a front-facing software-powered True Tone flash, and we've got easily the best camera situation we've ever gotten in an iPhone. And that's not to be reductive either. I spent time testing this thing alongside a Galaxy Note 5, and I was really impressed with the shots both of them produced. There isn't a clear winner, and it's really going to boil down to your preference. Touch ID has also gotten a pretty substantial upgrade, and it's kind of a blessing and a curse. The blessing is that it's almost lightning fast to unlock your iPhone with your fingerprint, and the increased sensitivity means that you won't have to worry about pushing your finger down on it multiple times to unlock. The downside is, since it works so quickly, people like me who've used a quick tap on the home button to check the time or change tracks will have a little bit more difficulty doing so. You'll probably have to change your behavior entirely. Speaking of slightly frustrating things, I find it odd that Apple insists on keeping the 16GB iPhone around as the floor, especially since we're in a hardware upgrade cycle and the iPhones can now shoot both 4K video and live photos that take up about twice the space of a normal 12-megapixel shot. In fairness, iOS 9 is smaller than previous versions, and developers can now flag certain parts of their apps that your device won't have to download if they're not applicable. I'm just saying it would have been nice for Apple to take a stand in this surprisingly substantive upgrade cycle and say, no, enjoy the new space. 32 is where we're going to start. Between the focus on thoughtful efficiency that iOS 9 brings and the power of what's inside the iPhone 6s and 6s Plus, it's really no surprise we like this thing so much. It's an incredibly polished package. And really, there's no better argument for the death of this stupid TikTok cliche than the 6s itself. This is not a pendulum swinging backwards. This is not Apple phoning it in. This is Apple making valuable changes to the foundation of iOS and the iPhone itself, and we're going to see the rippling of these moves for years to come. For now, though, all you have to worry about is that the iPhone 6s and the 6s Plus are truly first-rate smartphones, and you really can't go wrong if you want to upgrade to one or jump on the bandwagon for the first time.
While Verizon offered cold hard cash for your mobile business, you may have missed the marine bot that cleans water, the frozen oil discovery, and the super touchdown by Elon Musk. Welcome to In Case You Missed It, where xenophobic relatives should be forced to watch sensitivity training videos before opening presents. Who's with me?
The Antichrist.
Okay, you can't. Ow! Look, you cannot push religion.
Oh, but I can push drugs in here. Is that what you're saying?
2 days before Christmas, Elon Musk's SpaceX successfully landed the Falcon 9, the first reusable rocket to return from a height of 125 miles. Before landing, it launched a couple satellites into orbit. SpaceX wants to revolutionize the rocket industry, which normally loses millions of dollars in jettisoned machinery and sophisticated rocket components after each launch. SpaceX and Blue Origin CEOs have been taking jabs at each other on Twitter, making this space race a lot more fun to watch than the previous one, what with its constant threat of a nuclear winter. Keep it clean, boys. Okay, bear with us. This may look like a 5th grade science experiment, but actually it's so much more. Plain old oil droplets that are frozen apparently form octagons, triangles, and other crazy shapes if frozen slowly in a soapy solution. Then they revert to their original state when warmed. So, that's non-living chemicals taking on artificial shapes. Future applications are potential shape-shifting spy gear or the Transformers world we've only dreamed of.
I've taken it this far! I won't stop now!
Your resident boat-owning hippie is gonna want to know about this thing. The Sea Bin is basically a vacuum for the water. It's on Indiegogo now and is geared towards marinas, ports, and yacht clubs where employees often try to collect trash and oil in the water by hand. This thing costs nearly $4,000 but would net gross ocean stuff and mermaid gratitude.
We saved Mermaid Kingdom from the garbage! Los Simos! We did it!
And finally, tennis stars or just the wannabes need to see this tennis racket, hacked to sound like Maria Sharapova when swung. That's how some of us sound climbing stairs or just existing, not pointing fingers.
HTC's first flagship of the year, the One M9, maybe wasn't the huge success they were hoping for, so they're trying again with a new formula and a new device called the HTC One A9. It's about the same size as the HTC One M9, but you wouldn't really be able to tell these two devices are related just by looking at them. That's because the A9 looks a bit like an iPhone. We've got a really nicely polished aerospace-grade aluminum body, and it's much rounder, so it does actually feel dramatically like an iPhone 6. We do also have a circular 13 megapixel camera on the back and a circular two-tone LED flash also on the back, which by themselves wouldn't be a huge deal, but do add to the iPhone similarities. It's also worth pointing out that HTC hasn't had the best luck with cameras lately, and the 13 megapixel camera on the back of the A9 is not amazing. It's not bad, it's certainly a little better than what we got on the HTC One M9, but it's not the improvement I was hoping for. Even though the camera isn't the best we've ever seen, it does have some pretty cool photo modes. You can edit it pretty extensively after the fact. There is also a pro mode that allows you to really get into your settings and mess with them, also shoot in RAW, and the hyperlapse mode, which shoots hyperlapses. It's sort of commonplace these days, but it's always nice to have. Part of what makes the A9 so grippable and handy is the smaller screen. We've got a 5-inch AMOLED display here running at 1080p, and longtime HTC fans will know it's been a while since HTC has used an AMOLED screen. It's probably not since the days of the Droid Incredible. Regardless, it's a really well-saturated display, and even if it's not your cup of tea, you can switch into an sRGB mode for slightly less attractive but more accurate colors. HTC is also sort of looking at the A9 as a flagship replacement to the M9, which feels a little bit weird, and that's because of the chipset that's running inside. It's got one of Qualcomm's Snapdragon 617 chips. Now, that's a brand new bit of silicon, and it is an octa-core chipset. 4 of the cores are clocked at 1.5 gigahertz, while another 4 are clocked at 1.2, and in general, we haven't seen a huge decrease in performance. You're not going to feel that this is much slower than an M9 if you have one already. Swiping through apps and opening up games and playing them are generally pretty solid. We did see a bit of a dip in graphical performance though, so you're not going to be able to push really heavy games like, for example, Asphalt 8 or Dead Trigger 2 as strongly as you could have on earlier devices. The version we're getting in the US also has 3 gigabytes of RAM and 32 gigabytes of internal storage, and since HTC is one of those holdouts that keeps putting micro SD card slots in their phones, you also have the option to add up to 2 terabytes of additional storage. There's a whole lot we could say about Android Marshmallow, so much so that we wrote an entire review about it. but the broad strokes are really impressive and I think you're going to like them a lot. My favorite feature is Now on Tap, which basically adds contextual information in the form of cards whenever you hold down on the home button. To get a phone like this, as thin as it is, HTC did have to cut a few corners, and we're sort of seeing that in the battery. It's got a pretty small 2150 milliamp hour battery, which is definitely not class leading, but thanks to improvements that we got in Android 6.0 Marshmallow, actually lasts a bit longer than you think it did. In our standard Engadget video rundown test, it hung in there for about 8 hours and 45 minutes, so definitely not the best, but far from the worst. It is with a heavy heart that I have to report HTC has given the dual front-facing boom sound speakers the boot. What it has instead is one single speaker etched into the bottom of the phone, and it is no replacement for the speakers we used to have. I love those boom sound speakers, and to not have them on a quote-unquote flagship from HTC is really kind of disappointing. The story does get a little better when you've got headphones on. We've got a built-in amplifier to sort of give your tracks more oomph, plus Dolby Audio for a more expansive soundstage. We're starting to see a lot of fingerprint sensors in Android phones, and thankfully the one we've got under this vibrant screen is actually really nice. It's very quick and very accurate, and you can sort of slot down your finger in any direction and have it detect that you are in fact who you are. HTC insists that the A9 is a flagship phone and a worthy successor to the M9. I don't know if I completely agree. It's certainly not a bad phone. The build quality is great. The chipset inside is more powerful than you think, and the software is probably the best I've seen out of HTC in a long time, but I still don't think this is enough for HTC to get out of its rut. It's just not groundbreaking enough. Still, at $399 unlocked, it's not a bad deal for a phone and stacks up pretty well to some of the other phones we've seen in that price range.
Hey, this is Devendra from Engadget here, and today we're looking at the Surface Pro 4. It doesn't look that different from before. It actually looks pretty much just like the Surface Pro 3. Design-wise, Microsoft made a couple tweaks. The screen is slightly bigger. It's 12.3 inches now instead of 12 inches. And surprisingly, it's actually in the same size of the display too. They just removed some of the bezel from around the side of the screen. But the display is sharper now. It's 2763 by 1824. That's a bit better than Quad HD. The actual Surface looks and feels the same, but the type cover is a lot better now. The keys, they stick out a bit more. They have much more feedback. They actually feel a lot like a laptop keyboard. The trackpad is pretty great. It feels just as good as a typical laptop trackpad now too. It's a glass trackpad, but it feels as smooth as everything we've used before, so it just feels pretty good. And that's a big improvement because on the Surface Pro 3 we had a lot of issues with that. The only unfortunate thing is the type cover, it's great, but it's still separate, so it's another $130. And it's a shame. I wish Microsoft would just start including this with the price. The Surface Pro 4 starts at $899 for the Core M3 version, but I'd also recommend bumping that up to the $999 model for Core i5 just for a bit more power. Overall, this is the most lappable Surface yet from Microsoft. That's just their term for actually holding it on your lap like a traditional laptop. Nothing is different with the hinge this time, but the fact that the keyboard is just a lot more functional makes it feel better. It's stiffer too. I was able to transcribe a 30-minute interview while sitting on a park bench with no extra support. I just had the kickstand on my knee, and I banged the whole thing out in just about the same amount of time it was taking me with the MacBook Air. And that's surprising because I really like the MacBook Air's keyboard. So that's a huge accomplishment for Microsoft. The other big change this year too is the new Surface Pen. And this one has 1,024 levels of pressure sensitivity. Slightly different design than before. The tip has been improved so that it feels better when you're actually using it on the glass. It actually feels like you're putting pen to paper or pencil to paper. There's also an eraser on the top right now, which works like an eraser. You just put it on the screen and it erases whatever you actually have drawn there. And it still functions as a button. You hit it once and one note pops up. You can start scribbling down notes pretty easily. It's a huge improvement from past Surface Pens, and honestly, it actually feels very useful now. I can actually see many people using this. Microsoft is also making multiple pen tips available too, so if you need different sensitivity for handwriting or for drawing, you'll have different options available to you. Another nice thing about the Surface Pen is it actually sticks to the side of the Surface now, rather than being holstered on the keyboard. That means you'll just probably lose it a lot less, and means it's just there and ready for you to use whenever you need it to. Otherwise, the Surface Pro 4, not a huge design upgrade from the Surface Pro 3, but that's fine. I think the Surface Pro 3's design was great. It was more the small things, like the keyboard and the maybe slightly cramped screen size. Those are the things that really stuck out for us. Whereas this kind of fixes all those things. It's pretty great. On the hardware side, too, it's running all of Intel's modern Core processors. The entry-level Model 1 is a Core M processor, Core M3. There's also Core i5 for $999, and I actually think that's where you should be starting, just power-wise. And on the top end, there's still Core i7 models, but you can actually add up to 16 gigabytes of RAM now and 512 gigabytes of storage. That'll cost you around $2,200. That's a lot of money for a Surface, but that's also a lot of power too, and I know people have been clamoring for that. It also works really well with Windows 10, which is something we also saw with the Surface 4. One thing I really like is Windows Hello, which is Microsoft's fast sign-in option. We haven't been able to test that yet, unfortunately. Microsoft also has another version of the Type keyboard available that's going to have a fingerprint sensor. So the Surface Pro 4 is a lot better as a laptop-like replacement, but still pretty good too as a tablet. Just as the past Surface Pros have been. It's 1.7 pounds, so not much different from before, but still pretty easy to use and hold with one hand. Overall, this is the best Surface we've seen from Microsoft. It's about as portable as the large tablet, but it's just as productive as a typical laptop, and that's a huge accomplishment. Microsoft does seem to be taking a step backwards this year by announcing the Surface Book, which is their big spin on what a future laptop can be. Honestly, though, that's something meant for power users. It's more like the MacBook Pro, whereas the Surface Pro 4 feels more like MacBook Air, but I know that naming can be kind of confusing. For most people, the Surface Pro 4 will be a fantastic laptop hybrid.
Marvel came to us and said, you know, we'd like you to give us some ideas and some concepts for the title sequence at the end of Avengers Age of Ultron. So we got the team together, we started roughing out all these different concepts and ideas. One that really stood out to all of us was this notion of, you know, a very dramatic, almost Greek-styled sculpture that felt like it was a monument.
The film was much about tribute, and actually when you see the film, there's a lot of other statues in the movie that are scattered throughout.
When we pitched it, we said, you know, let's honor, you know, the Avengers because they're saving the day. You know, they saved the day in the first one. Let's, you know, there's got to be some sort of way we can keep them in our memory. You know, we had inspiration from 9/11, you know, first responders, things like that. So we were like, you know, we tie in great with you know, with that mindset.
There's a scene very early on in the film where you see all of the heroes arranged in a way that's almost the exact inverse of this monument or heroic sculpture. We actually spent a few days taking visits to the Met and investigating all the sculptures and looking at all the nuances in the way that, you know, a sculptor has to work with marble to render certain things such as hair and how certain transitions work, and where you see, you know, certain figures clutching another and making impressions on their skin, and these fantastical techniques that these unbelievable sculptors use to make these gorgeous works of art. And we're figuring out in our 3D software how to get the subsurface scattering of the light to really make the most of those little nuances and touches to make this feel like something that is, you know, not just epic and big, but deeply beautiful and moving. It is true marble, every element. You know, we have Iron Man flying through the air, but he has a big plume of smoke coming out of one of his thrusters that connects him or branches him to the base sculpture itself. We wanted to make sure that all of those things held through. Hawkeye, with his bow and arrow, doesn't actually have a string on his bow and arrow because there is not a single sculpture of a, you know, a archer that has that string in place. And it was also interesting because we ended up taking our 3D data that we had sculpted digitally to put that sculpture together and ended up handing that off to a company called Comic Cave, who are currently in the process of developing a real sculpture that you could own and have in your home.
For years, there were rumors that Microsoft might one day build its own laptop. Finally, the company did just that. This is the Surface Book, and Microsoft is billing it as the ultimate laptop. That's a reference to the premium build, as well as the fast performance, long battery life, and convertible design. On the outside, it has a well-built magnesium case with a comfortable keyboard and Microsoft's own precision touchpad. Basically, the best Windows trackpad you can get. All told, it looks faintly like a MacBook Pro and performs like one too. But unlike a Mac, it has a funky-looking hinge that allows you to detach the screen by holding down a button on the keyboard. Once you remove it, you have an incredibly light 13.5-inch tablet. Really, it's incredible how light this thing is. It weighs just 1.6 pounds and is super thin. But remember, there's a full functioning Core i5 PC in there. If you want, you can also reattach the screen facing backwards and then flip it down into tablet mode, but I don't recommend doing that. The machine weighs about 3.5 pounds when all the pieces are together, so that's one heavy tablet. If 13.5 inches sounds like an odd screen size, by the way, that's because Microsoft wanted to keep the same 3:2 aspect ratio as on the other Surface tablets. In each case, the idea was to make the screen the same size as a pad of paper, so that it feels more natural to write on it. Speaking of the sort, the Surface Book comes with a pressure-sensitive pen in the box, and it attaches magnetically to the side of the screen so that you don't have to worry about losing it. In my tests, pen input felt both smooth and precise, as natural to use as advertised. I mentioned that the Surface Book has a premium design reminiscent of the MacBook Pro. Well, it performs like one too. Under the hood, you get either a 6th generation Core i5 or i7 processor, paired with 8 or 16 gigs of RAM, up to 512 gigabytes of solid-state storage, and an optional NVIDIA GPU. I benchmarked it both with and without discrete graphics, but even without, it's fast. Either way, too, you get 2 batteries, one in the tablet itself and one in the keyboard. Microsoft says you can expect up to 12 hours. I say that's a conservative estimate. I actually got around 14 with integrated graphics. Really incredible. The Surface Book is available for pre-order now, starting at $14.99. It's expensive, but it deserves our strong recommendation. There's a lot to like here.
It's Dear Veronica! This week we're blowing out your eardrums with some serious bass, cover some of your most nightmarish holiday tech support stories, and figure out when that peanut M&M is safe to eat. It's going to be all delicious, I promise. Recently on the show, I asked for your worst holiday tech support stories. I mean, it's the time of the year when most of us are home visiting family, and being the tech-savvy nerds that we are, we're often bullied into fixing everything with an on-off switch. But before we get to your responses, I wanted to see what the Engadget editors had to say.
I love my family. I love going home, except for when you walk in the door, you first start saying hello, how are you, all of that, and then they come at you, and it's all of a sudden you feel surrounded.
My mom's got one of those August smart locks on the side door, but I've lost my password for it, so I couldn't actually access the account anymore, and my mom was locked out of the house trying to get back in using her account.
Can you show me how to send a picture again?
So my in-laws for years used a Windows machine, and not a new Windows machine, like an old Windows machine, and it was horrible. Every time I would visit them, I would spend hours, literally hours up in the office uninstalling just random everything. Like if there was malware, they found it.
My mother-in-law has been trying to drop Comcast for a while now, and I suggested that she get like a Roku box.
My Wi-Fi doesn't work, okay? Go to the router, is it working, is it plugged in? First thing you do, turn it on and off again, doesn't work. Okay, are the connections set up properly? Is it connected to the modem? Is it connected to a computer?
Maybe they were trying to help a Nigerian prince 50, 60 times, but every time I booted up that machine, it was just...
resetting her account, resetting the lock itself, doing a factory reset on the lock, and the solution was we eventually just called a locksmith.
She won't do it. She won't cut cable, so I don't know.
So I call our ISP, figure it out. Oh, we haven't paid the internet bill. I can't fix being broke.
Sometimes it's a curse working for a tech site. You're always on call. As for the viewers out there, they don't seem to have it too much better. From @Ross Bennett, Drunk in-law threatening physical harm when I couldn't make Google sort his contacts by last name before Google would. Damn, I knew tech support is stressful, but it doesn't need to get violent. And this gem from @KellerTerry. Last Christmas, my mom said she had a computer problem. Turns out she fell for CryptoLocker and lost everything. Wow, hope you guys were able to wrangle the Bitcoin to ransom her data back. Super ouch. And finally, from Ultimate Good Samaritan @Gerald Prado. Had an 80-plus-year-old man with a quadriplegic daughter whose PC was done. The nurse had unplugged her PC with eye tracking, the only way for her to communicate, and it needed to be set up, recalibrated, and have her library shortcuts back uploaded. The medical company would take 2 weeks to come out because of the holidays. They were in Massachusetts, we're in Texas. After a few hours, I had it up and running. It was the hardest because a nice man was looking so crushed when he came in. Other techs had told him it just couldn't be done, and she had been without her PC for a week already. I still think about that nice man. And I'm sure they still think about you, Gerald. That was very awesome of you. As for everyone else, keep those responses coming. I'll read more as I get them over the next few weeks. Next up, a question from my pal Eric Lynn. He writes, Dear Veronica, how come there's only like 2 models of earbud in the known universe that I can hear any bass from? Is it my ears or the buds? That's an interesting question. Typically, over-the-ear headphones are better suited for supplying bassier sound, but many earbuds have gotten pretty good at it too. Here to dig into this question is music lover and audiophile James True, Engadget Deputy Managing Editor. Take it away, James.
Hey Veronica, the real problem here is basic physics. There's a reason why bass speakers are so large, which is they need to push a lot of air so that you can feel that bass. Obviously this is a problem when it comes to in-ear headphones. There are a couple of things you can do to improve your experience. First of all, never ever use the headphones that come inside the box. Just throw them away, they're probably terrible. Second of all, try and find a pair of headphones with a really good selection of silicone tips. The more you try, the more likely you're going to find a pair that really fits your ear and you want a good seal to get a good bass. Third of all, if you've got a bit more money, try to get a pair of in-ear molds. It's a little bit more pricey, but you can get kits to do it at home now, and that's the best way you're going to get the most bass from the headphones you've got. Hope that helps.
Thanks, James. Awesome info. I hope this helps you find the earbuds of your dreams, Eric. Enjoy your wub-wub. Next up, this question from David Kawada on Facebook. He writes, Do you believe in the 5-second rule? Fact or myth? Quick, I just dropped a peanut M&M. David, there are many factors at play here. My rules. 1. How clean is the floor? If the floor is pretty clean, as in relatively free of lint and debris, I'd say go for it. 2. How solid is the food object? Our example, the peanut M&M, remains relatively intact and undamaged in a dropped situation. A glob of yogurt, on the other hand, is probably best left wiped up and forgotten. Wet or moist foods tend to pick up much more grossness. 3. Is this the last bit of whatever item you're eating? If you have 1 piece of pie left and it takes a tumble and there will not be any pie for the foreseeable future, I would consult rules 1 and 2 and use your best judgment. If there is plenty of pie remaining, maybe let that one go. 4. Are you very hungry? If you are very hungry, most bets are off. Our stomachs can handle most kinds of floor grossness and germs without too much trouble. It just depends on whether you can stomach the gross factor mentally. On that appetizing note, thanks for watching, everyone. Keep those questions rolling on into me via Twitter with the hashtag #DearVeronica. I'll see you next week.
While you were creating great things with pipe cleaners, you probably missed the Alien live-action shooter game, new car tech from Tokyo, and China's bigger-than-CERN collider. Welcome to, in case you missed it, Halloween edition. I'm bad at that, sorry. Where the Great Pumpkin's uprising against humanity has been foretold since 1966.
It did it! Oh! Oh my god!
You can celebrate with us by dressing your children as the heroes that lie within. You can also annoy all your neighbors, but win the affection of every internet stranger by creating a sing-along Halloween display.
I know that your powers of retention are as wet as a warthog's backside.
Witch approved.
Oh, and I'm naked, but this is all you're seeing. Up here, up, up.
What? It's magic. Chinese state-run media just announced that the country will begin construction on what will be the world's largest super collider in 2020. The facility is expected to be at least twice as large as the CERN collider and smashes matter with more than 7 times the energy. Of course, Stephen Hawking has warned us against messing with the God particle, but we're not scared about that.
What happened to your eyes? Where we're going, we won't need eyes to see.
But we should be. In case you're looking for more frights, we've covered Realm Pictures' first ever live-action zombie shooter game just a few months ago, and now they're back with Level 2. These lucky folks were casually perusing chat roulette, like you do, when BAM!
I need your help to get them off that ship.
This time, the storyline was about people stuck in space going up against infected aliens. Players were able to wear an ass-kicking exosuit, shoot things, and basically help a survivor escape a bunch of aliens in deep space. To do it, they had even more staff who had cool jobs like this.
And Dave's actually been inside this guy, flying it around like a kite. Dave, what was it like?
It's pretty fun. Probably the most fun you can have inside a giant worm.
Realm Pictures lets their followers know when they're about to live stream on the Twitter feed, so that might be worth following. Toss me a pirate hat! Go, go! Ah! Tokyo's auto show just wrapped, and one of the most riveting bits were the display of cool head and tail lights. LEDs are becoming mainstream, but this full rainbow spectrum is another thing entirely. Car makers are now using lasers to express low beams with white and high beam in a laser that can go basically any color in the red, green, or blue family. Not only are they pretty, they're smart lights that can detect changes in natural light and adjust for it. It's pretty smart for a car. How smart are they? And now, Too Long Didn't Read, where we sum up the week's news because the Great Pumpkin is about to come and kill you all. Sony kicked off its inaugural Paris Game Week. A military spy blimp at the Aberdeen Proving Grounds broke free of its tether and floated 100 miles away. The daily fantasy sports industry has drawn up plans to regulate itself. And the South by Southwest Festival pulled a pair of Gamergate-related panels due to threats of on-site violence, then reinstated them, sorta. Have a spooky time. I'm just...
Used to be that if you wanted sweet aerial shots of your action sports, you'd have to hire a chopper and film crew. Thankfully, we're living in the 21st century and have drones for that. Drones like the Hexo Plus from Squadron Systems. This semi-autonomous hexacopter can carry a GoPro or similar camera with its stabilized gyro and actively tracks movement by pairing to your mobile phone through a Bluetooth connection. Just open the companion app, pick which movement you want, and hit send, and the drone does the rest. It's not like you can outrun it either. The Hexo Plus has a top speed of 45 miles an hour and is powerful enough to operate in both high winds and light snow. Just keep it and yourself out of thunderstorms. The Hexo Plus can be programmed to perform specific movements as it tails you, by circling overhead, panning laterally, hovering in a fixed position, or diving in for extreme close-ups. And at any time, you can recall the copter and have it land safely at your feet. The drone can film for up to 15 minutes on a full charge before you'll need to swap out the proprietary battery pack. If it does run low on juice during a shoot, the Hexo Plus can initiate an emergency landing on its own. It doesn't do obstacle avoidance just yet, so you're gonna want to keep it away from trees and enclosed spaces. But if you do happen to ram it into some shrubbery, don't worry. The landing struts and propellers are easily replaced, and significant damage can be repaired by the company. So if you have a spare $1,300 and want a drone that will follow you around as you do other stuff, then this is absolutely the one for you. If you don't have that kind of cash on hand, then you might want to wait for the GoPro drone to come out and see how much that costs.
I'm Nicole Lee with Engadget, and this is a first look at the OnePlus 2, the second generation phone from the OnePlus 1. There are a few differences over the OnePlus 1. For one thing, it has a magnesium alloy frame, so it's a little heftier, a little thicker, but a little bit more premium feeling than the original. Also new to the OnePlus 2 is a new fingerprint sensor underneath the display. Instead of a clicking feeling button like the iPhone would have, this has a capacitive feel. So all you have to do is put your finger on the button and it'll trigger. Next to the fingerprint sensors are two capacitive buttons as well. On the back of the phone is a 13-megapixel camera as well as a laser focus and a dual LED flash. The camera has optical image stabilization as well. On one side of the phone, you get the usual power and volume buttons. On the other side, you get something very unique, which is an alert slider. It essentially turns on and off Android notifications. You can either turn all notifications on, all of it off, or just turn priority notifications on. Instead of coming with cyanogen, which is what the OnePlus 1 came with, the OnePlus 2 comes with something called Oxygen OS, which is OnePlus's own custom Android operating system. It is very similar to Android L, except with a few touches. For example, you have a unique shelf home screen, which displays your frequently accessed apps and contacts. You can also pull down from anywhere on the home screen to access the quick settings. Another thing you can do is you can turn on and off the on-screen buttons if you wish. One of the more unique things about the OnePlus 2 is it comes with a USB-C type connector, making it one of the first Android phones to have this type of connector. As for the internals of the OnePlus 2, it has a 64-bit Qualcomm Snapdragon 810 processor, it has 4 GB of LPDDR4 RAM, and it has an Adreno 430 GPU. The OnePlus 2 will be available for $389 for the 64GB version, and it will be available August 16th via invitation. I'm Nicole Lee for Engadget, and that was the first look at the OnePlus 2.
Hey everyone, as you've probably guessed by now, we're here at IFA and we're just hanging out with Samsung checking out their new Gear S2 smartwatch. Now, this is a successor to the original Gear S, so it's bucking the Android Wear trend and it's going with Samsung's own Tizen platform. As you can see, it's circular as opposed to the original Gear S's square design, and it looks and feels very much like the size of a regular watch, so not as unwieldy as perhaps, say, the original Moto 360. Now, in addition to the touchscreen that you would expect on this watch, there's also a couple of cool kind of control features. So you've got a couple of buttons on the side which function as your kind of app and back buttons, but you've also got this cool rotating bezel which kind of lets you cycle through your home screen, cycle through your app drawer, that kind of thing. Another new thing about the Gear S2 that Samsung has decided on is that it will work with any modern Android phone. Like all modern wearables, activity tracking is a big part of the proposition. So you've got a 24-hour activity log app which kind of documents everything you're doing throughout the day, and it can tell whether you're running or walking and that kind of thing, and a built-in heart rate monitor as well. But it's more than just a wearable. Obviously, Samsung being Samsung, they've got tons of app partners, which they've already established for the Tizen ecosystem. Now, the Gear S2 actually comes in two variants. You've got the Gear S2, which is the more kind of modern, I guess, sporty-looking model, and you've also got the Gear S2 Classic, which is slightly smaller, slightly thinner, and comes with leather bands, and that's also a standardized band size, so you can buy kind of any normal watch band and put that on there. The S2 will also come with a 3G variant, which you can kind of stick a SIM in. You'll need your phone to kind of set it up initially, but should you leave it at home, that will operate independently. You can take your calls, get your apps and things like that. Now, we're looking at around a 2 to 3 day battery life, and one of the other upgrades from the original Gear S is a wireless charging, so you'll just stick it in a cradle. And then importantly for Samsung as well, this model has NFC, which will be supporting Samsung Pay, the mobile payment service. We don't have any pricing or availability details at the moment. This is just kind of a first look, and it makes a really good first impression, which you couldn't say about the original Gear S. Yeah, that's a quick look at the new Tizen running Gear S2, and check out all our other IFA coverage at the Hub.
I'm Nicole Lee with Engadget, and this is a first look at the OnePlus 2, the second generation phone from the OnePlus 1. There are a few differences over the OnePlus 1. For one thing, it has a magnesium alloy frame, so it's a little heftier, a little thicker, but a little bit more premium feeling than the original. Also new to the OnePlus 2 is a new fingerprint sensor underneath the display. Instead of a clicking feeling button like the iPhone would have, this has a capacitive feel. So all you have to do is put your finger on the button and it'll trigger. Next to the fingerprint sensors are two capacitive buttons as well. On the back of the phone is a 13 megapixel camera as well as a laser focus and a dual LED flash. The camera has optical image stabilization as well. On one side of the phone you get the usual power and volume buttons. On the other side you get something very unique, which is an alert slider. It essentially turns on and off Android notifications. You can either turn all notifications on, all of it off, or just turn priority notifications on. Instead of coming with cyanogen, which is what the OnePlus 1 came with, the OnePlus 2 comes with something called Oxygen OS, which is OnePlus's own custom Android operating system. It is very similar to Android L, except with a few touches. For example, you have a unique shelf home screen, which displays your frequently accessed apps and contacts. You can also pull down from anywhere on the home screen to access the quick settings. Another thing you can do is you can turn on and off the on-screen buttons if you wish. One of the more unique things about the OnePlus 2 is it comes with a USB-C type connector, making it one of the first Android phones to have this type of connector. As for the internals of the OnePlus 2, it has a 64-bit Qualcomm Snapdragon 810 processor, it has 4 GB of LPDDR4 RAM, and it has an Adreno 430 GPU. The OnePlus 2 will be available for $389 for the 64GB version, and it will be available August 16th via invitation. I'm Nicole Lee for Engadget, and that was the first look at the OnePlus 2.
Hey everyone, as you've probably guessed by now, we're here at IFA and we're just hanging out with Samsung, checking out their new Gear S2 smartwatch. Now, this is a successor to the original Gear S, so it's bucking the Android Wear trend and it's going with Samsung's own Tizen platform. As you can see, it's circular as opposed to the original Gear S's square design, and it looks and feels very much like the size of a regular watch, so not as unwieldy as perhaps, say, the original Moto 360. Now, in addition to the touchscreen that you would expect on this watch, there's also a couple of cool kind of control features. So you've got a couple of buttons on the side which function as your kind of app and back buttons, but you've also got this cool rotating bezel which kind of lets you cycle through your home screen, cycle through your app drawer, that kind of thing. Another new thing about the Gear S2 that Samsung has decided on is that it will work with any modern Android phone. Like all modern wearables, activity tracking is a big part of the proposition. So you've got an 24-hour activity log app which kind of documents everything you're doing throughout the day, and it can tell whether you're running or walking and that kind of thing, and a built-in heart rate monitor as well. But it's more than just a wearable. Obviously, Samsung being Samsung, they've got tons of app partners, which they've already established for the Tizen ecosystem. Now, the Gear S2 actually comes in two variants. You've got the Gear S2, which is the more kind of modern, I guess, sporty-looking model, and you've also got the Gear S2 Classic, which is slightly smaller, slightly thinner, and comes with leather bands, and that's also a standardized band size, so you can buy kind of any normal watch band and put that on there. The S2 will also come with a 3G variant, which you can kind of stick a SIM in. You'll need your phone to kind of set it up initially, but should you leave it at home, that will operate independently. You can take your calls, get your apps and things like that. Now, we're looking at around a 2 to 3 day battery life, and one of the other upgrades from the original Gear S is wireless charging, so you'll just stick it in a cradle. And then importantly for Samsung as well, this model has NFC, which will be supporting Samsung Pay, the mobile payment service. We don't have any pricing or availability details at the moment. This is just kind of a first look, and it makes a really good first impression, which you couldn't say about the original Gear S. Yeah, that's a quick look at the new Tizen running Gear S2, and check out all our other IFA coverage at the Hub.
You know, there's never been a better time to be a smartphone shopper with a budget, and that's mostly because Motorola has just released this, the Moto G, the 2015 version. Despite really strong competition from Asus and Huawei and companies like Alcatel, the Moto G remains probably the best bargain Android smartphone you could find. So first, let's talk about what's inside the phone. It's powered by one of Qualcomm's Snapdragon 410 chips. Now, that's a quad-core processor clocked at 1.4 gigahertz, and it comes with 2 gigabytes of RAM, or at least this version does. The base level Moto G, which you'll be able to get for $180 straight from Motorola, comes with 8 gigabytes of internal memory and only 1 gigabyte of RAM, so it's going to be a little bit pokier. That said, using this slightly more expensive version, I really have nothing to complain about. It's actually a little astonishing how good, how smooth this thing feels, especially considering how much you're actually paying for it. Now, all the horsepower in the world doesn't mean a whole lot if you don't have a half-decent screen to play stuff on, and that's why we've got a 5-inch 720p display here. That might not be too thrilling to you because, as you might know, Motorola's 2014 Moto G also had a 5-inch 720p display, but I really don't have any complaints about this either. Colors are bright and nicely saturated, if a little on the muted side, so if you're like me and you prefer the nice punchy colors of an AMOLED screen, you're gonna want to look elsewhere, but for $180, this is really not bad. It's actually pretty good for games too, so if you're sitting down for a few rounds of zombie slaying in Dead Trigger 2, you're gonna find that things actually look really crisp and detailed. I cranked up the graphical quality of the game, expecting the worst, and it really didn't come out too bad. A little bit of stuttering during cutscenes, but actual gameplay wasn't impacted all that much, so not bad there. Part of that speed is also defined by the software, and Motorola always has taken a light touch with Android. That hasn't changed. We've got what Motorola calls a pure Android experience here. Just to be clear, that doesn't mean Motorola hasn't done anything. This isn't pure stock Android. There are quite a few under the hood improvements, plus a few bits and pieces that Motorola added to sort of make the Moto G a little smarter for your benefit. So instead of having the notification LED, you'll actually have notifications appear as icons right on the screen. Now that's a trick Motorola has taken from its previous flagships, the Moto X, and transplanted here for the first time into the Moto G. Also new to the mix is what Motorola calls Motorola Assist. It's a bit of a contextual intelligence that Motorola has popped into the Moto G, and what it does is it takes into account when you sleep, where you are, and acts on that appropriately. So if you're in a meeting, or if you're in church, or if it's 11 p.m., the phone knows, okay, I should probably shut up now. It does take a few moments to set it up the first time just to get your rules the way you like them, but it's generally a pretty painless process, and it's honestly a bit better than having to mash your volume button down when your phone goes off in the middle of church. Now, if you've read our review of the Moto G last year, you'll remember the camera was fine, it's okay, but we're actually working with a much more powerful sensor this time around, and that's because Motorola has basically taken the camera out of its 6-inch Nexus 6 and transplanted it right here into our $180 Moto G. That means we're looking at honestly very, very nice photos in broad daylight, really nicely saturated, very well detailed, stuff that you generally not want to print out, but more than good enough for Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Things get a little dicier, though, when photons get sparse. The Nexus 6 wasn't great at low-light photography. This is not either. After a while, once it gets dark, your photos will come out probably pretty muddy and blurry. There's an HDR mode that actually does work pretty nicely if you've got the patience to hold yourself really, really still, but aside from that, it's pretty rough sailing on the camera front. Okay, now we're left with one final big question, and that's how long this battery is going to last. If you're anything like me, you'll be texting on and off and sending messages in Slack. I've been able to get a Moto G through that daily grind for about 13 or 14 hours before I have to plug it back in, and that's pretty consistent use. We ran it through our standard Engadget rundown test where the phone loops a 720p video at 50% brightness connected to Wi-Fi until it dies, and it's stuck around for about 10 hours and 40 minutes, so pretty good compared to a lot of flagships out there, and definitely better than the 8 or so hours we got out of last year's Moto G. Now, make no mistake, the Moto G is not a perfect phone, but it's about as good a phone as you're going to get for $180. You can tell where Motorola has made its compromises. The screen could be a little better, the camera could have better low-light performance, but other than that, Motorola has done a fantastic job of making sure that this phone doesn't make you feel like you're missing out on anything, and that's, well, that's definitely worth the asking price.
Hey, it's Roberto Baldwin. We're here to test drive the Toyota iRoad. It's a three-wheeled electric vehicle that's half car, half motorcycle, and all fun. Unlike a typical front-wheel steering car, at low speeds the back tire turns. At higher speeds, it leans into turns with the back end whipping around. It's like nothing I've driven before, and it's outstanding. Hitting the corners and twisting the wheel is more fun than you should have in a car. The more it leans, the better it feels. Driving the iRoad is like driving a motorcycle car hybrid. It's all thanks to what Toyota calls its active lean system. Your 30-degree leans on city streets come from a combination of independent suspension, gyroscopes, and a smart lean actuator. The outside of the car looks like some sort of commuter from Tron, but the interior is more in line with the typical low-cost car. With a design like this, you'd think there'd be pulsing lights somewhere. As you'd expect with a vehicle this size, there are some sacrifices. Technically, there's a back seat, I guess, although no one could sit back there, ever. Instead, Toyota's added a cargo net to hold your stuff. The windows pull up, not roll up. Pull up. You pull the window up and button it to the top of the door frame like some old Jeep or VW thing. It's easy to look at these shortcomings and feel like Toyota could do better. But once you get behind the wheel and lean into a turn, you'll forget all about that. It's really tough to step away from this car without a smile on your face. So there is some hope this might lead to similar services here. And if it does come stateside, don't be surprised if you see grinning city drivers taking way more turns than needed.
Hello, Las Vegas. Welcome back. We're live from the Engadget stage at CES 2016. My name is Michael Gorman. I'm the editor-in-chief of Engadget, and we're here today to talk about car stuff. CES has become kind of a big thing for the car companies in recent years, so we're going to hit the good, bad, and the ugly of the show this year. And joining me on stage to have that conversation, we have some experts. Senior editor Roberto Baldwin. Robbie, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well.
Yes.
I wish there was a car that I could drive through the show floor.
That would be nice. Just have
Like
people
it could be
park
like a
the
nice
seats.
thin car and had like a, you know, like the little gates you have on the front of like trains, like a cow catcher, like for
a people catcher.
BMW is doing test drives. You could just go rogue.
Oh, just go rogue.
That's a big thing. You're driving on the pedestrian area is the thing in Vegas.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to head to BMW next.
Okay, maybe CES 2017. We'll get that. Of course, next to Robbie, we have Mike Austin, the editor-in-chief of Autoblog. Mike, how are you doing? Thanks for joining us.
Doing well.
Yeah.
Tripping to the finish. We're almost done with CES.
It is. We've got one day left. And then on the end, we have the editor-in-chief of Autoblog Green, Sebastian Blanco.
Hello, and as you say, this is a much more of a car show in the past, and it's my first CES.
Yeah,
so
that's
that's
right.
a sign that something's happening here that wasn't happening here before.
That's right. And Mike, it's your first CES too, right?
It's my first time with Autoblog and my first time in 3 years.
Okay.
And it's changed a lot in that time.
Yeah. And Robbie, this is your
43rd year.
Yeah, I feel like you're a staple here.
I have a room right
He
behind
just lives
the,
here.
right.
He has a shack where we
My
make him
life
go
is
sleep in
just
the dark.
moments between CES.
Yeah. Isn't it for all of us, really? It's like, it's just counting down the days.
As soon as
to
we
CES.
leave, we just start scheduling and getting prepared.
All right, so I'll start with you, Sebastian, since this is your very first CES. What has it been like for you?
Well, I actually came in on Monday, so it's been a very long week.
Yep.
Had to do the Faraday Future thing Monday night, and it feels in some ways very much like a car show. You know, you have unveilings, you have the CEO of GM here. I mean, if you were in that room over there and you just look at the automotive booths, you might as well be in, like, it's going to look like Detroit next week.
Yeah.
Basically. So that part hasn't been overwhelming to me. I'm used to that.
Yeah.
I go into these rooms over here and see the endless array of iPhone chargers, and I don't know what to do. That's just not my scene, so.
So many phone cases and chargers.
So many.
Yeah.
So I just walk past those.
Okay, right
Where's
on.
the cars? Where's the wheels?
Yeah. Mike, what about you? So it's 3-year gap for you. What is this year's show been like? What's changed?
The big thing is, like Sebastian was saying, it's kind of like a car show, but it's actually different because it's not, here's the car and it's this, thing, look at the car, it's pretty, maybe look at the interior. There's all these interactive displays. And that's the big change for me, is the way people are interacting with cars and the stuff cars can do. And the displays reflect that. It's like, this is what you're going to interact with. This is what people are into and what's exciting about cars.
Yeah.
And you get to play with it instead of just looking at wheels and doors.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get into what we thought was exciting about cars this week. Sebastian, you mentioned Faraday Future. What do we need to know about Faraday Future?
Just the basics as far as what you need to know about the car. It is the first physical manifestation we've seen of this fairly secretive company called Faraday Future. They came on the radar. They've been kind of around a year and a half, but they kind of came on the radar earlier this year, and this was their first concept car. They call it a car of concepts. They're trying to be different. Like, we're not a car company, we're a tech company, which is why they debuted it here instead of the LA Auto Show a couple months ago, or again, Detroit next week. They want to be seen as a very techy company. One of the better analyses that I heard about this car is that this is kind of absurd. when you look at it. This is not the car that you want to show to the world to say, we are going to change transportation.
Yeah.
But the things they're saying are, we want to change transportation. So they're talking about electromobility, they're talking about connected cars, car sharing, all the stuff that a lot of automakers are indeed talking about.
Right.
But they have a lot of engineering capabilities from the connections with LETV, the Chinese group that's behind the money that's behind this, the Faraday Future as well.
Okay.
So there could be something there that is kind of hidden by this concept car. If you just focus on the car, you're like, that's kind of crazy. But if you look behind it and think of what they've got potentially going on, it could be something.
They've been hiring a lot of Tesla and automotive experts and engineers too. So
Sure.
they're buying up the knowledge very quickly.
And they have truckloads of cash, most importantly.
The guy behind LETV, which is supporting Faraday Future, is the 17th or 14th, I think 17th richest man in China, and is worth almost $8 billion. So yeah, they got money.
Yeah.
So one person will own that car.
Right.
Yeah.
That's his car.
He built it for himself.
Yeah. And what's funny is that the company has this very love child, we're gonna change the future, and it's very lovey-dovey, and then they come out with this car. It's like your hippie uncle showing up in an Armani suit.
Yeah. And to be honest with y'all, I think it's kind of ugly.
I was going to say it is one of the.
That's my ugly portion of the car portion.
It's the car you drew when you were 13 years old,
Right.
on your your notebook.
If you go back and look at the classic Homer from The Simpsons,
yeah,
there's a
That's
lot
right.
of that there. That bubble window,
That's right.
there's a lot going on there.
So I do want to talk about this now. Sebastian, you wrote something earlier this week with the Tesla connection, right? That Tesla has had a greater effect on CS and they're not even here, right?
And Faraday is kind of the epitome of that. If
Yeah.
you look at any article, and I'm as guilty of this as anybody, about Faraday Future that was written this week,
Yeah.
I will bet big dollars that each article says Tesla somewhere in there. And that's kind of the way that Tesla dominates the electric auto industry right now. They're just such a popular brand and people want to talk about them. But every time somebody wrote Faraday, they also wrote Tesla.
Yeah.
And looking around the show, there were a lot of ways that I saw Tesla's influence here, even though Tesla does not have a booth here.
Right.
They didn't spend any money to come advertise here. They may have had a representative in the Panasonic booth because Panasonic supplies the cells that are
batteries,
in the
right?
Tesla
Yeah.
battery. So there's a Model S over there, and there's a guy in a Tesla jacket. I don't know who he's working for, but so there may be some somewhat official connection.
Yeah.
Or that guy could just be a Tesla fan. I don't know. I didn't talk to him. He could just be a
Super
dude.
fan.
Yeah.
He just bought the shirt and showed up.
Well, they
He
make a
doesn't
lot
work
of
for
money
Tesla.
off of their jackets and
Right.
hats, so their fans are out there.
They're like the Harley Davidson of cars.
Yeah.
So you see that, and then in that same booth, Panasonic also has the electric scooters from Gogoro.
Yep.
However you pronounce that.
Robbie knows all about that.
But did you see the display where they have the batteries next to those little electric scooters? And they're like, these are 18650 cells. It's the exact same setup as they have next to the Tesla car. They just don't say Tesla by the scooter.
Right.
Probably they can't.
Yeah.
But people who know, and I think people who are at CES know these sort of things, know why those 18650 cells are there. It's because they're in the Tesla in the other corner, and they want to draw that connection. So
Right.
I just see, as someone who covers them a lot as well, maybe I'm looking for it,
Yeah.
but I see Tesla in a lot of things here, even though Tesla's not here.
Well, and they have also, they've Faraday, to bring it back to that, they brought in talent from Tesla. They hired some of their engineering
Yeah,
things.
yeah.
And we were talking about this backstage, how a lot of the EV, particularly with Faraday, they're saying we want to build kind of a platform, and it's not about the car itself, it's about the other stuff we can bring inside the car using the screen that we've got in the dashboard.
Right. There's the LETV is a content company. It's called the Netflix of China.
Yeah.
Netflix is never going to build and sell you a car. But if somebody like Netflix or Apple, or Google, we're going to get into the car business, they're much more interested in the way that screen connects to your life, connects to the microtransactions, connects to your phone. And so one of the more interesting things I heard on Monday night at the Faraday Future thing was people saying this might be the first car company that's not really driven by making the car, but driven by that content. Now, all the automakers want to figure out how to get your phone to talk to your car better, but this one might be coming at the entire production of the car, the design of the car from a different angle. And that's another one of those examples, those things I was saying. If you look at the car itself, kind of looks silly, but if you look a little deeper, there could be something there that we shouldn't instantly discount just because they have the Homer up on stage.
So, what do you think, Mike? As someone who follows the industry, are you buying that?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of carry this grudge from CES where people look at Tesla, look at these tech companies, and they go, oh, these guys are so far ahead. All the automotive companies, they all have offices in Silicon Valley. They're all working on all this stuff. Like Ford announced a partnership with Toyota that they're using the same app platform.
Yeah.
Toyota didn't go to Google. They didn't go to another supplier. They went to Ford. So all the automakers are working on this. But to Sebastian's point, taking it from that different angle is really the change point. And I think that's also the huge development here at CES, is this convergence of all of the other connected stuff we have. The platform is there now, the conduit is there, and we're figuring out ways to integrate it into the car and into the rest of our lives. And it's really going to change the way people think about cars. It's less about how the car drives and more about how it makes every part of your life easier or better.
Yeah.
There was another thing that we didn't talk about before, but that fits in with this really well. I was able to go to a group dinner with Mark Fields, the CEO of Ford, on Tuesday night. And one of the more surprising things that he said during the Q&A afterward was this idea that Ford, when you think of Ford, you think of cars. I mean, they're one of the oldest names in the business, but he's like, the definition of what Ford is going to strive for in the near future is to become a data company, collecting information when they opt in, collecting information from the drivers, using that, figuring out about how they drive in an electric car, how they charge and traffic and all this stuff. That's going to become more important than the idea of Ford as a transportation or a car company.
And are we? I mean, that's basically. He's not talking about it just in the context of like autonomous vehicles, right? Because obviously that captures a lot of data. Or is that really basically what he's saying?
It's also their connected car platform.
Yeah.
They're looking at like Car2Go. They're like, how are we? They have multiple pilots doing all this research into how are people moving about cities.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And so they want to collect that data, and they want people to, either you buy a Ford and you allow other people to drive it, or you subscribe to their sort of like Car2Go system.
A few years ago, the big sort of buzzword in the automakers was we're not car companies, we're mobility companies, and that's more of a little bit of a shift. Going from a car or a mobility company to an information or data company, that's a whole paradigm shift.
Yeah.
But when you think about the connected cars and what they can do now in terms of, your phone tracks you and there's all this data on your phone habits and where you are, cars generate way more information than that. You've got all of the information about the road, how people are driving, where they're going. So that's a ton of data they're going to be able to use to research and better. And when you put it in light of autonomous cars, the cars will be sending information about the maps or about road conditions, and it's going to turn into a thing where every mile you drive the car, it's going to make the car better.
Yeah.
Almost like in a self-evolving way.
Yeah. Cool. All right, this is the last thing I want to hit on from Faraday. This was something else that we briefly touched on. It's time to get deep into the conspiracy theories here. So you were mentioning that there are people rumbling that Faraday might actually be a front for an Apple car?
You hear all sorts of things. I mean, you guys spend time on the internet, don't you?
I mean, this is like, it's fun to speculate, right? Just disclaimer, y'all, this is total and complete speculation. We have no information indicating that this is a thing.
my guess is it's not in any way connected. But the theory goes is that there's lots of rumors of an Apple car. Apple wants to build a car. Today that we just found out that they registered apple.car, like new URL to really, that's a pretty strong hint that they're doing something.
Yeah.
So if you're Apple and you like to bring things out in secret, you're going to need somebody else to build your phone or your car for you, because you can't go building a car plant. People will see that.
Yeah.
So if you start this other company and have them build a plant, it's actually going to be not too far from you. It's north of Las Vegas, a little ways. And, that Faraday in the rumor could be the front, for then all of a sudden it's revealed, actually this is an Apple project.
Yeah. You buying that,
There you
Robin?
go.
No.
Not even a little bit.
Because you look at that car, and now you think about Johnny Ive looking at that car.
Yeah, but wouldn't that
and
throw
having
you
like
off
a brain
totally?
aneurysm, and then partnering with people who are just coming out and saying, "Hey, we made this thing." No, they were kind of secretive, but they let things leak, and that's not. Apple would have had they would have clamped that down, and we wouldn't hear anything until Apple had a car.
I'm just
like they'll be making a car like in the Arctic.
Yeah.
Or in Antarctica, in a secret underground base. It'll be like a lair. That's where, and then it'll just appear one day.
See, I was hoping it was going to be more of the like WWE wrestling style. They come out and Tim Cook rips his shirt off and it says Faraday Future, and then he rips that patch off and it says the Apple car or something. And then he hits someone over the head with a chair. That would be fun.
They're gonna, they'll interrupt someone else's press conference and call them out.
Exactly.
Bring the car.
I'm sorry, Elon.
I got something for
the
you,
Tesla's
brother.
nice, but
Okay, well, enough of the kind of make-believe car stuff that we're talking about here. Another very big thing, and Robbie, I know you got to test drive it, as did Sebastian, but I'll start with you, Robbie. The Chevy Bolt. Why should we care? Why is this a big deal?
it's a big deal because right now when you look at a longer range electric vehicle, it's Tesla. And I can't afford a Tesla.
No.
I would expect that most people cannot afford a Tesla. Unless you're a founder or you're the 17th richest man in China, you can't afford a Tesla.
Version of
the Chevy Bolt is like, oh, you know what? Here's a car for everyone else who wants to jump into the electric car world without worrying about, oh, I can only go 50 miles.
Like a Leaf.
Yeah. I looked at a Leaf for my wife, and I was like, nope, this isn't going to work because it was around. But 200 miles for $30,000-ish, that's a huge deal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it is.
and it's actually a pretty good, it's a nice compact car. You drive it, you're like, oh, it's solid. It doesn't feel janky. It doesn't feel like, let's make an electric car and then think about the car part later. It's like, let's make a car and then add all this important stuff that people want to.
Yeah. What about you, Sebastian? What were your
I agree
thoughts?
that it's very roomy inside. As you can see in the video behind us, we only got to drive it through the parking lot, going through those cones. It wasn't a whole lot of test driving we got to do. These are prototype versions. We'll be getting towards the actual test drive soon because it's going into production late this year. So this is a very fast-moving project for GM. But the little thing that you did get to experience, it does have nice acceleration because it's an electric car. That's just the nature of what an electric motor gets you. Lots of torque, all of it from 0 RPM. And the interface, the way that the screen is set up, it shows, like you said, that they put a lot of thought into this design. There's little like help buttons and question marks on the screen. And when you've been in a lot of electric cars like I have, I don't need to be told, okay, this car connects to your phone and you can remote charge. I don't need to understand what kilowatt, hour per mile is because we just have seen this over and over. But if you're GM and you want to expand the reach of an EV to way beyond the Volt and way beyond the Spark EV, and then taking over Leaf customers or potential Leaf customers, and it's really getting to I don't know, 100,000, 200,000 cars a year, which they do with other models, but no electric car does that. You need simple things like a little help button on your screen to help the new EV owner figure out what's happening because there's no gas at the end. The things that you're used to don't exist here. So, now there's just an instant help button right there. I don't have to go to the instruction or the owner's manual. I can just figure out right away, here's how my new car is working.
Yeah.
And so the Bolt has things like that built in, which is to me is a good sign of a company that is thinking through how to expand the marketplace.
Yeah. What about, Mike, how do you feel about this? Like $30,000, to me, that's a big question. That's still not a cheap vehicle, but that certainly does approach affordability.
Right, so it's $37,500, and then if you take the federal tax rebate off, it's $30,000. A lot of it's lease deals. That's a pretty good segment, and it's in the range where people are going to spend a little extra money to have the EV. They're willing to do it for green or for the novelty or for even the convenience. They don't, like Sebastian was saying, it's got great torque. They don't shift. They're super quiet. You never go to the gas station.
Yeah.
That's worth a lot to some people. But I think the big thing is Chevy's coming out with this car, and they're going to beat the Tesla Model 3 to market by a few years. And Nissan has a Leaf that's coming out. It's right on the horizon. That's going to be a 200-mile car also.
Yeah.
Which is, I think that's the big development is we have, like you said, $30,000 and enough range that it could be your only car.
So, is 2016 the year when we have EVs actually reach significant numbers of people, or is that unrealistic in the first year?
It's coming. It's going into production at the end of 2016,
okay.
so it'll be out
2017.
Maybe December, but early 2017 probably. So not this year, no.
Yeah.
But this year actually sales did go down compared to last year. Plug-in cars in general.
Yeah.
No new models. The Volt came out at the end of 2015. Gas prices were low. People are waiting for the new models. So there are reasons for that.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing upswing, if not 2016, definitely 2017 when this and other options come to market. Yeah.
And we've got really cheap gas right now, and yet you look at the automakers; they're all moving to electrification. So it's not even a hedging a bet. They're saying this is the future.
Yeah.
And they're doing that without $4 gas.
Right on.
And as more people buy these electric cars, the cost of, because we're
Everything.
making more batteries, the production cost goes down, and as prices go down, and more people buy electric cars. But yeah,
It's the virtuous cycle. All right, y'all, well, that's all the time that we have. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me on stage. We've got more coming, so stay tuned. And, of course, we've got the Best of CS Awards tonight at 5 o'clock. So we will talk to y'all later. Bye.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Engadget's live CES coverage. I'm senior mobile editor Chris Velasco, and I'm joined today on stage by a man who really doesn't need introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway. Slava Rubin, co-founder, CEO of Indiegogo. How are you, man?
I'm good. CES, it's crazy. Thanks for having me.
Crazy is probably the most polite word you could use to describe the show. Have you gotten a chance to walk around and see what's what?
You know, I definitely have been walking around a little bit, been staying mostly in the Go-Go area, but I've been spending a lot of time in the Sands area where all the new innovative stuff is. I spent a little bit of time here in the convention center.
Yeah.
Definitely awesome to see the synchronized drones for Parrot. I mean, I don't know if you've seen that show, but I feel like I want to always come back and see what the next show is going to be.
Are you going to build your own one day? Or are you just going to get a fleet of drones and make your own?
Well, I don't know if I'm going to build my own. I just probably will go on Indiegogo and get all the drones that are there.
All right, all right. So we are here to talk about Indiegogo, and I really want to touch base on where you guys are. So it's about, you guys were founded about 8 years ago. Give us a state of the union. You know, how is Indiegogo doing right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's super exciting. We launched in January 2008. I think in the earlier days, 2008, 2009, it was more just early filmmakers, creators, and just trying to get a little bit of money. $10,000 was a lot of money. And back then, we had no projects at CES. This year, we have over 110 companies funded that are here at CES. You know, we're distributing millions of dollars every week to nearly 100 countries. I mean, it's pretty awesome. We're over $800 million funds distributed.
You know, it's kind of interesting because when people talk about Indiegogo and sort of crowdfunding in general, they think of it as this very recent phenomenon. But like you said, 7-8 years, that's a bit of time. I mean, how do you think Indiegogo fits into the crowdfunding landscape now?
Yeah, I mean, since we launched, we have a lot of competitors. There's probably over 1,000 competitors. We really stand unique because we're the world's largest in terms of being open. We're completely data-driven. You don't have to have an application, and our customer service is the industry lead.
So let's dive back into that. You said Indiegogo is a very data-driven sort of platform/marketplace. What does that actually mean?
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to go to a gatekeeper, right, a VC, a banker, or any other platform that wants to decide for you and be the judge, are you good enough? That's old school, right? We're trying to be like Google or YouTube. We're trying to protect open. We're trying to allow anybody to be inspired and to be innovative and allow the crowd to decide, hey, do you want to fund this? And if not, it gives feedback to the entrepreneur saying, I probably need to work on my project.
So it's still mostly sort of up-and-comers, young founders, people new to product development, but you've just announced this week an enterprise crowdfunding push. Tell us about where that came from. Like, was this always part of the Indiegogo master plan?
I mean, the master plan has always been to democratize funding, to create an open platform where anybody can raise money for any idea. We definitely have started with smaller creators, smaller entrepreneurs, but even earlier, at the end of last year, just a few weeks ago, Misfit, which was an awesome project from Indiegogo, just sold for $260 million. And also in the last year, you've been seeing a lot more large companies, the Fortune 1000, starting to see, wow, I want to do the same thing that these smaller companies are doing. I want to do better R&D. I want to do better market validation. So we're super excited at CES this year. We're announcing enterprise crowdfunding. So now the larger companies, which are already been doing it on Indiegogo, GE, Harman, Hasbro, are able to use the same techniques that these smaller companies are. So for example, you have the Opal ice nugget maker, which is from GE. They thought, you know, instead of the dense rectangular ice, I think some people might want more of a porous spherical ice so they can chew on it, but they weren't sure. Getting through the bureaucracy of GE was tough. So in their first build unit, their appliances unit, they said, let's test it on Indiegogo. Not only did it work, but they were able to raise over $2 million. It's not about the money. They got all the validation and the feedback from the customers. Now they're going to push this into their future refrigerator lines. And they will tell you, it's all about accelerating innovation. They lowered their costs to 1/20th the R&D costs. And from a 4-year cycle of production, it's now a 4-month cycle to be able to come out with a new product.
What's the sort of feedback that you've gotten from your users so far? Like, if I'm an up-and-coming founder, if I've got an idea for a product, should I be worried that some huge company is going to roll in with something similar and steal all my attention?
Exactly the opposite. They actually want to be more collaborative, where the younger companies want to get attention from the bigger companies. The bigger companies want to be finding new innovation. It's kind of like YouTube. In the early days, it was just small creators, and then the big media companies started finding out, and they were wondering, am I going to get pushed out? Now you see a lot of collaboration between the two. Similarly, Anheuser-Busch, again, one of the biggest companies in the world.
Which, by the way, really? Like a beer company on Indiegogo? Like, what is happening here?
Totally. Not only are they on Indiegogo, they're trying to support, you know, an important cause, which is to help stop the drought in California. So they found amazing entrepreneurs like the people from Drop-A-Brick, which is a product made of plastic that you put in your toilet to displace water. That way, when you flush, you use less water. So Anheuser-Busch came in, sponsored them, be able to give them some money, and now is promoting that cause around America. So it's really great for them to find other innovators that they can back.
You know, it's very interesting. So I love startups, and I live and breathe them, and I love to cover them especially. And the biggest issue a lot of them seem to have is sort of going from idea, from this wild-eyed concept, while very cool, like the clear path to that becoming a product, it doesn't exist, right? So what does Indiegogo try to do to help out in those situations?
Absolutely, and this is where you're seeing the most evolution with Indiegogo. Typically when people think crowdfunding is just do you fund or not and see you later. But with Indiegogo, these entrepreneurs are finding a trusted partner. We're there when other VCs and other people are saying no, and then we're supporting them through their entire life cycle. A perfect example of that is actually the cat ear headphones. So there was 2 women that were at Berkeley who had this crazy idea. What if I come up with headphones that not only play music into your ears, that actually have cat ears on top? So if you want to actually play the music outside of the cat ears, you can choose in your ears or out the cat ears. Crazy idea with LED lights. You would think, would it get funded? The 2 women weren't sure. Next thing you know, $2 million of funding. But then they've actually never done this before. They've never done the manufacturing. They've never gone to retail. We were able to connect them with Brookstone, one of our Fortune large company partners, and they were able to help them with manufacturing. Now you're seeing at every single Brookstone airport, you're seeing the cat ear headphones sell like hotcakes. They're actually already sold $3 million on Indiegogo, and if you haven't seen them at CES, they actually have a giant cat ear headphones, enough for like, you know, like a He-Man, huge like gorilla, you know, it's awesome.
I'm going to ask you a very serious question right now, and I'd like you to look in the eyes of the audience while I ask this. How many pairs of cat ear headphones do you own?
Well, I actually own one pair of cat ear headphones, but for the people that want the whole collection, there's 4 colors, and actually as a holiday gift at Indiegogo, every employee got cat ear headphones.
So probably the best company to work for, just because of the perks?
I think it's a good one.
I wanted to ask about something else before we get into my next line of questioning. How many actual Indiegogo-backed products do you own?
You know, I don't actually know that answer. I've backed hundreds, and I probably have many. Like, I don't even know. I mean, most of my wardrobe is actually Indiegogo products.
It's all this. Like, this is all you wear, right?
This is the Indiegogo shirt, which maybe we should put it up as perks for people to fund. But actually, a lot of companies have T-shirts as part of their perks, so it's pretty much all I wear, sadly.
So let's talk about next steps, right? So it's been 7-8 years now. You've got a good sense of how the crowdfunding market works. It seems like you're helping a lot of fledgling startups do things they never would have been able to do otherwise. What comes next? What's the next step?
You know, we just want to keep on investing more into that whole life cycle. For the entrepreneur, we want to be their trusted partner. From idea all the way to distribution and the marketplace, we want to support them. You know, the pre-campaigning, coming soon concept, then actually doing the campaign. Next thing you know, you need to manufacture your product. Well, we want to help you figure out where to go with that. We're not going to do it for you. We want to get you the right partners. Along the way, you'll stay in commerce mode, and then you get into the marketplace where you're just selling. We already have over 100 products that you can buy right now and get it in the next week, just like you would at any e-commerce store.
Are there any milestones in particular that you've got your eyes set on? Like, are you trying to see a campaign that raises like X amount, like a huge amount of money? Like,
I mean, we're already
what's exciting?
Big dollar amounts is not so much the exciting part. The exciting part is all the innovation and seeing it become an easier product, become more ubiquitous across the world, more people feeling that they can be inspired to become entrepreneurs. We want to help them throughout the entire life cycle, not just the money. The money is good, but there's a lot of hard parts to being an entrepreneur, and we're there for them. So we want to be around where CES actually has hundreds and hundreds of companies funded from Indiegogo.
So really quickly, I mean, you're speaking as an entrepreneur yourself.
Yeah.
You've helped probably countless entrepreneurs bring their products and make them a reality. What advice do you have to the people in like Eureka Park and in North Hall just trying to make it? They've scrimmed together enough money to come to CES. What are the lessons that you'd like to pass on to them?
I mean, I would say just think really big, start small, iterate quickly, be obsessed about the customer and the product, and the passion will drive you.
Awesome. We've actually got, I think, some pretty cool things to play with. And you've got one on your wrist right there. Can you tell us what you got?
So this is the best part, is actually showing off all the cool stuff. So this is actually the Atlas wearable. This is actually an activity tracker. They call it the smartest tracker. It actually has algorithms in it and intelligence to be able to tell 60 different exercises by itself, just based on movement. So I'm going to try to move my hand a little bit while I'm holding this. And I'm just going to touch this. And now I'm going to go into freestyle. Press that. It says start exercising. I'm going to start exercising.
Here, let me hold your mic.
There you go.
Yeah. By the way, folks, this is something I am never going to do on stage. This is bravery right here.
Okay.
All right, so you busted out 3.
4.
Okay, sorry, I shortchanged you.
That's right. That's why we need one of these. Otherwise, we won't be able to count correctly.
Oh, it's tricky, man. Numbers are hard.
Exactly. Yeah, but it's cool. You could also, like, if I want to start doing jumping jacks right now, or if I want to start swimming, it by itself would know the action that I'm doing and would just start counting. Anyway, I don't want to sweat too much, so let's move on to the next one.
So I've actually got something on my wrist as well.
Yeah.
Bit of a surprise. Let's pull it back. So this is called the Pavlok. Tell us a bit about how this works.
Yeah, so Pavlok is a wearable, but a little different. So if you've heard of, Pavlov's dog, this is trying to teach you better habits. And the way it does it is whenever is the right time based on an internet-connected reason, or personally you can just do it by yourself, it will actually give you an electroshock, a small zap. So it just trains you to have better habits.
Okay, so I'm going to admit something that I'm not terribly proud of. I am an on and off smoker.
Oh,
I smoke a lot at CES. It's very stressful. So something like this could theoretically get me to stop, or at least help.
It will definitely help. Actually, anytime that you take a cigarette out and you start smoking, you should smoke it. And after you're done, you should press that. And every time you're going to get a little annoyed. And the more and more it's going to keep on telling your brain, I probably shouldn't do that. Or even better, I can at any time from a remote place, especially with this product or some other product, I can actually do it remotely and do it for you and tell you to stop smoking because I saw you on my phone.
Okay, well, I feel like we have to try this. You have to shock me. So how do we do this?
Sure.
Right,
you can do it to yourself or I'll do it for you. Ready?
Okay, so I'm taking a cigarette, smoking a cigarette,
and
feel gross.
You just press down.
Okay.
We're going to do it to this camera right here. Ready?
Ow! That didn't really hurt, but it catches you by surprise.
You
right?
might stop smoking.
I mean, let's hope so, right? And so we mentioned this as well. Tell us what we've got.
Yeah, so this is Flick, the world's smartest button. And the idea here is you can connect it to your cell phone or through the internet to be able to just take any action. So for example, if I wanted to, I could actually connect this to the internet or to the phone so that when I see you doing this, I could just be walking around CES, I saw you with a cigarette, I'm just like, Flick, and you're like, boom, buzz. Or, I just want to be able to turn on and off the lights whenever I want, and I just want to sit here and turn on, so I just, and you're like, well, there's buttons or switches anywhere. Well, this is universal through the internet that you can have it changed into anything you want.
So I'm a little terrified by the fact that you could remotely inflict pain on me, but I am counting on you.
We're friends.
We are friends. I'm counting on you to help me quit smoking by the time we leave here. We've actually got a guest on stage who we haven't really acknowledged yet. His name is Buddy.
Buddy is very chill.
Buddy is very chill. He's looking around. He's taking a look, see what's going on. Tell us a bit about what's going on here.
Yeah, so Buddy is totally amazing. An autonomous robot. So obviously it looks super cute, but don't let that, make you think that it's just very simple. This actually has so much intelligence inside of it. It can actually help you with entertainment or education, for example, to your kid. It can help you for telepresence. If you want to be able to be that person and you're in New York, but you want Buddy to be in San Francisco. Or you actually went to work and you're not sure if somebody's going to break into your home. Buddy by himself or herself, choose your own gender, can be autonomously walking around your home, or I guess rolling around your home, and actually sensing because it can see if it can see if a movement has happened, it can sense if heat is rising, so if a fire is happening, and it can sense all these different things. And if it senses, it can trigger back to your phone as the owner to say, uh-oh, now you can just jump in and start saying, what does Buddy see? You can start controlling it and actually start going towards the heat and seeing what it is. It can also help you in a number of other ways. Let's say you want to be able to turn on and off your lights while you're home, you're a little lazy, or you want to check on, your husband and whether or not he's snoring in the other room. You don't have to get up, just roll Buddy over, and there you go.
Tell us a bit about the startup that made this, by the way, because this, nothing against the things that we've just tried. This is a fascinating and very complex machine.
Yes, so Blue Frog Robotics, Jean-Michel is right here. He's actually one of the brains behind the product, and there's other brains here as well, but they've been researching from France. Indiegogo is totally global. We're so proud of the fact that they're from France, and they've been researching what is the size of the robot, what is the angles, what are the software that it needs, what is the intelligence, what is the sensors, how should it be used.
No? Okay.
Jean.
Hey. Can I?
He wants to say hello. So
how could you not want to say hello to that face?
I've been hanging out with Buddy all CES.
It's the best friend you've got here,
Buddy's my roommate.
I'm so sorry. We've got actually one more thing that we'd like to show off, and it involves something that's incredibly unprecedented for the Engadget stage.
Yes, you thought push-ups was good. Wait till you see this robing.
Okay, so
I'll hold your mic.
Okay, so why don't you tell us what we've got while I do my thing here?
Just introduce it.
Yeah, so I'm wearing it's a shirt called Hexoskin. It's a Montreal-based startup.
Yeah.
And why don't you tell us more about it while I take off my clothes?
Sure. So this is just another example of people wanting to know more about themselves. So obviously you're all wearing your own clothes. You could be wanting to work out, or you actually just want to keep track of yourself. This actually has all the sensors built into the Hexoskin, and these folks are from Canada. It's actually tracking your heart rate, tracking all these different vitals. Looking good, looking good. So you can get this right into your cell phone. So for example, if I wanted to see how he's doing and I was concerned about his heart rate, I could be tracking it on the cell phone, or he could be tracking it himself. Otherwise, he can just check every night how his vitals are doing.
This is it does kind of grow on you. So when I put it on for the first time, I've got a bit of a gut. I could be in better shape. It's very tight, but it's now sort of comforting. I like knowing all of my information. It's great to have it in one place.
It's Spanx meets wearables.
That's going to be everywhere. Spanx meets wearables?
Well, no, it has to be that tight so that the sensors can get the appropriate information, especially for like the heart rate EKG stuff. I mean, it's super cool.
And to be fair, so the sensors are built into the shirt itself.
Yeah,
they also,
exactly.
They roll into this little breakout box here.
Exactly.
So this is the actual brains of the operation. So this relays everything back to your phone. You can see your heart rate. You can see your lung capacity too, which is fascinating.
Yeah, where this really works is when you're going to be an athlete. You really want to be precise about all these things. You know, does that hill affect your heart rate? Do you need more oxygen? You know, can you do 3 laps instead of 2 laps under the amount of oxygen that before you went underwater or whatever it is? These things all are super helpful, and you know that sort of precision is why you would want one of these. You also can use it as a layperson walking around CES.
See, I feel like now I have to strap on the Atlas and bust out some push-ups.
You want to do it?
No, I really don't.
Okay.
I really don't. Slava Rubin, thank you so much for joining us here at CES. It's always a pleasure, man.
Thanks for having me.
And we'll be back soon with a lot more live from CES. I'm Chris Velasco. This is Engadget. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to Engadget live here at CES 2016. It's time for the gaming challenge again. And look at all these handsome readers we have. So the other 2 days we've been doing reader challenges, but Engadget editors like to play games too. So today is a special Engadget gamer challenge, and these are the finest professional gamers we have on the team. Starting from the left, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
I'm Andrew Tarantola, Associate Editor.
At Engadget, and...
Hey, I'm Chris Velasco. I'm Senior Mobile Editor.
He was the guy breaking it out in the vest on the segment a little bit earlier.
Edgar Alvarez.
Editor Alvarez. So, Editor Alvarez.
Roberto Baldwin, Senior Editor.
And I'm your host, Matt Smith at Engadget. I'm also a Senior Editor. So, let's get started. We've had a lot of fun trying to get these consoles working. Look, we're already in mid-race. Go! Now the trick here is, guys, you need to switch between your engines. There's little blue turbo zones and orange turbo zones, and you want the color of your engine, that exhaust color. Press A, Andy. There we go. You want to kind of match those, so you keep flicking with the trigger fingers and get those boosts going. Now, who's top left? Who's winning so far? A little bit of smack talk against your other fellow editors.
They're pretty terrible.
They are pretty terrible. Okay, top right, the guy that isn't moving. Hold A, mister. There you go. Hold it. Now we're going. Okay, who just exploded?
I mean, that's about what happens when I drive a normal car, so.
Oh, God. So you're really looking forward to those self-driving cars. All right. What are we doing out here? I think that's the lead has shifted. I think Andy's now in the lead. Any smack talk?
I have no idea what I am doing.
Hey, you work at Engadget. That makes sense. There's an awful lot of crashing for a group of Engadget editors playing. So this game is called Fast Racing Neo, if you haven't seen it before. This is on the Wii U. It's pretty awesome. It's a bit F-Zero-ish. Like I said before, the weird quirk is you've got to keep switching between your engines to get that boost going. So if your engine's burning orange, you hit those orange turbo things. If it's glowing blue, you're going to hit those blue to really get the speed up. And there's also, it's kind of a bit of a disaster. Everyone keeps crashing. That was 2 editors down. I mean, Edgar should be winning because he's played it before. And he's in 7th at the moment. Exactly. So yeah, everyone is pretty much losing very severely. I mean, Robbie's now found the accelerator, so he's doing pretty well. He's doing pretty well. Who's 10th at the moment? Is that you, Robbie? Robbie, what's your favorite video game?
Portal.
Portal. Yeah, that's nothing like this game whatsoever. That might explain your skills. All right, everyone's kind of getting a hang of it now. No one's crashing so much. Next person to crash owes me a beer. Eesh. Yes, you are. Oh, okay, so we have a shift now. Last place has gone from Robbie to Chris Velasco. Chris Velasco, any apologies to your fans?
I've made so many mistakes in my life, and I'm now paying for them.
That's a pretty good way to put it. Like, Andy is really quieted down now. He's totally in the zone. I don't want to interrupt him with the mic. He might even be catching up with Edgar. You can see the main difference between the top 2 players and the bottom 2 players is the top 2 players are really hitting those turbos. Oh. Right, so Edgar's just hit his final lap. Then Andy's just coming up behind him. He's still waiting for him to hit the 3rd lap. I think you might have already won, Edgar. You've just got to autopilot and you'll win this. So yeah, this is a pretty good game when you can substitute in for F-Zero, which isn't quite out yet on the Wii U. I mean, obviously a lot of us still want to play Mario Kart. We want to play something a little bit different on stage, introduce everyone to a game that's a little bit different. And also just really make our terrible gaming skills shine, which I think our 4 playing editors are really doing here. You're a huge responsible. What was that? Sorry?
Why do I win if I...
You win my ever-loving affection and devotion, and maybe a can of Heineken. Fair enough, he says. The loser, meanwhile, has to clean the whole of Southall. The whole of Southall. Or the Engadget trailer. Nope, nope. Come on, guys. All right, so finally, everyone's on their final lap, and Edgar, for some reason, is suddenly crashing and burning. I think I got him excited by that promise of free beer. Ooh, I'm really hoping Andy will catch up to Edgar just before that closing finish line. Chris Velasco, of the three people you're playing against, who do you like the least?
Are you really asking me that right now? So I can't say you, right?
I'm not playing, no, I'm afraid not.
I just wanted to make my dislike for you very, very publicly known. Oh.
We have a winner, well, a 7th place winner. Edgar Alvarez, any words?
I work.
I won. Seriously. Okay, so the 2nd place. This is the true fight. Bottom left is Robbie. Yep, there you go. Robbie is 2nd.
I would like to point out for the first 20 seconds of this game, I didn't know how to go.
Yes, it is. It was a standing start. Oh! 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 Well, guys. Okay, so some words from our 10th placed non-winner.
I'm just happy to be here.
Wow. It's like we didn't even hire him. Next up, Chris Velasco, 9th.
I didn't technically lose.
That's some really good spin. You could probably work in PR, dude. You know that.
I am insulted, sir.
Whoa. I thought you'd say, I've had some offers. Yeah. Okay. Edgar Alvarez, champion.
I would like to thank my mom and my family and my friends and everybody who believed in me.
I did not believe in you, so don't thank me. Oh, it doesn't work.
I would have won if I knew how to play the game.
Oh, darn. It's all within you. The accelerator is right here. Okay, let's see. We still have some time, so let's pump through the menus and see if we can get going. Anybody else like to commentate, or is everyone just going to play? Looks like everyone wants to play. Huh? Oh, thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot. So we're loading. We're same round, same cars. Yeah, Velasco, do you wanna be comment?
You want to switch? Yeah, let's switch. Okay.
3, 2, 1.
All right, so Matt, you're on the bottom right, and you're doing terribly so far. So there you go. Thanks. Really giving the player 2 spot a lot of honor. See, there's a lot of contention going on here. This race can change at the drop of a hat, and we're seeing that already. So player 1 in the top left went from 1st or 7th to 10th. It's also amazing how we're all incredibly outclassed by a computer. It's very sobering, actually, if you think about it. Edgar, I think you might be winning. What is going through your mind right now?
I'm getting really angry, actually.
You're getting really angry. You have no one to blame but yourself. All right, Andy, you're looking very, very stern. You've got a look of intense focus on your face. What's running through your head right now?
I have no idea what's going on. I am just pushing A as hard as I can. And, yeah.
Is that not also a metaphor for life?
I believe it is, yes. I believe that was a Socrates quote, wasn't it?
Yep, that is Socrates. We're dishing out the real philosophical lessons here on the Engadget CES stage. Quick update, we're all doing terribly. Although, Matt, I believe you are in 1st place, by which I mean 7th place. How do you feel? Okay, I take it all back. The tension is mounting right now.
Really hard. Or am I old?
I mean, yes, you are, but it's also hard. But the question is, now that we've established its difficulty, is it fun?
I'm having fun.
You said that very, hesitantly. I'm having fun? Question mark?
I'm really trying to win.
I'm not helping, am I? All right, so Matt is on his final lap. There are some hurt feelings on stage because Matt's in his final lap. Edgar, you're bringing up the rear. What's going on? This is such a huge turnaround from last race.
One-hit wonder, man.
I could say something about that, but I won't. All right, we're entering the final stages of this race. It still seems to be fairly even, by which I mean we're all occupying the last 4 slots of this race. The big question now, folks, who is the least terrible? And it's Matt Smith, least terrible person on stage. How do you feel?
I mean, it's not saying much given the makeup of our segment, but I'm happy. I just think as a Capricorn, and in 2016, the year of the monkey, I think this is just, it was fated that I would win 7th place.
Did you read that in the tabloids this morning?
I did go to a fortune teller who told me I would come 7th in something very important.
We're waiting for one more person to cross the finish line. Who is it? Is it Edgar? Edgar, there we go. And that is a race, and God, we suck. Okay, let's go around. Robbie, I haven't spoken to you much because you were very much in whatever.
The fact that our best person got 7th place it's a metaphor for the upcoming autonomous car revolution.
This is actually the first time I completed a race on the game, so what is wrong with you guys?
I'm still just happy to be here.
You're really sticking to that character, huh? Okay, excellent. I mean, we still have time, or I don't think anyone's going on lunch break, so we get to go another round. Who wants to... I think Robbie, as autonomous car expert, not the original petrol head, but as autonomous car expert, you should be our new host.
Can I just move? All right, who's who? No, there's no brakes. Brakes are for losers, Andy. All right, who is the top left?
I don't know.
All right. All right, who's top left? They're killing it. You're top left. You're in 5th place. You were doing pretty well. For a shiny moment, you were in 3rd. All right, we're back to the last 4 vehicles in the race. Oh, we have a race for 7th and 8th. Look at that. Who is in the top right? Oh, so it's Matt and Edgar. Oh, Edgar just took a spin. Nobody keeps his lead. Oh, Matt takes the lead. Oh wait, no, Edgar's back. I don't know what's going on the bottom left. Who is that? Oh, these guys don't know which one they're going. So 9th and 10th are confused. Matt is, I think he's made quite a significant gap between himself and Edgar. Oh, but he just exploded. But just like real life, whenever you wreck your car, you just get a new one.
If I can't see, I've decided that's my issue, so I'm going to lean really close.
Oh, that's fine. Now, are you the bottom left or the bottom right? You're bottom left? Okay. So Chris just keeps running into stuff. He's not... Don't get in the car with him is what I'm trying to tell you. Meanwhile, Matt and Edgar are still battling it out pretty close to one another, I think. I assume that Matt is still in the lead.
Dale's just 7th.
Yeah. Oh, you're both underwater, so I'm assuming you're pretty close to one another. within, I would say, 5 seconds of one another. Oh, and Matt just wrecked. Is it ever get a chance to crash? Nope, let Edgar crash too. Look, you were in 7th place. You would, when you wrecked, you were in the lead. Oh, but no, we're back in the lead because Matt can't seem to keep his car from exploding. Terratoll, on the other hand, his car just keeps flashing and stopping. I don't know what's going on. Oh, Edgar just exploded. And can Matt take it? Can Matt steal 7th place behind the robot cars that who have already completed the race, are back at the bar and throwing back a few drinks? Like, well, where's those other guys? Oh, they're humans. Like, oh. It's like Edgar's still in the lead. They're going, so they're just bouncing off walls. Here we go. It's the last lap. I think they're coming up to the end. I have no idea. There's no way for me to tell where they are on the racetrack. Oh, Edgar's in 5th place. He's beat 2 computers. What's going on? Oh, this is the computer's version of Skylab. You're on 4th place. Oh, 5th, 4th. There is. This one's for the human. 4th. Yeah. Good job. Meanwhile, in 7th place, Matt is coming in technically 2nd in the humans, and now it's a race for last place. It's not a race. It's a slow shamble to sadness.
I haven't even completed my 2nd lap yet. I feel great.
Come on, Andy.
No, you're left, right? You're bottom. Oh. You guys are so interchangeable because you're not doing very well.
So my ally, Edgar.
Oh! You got... No, it just gave him 10th place because that's the end of the race.
There was one very important thing about this race, though. One of us mere humans beat the machines. Yep. Edgar Alvarez.
Once again, I would like to thank my mom and just my mom.
And literally, we've run out of time during that thanking speech. So I'd like to thank everyone for watching that madness. You now know... What, Kerry, what? Oh, that's a very weak boo. Thank you for watching and booing. We'll be back on stage very soon with the next sexy segment of Engadget at CES 2016. Thank you for watching, and have a great CES, everyone here. Thank you. Goodbye.
What's up, Internet? My name is Michael Gorman. I am the editor-in-chief of Engadget, and joining me is Carrie Davis.
Hello.
Hello, Carrie. How are you
Hello.
doing?
It's a dog and cat show today, guys.
It is. I have 2 dogs. They're the best things in the world.
Allegedly cool, but he's never brought them into the office. However, my cat has been in multiple Engadget videos. She walks on a leash. It's a cat and dog world today, and we're going to find the best cat stuff.
Let's go find that stuff.
What was that? Maybe if I meowed, I'd find my people. Meow. Okay, do you have any cool fitness trackers on there? Do you have any tech?
Hey, everybody. I am here at the Clever Pet booth, and what Clever Pet has built is basically Simon for dogs. So you see these little light pads here. They light up at various times, and when your dog hits the appropriate pad in the appropriate sequence, this little thing opens up and you can get treats out of there. But of course, not every dog is a natural born genius. They've got to learn how to do it. So we've got someone here from Clever Pet that's going to explain to us how your dog, should you choose to spend $300 and buy one of these, can actually learn to use it.
So we offer a range of different games, but a new dog coming up to this device actually has to understand that a new game involves solving the rules to be able to play that game. So at first it's very easy to be able to do it. Basically, they touch anything and they'll be able to get a treat for what it is that they're solving. Sure. But then we can measure that the dog understands what's happening. We make the game just a little bit more complicated.
Okay, so this sounds all well and good, but I'm wondering if even Michael Gorman, our editor-in-chief, can play this game. You're kind of slow. What?
That's right. I'm as smart as a dog.
Look what I found.
My name's Jason Smith. We're Auto Pets, and this is the litter robot. It's self-cleaning, and basically a cat enters, and then 7 minutes later it's going to perform a clean cycle, and it's going to leave a fresh bit of litter every time. It's got a drawer full indication infrared sensor. It's got an automatic night light.
So how does it work?
Cat enters. It's going to detect it. It's a weight sensitive, and like I said, 7 minutes later, it's going to drop all the clumps into here.
Okay, so why is this needed in the world?
Well, if you have cats, you know the problem is scooping, and you don't ever have to scoop with this again.
And when does it ship?
It's available now.
Get your cat a spaceship. How is this different from other trackers?
So we really focus on the exercise part of it, so keeping the dog happy and healthy, and also on the social elements. So it's kind of like a Fitbit meets Facebook. Our app has built out this community, and then we launched the hardware in kind of mid-November. So we've got this big community of dog lovers, lots of Wonder woofers out there, but now they can track the activity through the bow tie as well.
Okay, so is it a fitness tracker? What is inside?
It's an activity monitor. It tracks all the data and analytics, kind of like a bit like Fitbit. So you can see daily, monthly, and weekly how much time they're spending resting, playing, and fully active and exercising.
Can cats wear it too? Tell me about it.
Yes. So we on the cat front we have Wonder Meow, which is currently in development. We've got our cute little booth over there. So yeah, more to follow on that front. So hopefully towards the end of this year.
Okay. Yes. We may or may not get to see what's behind the Wonder Meow Wow, which is in development, but they're showing to some people. Yes? It is. It's going to take pictures. Can I see it? Let's just hold it out. So it's a little bow tie, and then it's going to take photos, isn't it?
I can't confirm that at the moment.
It's obviously going to take photos. So the dog one is $95. The cat one is still in development, still unpriced. Super cute.
So we came, we saw, we conquered, found a lot of things that are helpful for pet owners when they are out of town, which is very important, near and dear to my heart, given that I've spent the last week here in Las Vegas and my pooches have been all alone. So I'm very excited about the future of pet technology. What about you, Carrie?
Yeah, me too. I'm getting that litter box.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, then I'll like her more.
All right, y'all, that's it for now. We'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome to the Engadget stage here at CES 2016. I'm Carrie Davis. I'm the host of In Case You Missed It at Engadget. And I also, as you just saw, do a few other videos. With me, I have Michael Gorman, our fearless editor-in-chief.
I prefer to be known as the dog lover extraordinaire.
All right.
For the purposes of this segment.
I think we can both agree that maybe the cat stuff was a little cooler.
That dogs are the best? Yeah,
All
I think we can agree on that.
Okay,
and so can all the people at home.
We should actually get a vote. Dog people, cat people. How about animal
have
people?
Anyone? Furry
animal
creatures?
People. Animal people.
We've got an animal contingent. That's good.
That's all right. That's what
good.
I like. So we really tried to search for the coolest tech we could find. As you probably all know, if you have animals, there's a lot of tech these days, a lot of trackers. And Michael, you said that you've used some of those, right?
Yeah, so I've used Whistle, which is one of the first ones that's been out for a while. I actually started out with the Whistle before it had GPS. So the initial Whistle was just
Before
a straight.
it was cool?
Yeah.
Is that what you just did?
No, before it had GPS.
Okay.
So it was actually less cool because it couldn't track your dog, right? Like I have two pups, both of which they're part Australian. One's a shepherd, one's a part
Those are
cattle
pretty.
dog, right? They're beautiful,
Yeah.
but they also, as many Australians do, feel the need to go on a walkabout. They like to wander away. So I always liked the GPS. You know, that was a lacking feature at first that Whistle has since kind of rectified, even though there are people that have kind of said it's not the most accurate thing. So I've just stuck with the basic Whistle that does all it does is it tracks your dog's activity level. So you know when they're sleeping, when they're being still, and how much exercise they're actually getting each day. And lets you know exactly how lazy you are as an owner because you haven't gotten your pups out to walk around enough.
It's like the Guilt app that you strap on your pet. That's nice.
They couch it as like a social network to share pictures and all that stuff, but let's be honest, it's a Guilt app.
Yeah. I actually talked to a company called Tracker that specializes in sort of alerting you when your dog leaves a safe zone. So rather than Whistle, unlike the one you saw in the video, Wonderwoof, which are more about social, this other one, Tracker, was like only $30 and was just about alerting you when your dog left a certain zone, but it's over Bluetooth. We didn't include it because it's just Bluetooth right now, and so I mean, come on, if it's away from the phone or anything is spotty, you're gonna miss it.
So it's just like a geofencing thing. Like, is there like a beacon that tells you how?
No beacon, just your dog, just the thing that your dog is wearing.
Okay.
Yeah, geofencing. I know those exist too. There's so much.
Yeah.
We were frankly a little overwhelmed with all the things that seemed really similar.
Yeah. Well, that's the issue. Like a lot of it, there's a lot more people interested in this. There's a lot more companies making pet technology, but I liken it to the wearables for pets are kind of stuck in the same thing that they are for people in many ways, and that they all kind of do the same thing. Yeah, it's like they see if you're moving or if you're standing still. They don't do the heart rate monitoring for your pets yet, just because the fur is in the way and all that stuff for us is optical. So they haven't figured that out yet. But the rest of it, it's like it's kind of the low-hanging fruit, to use the parlance of our times.
It's actually a good thing that the fur's in the way because that's what makes us love them. I guess.
It is. It's true.
Do you have any other tech on your dogs?
For my dogs, no. Well, I mean, if you want to count a light up, I've got a collar with an LED strip in it. So, because oftentimes since I work a lot, I get home, I need to take the dogs out. Yeah.
I see him leaving early a lot.
That's right.
I'm just going to say that on the stage.
But like when I get home, it's dark, right?
Yeah.
So I take my pups out. There's like a huge fenced-in field that I can let them run around. But I like to see where they go, so I've got little LED
That's
collars.
Good. I had to get some tech for my cat.
Do tell.
Because a few years ago when I was going to grad school, I was gone a lot, actually gone, and just kidding. And she just started eating her feelings. She was so lonely. She just started gaining a lot of weight.
And just started pounding
Just like, this
kitty.
is the only thing that gives me happiness.
Started throwing down on the kitty kibble, huh?
Yeah, so we had to get her an automatic feed. Well, it was a long process, but anyways, now she has an automatic feeder, and that thing is awesome. If any of you, if your pets have that sort of weight issue where you're supposed to, you don't get home in time and you feel bad, they're at home starving.
Right.
There's so much guilt as a pet parent.
See, I don't feel bad about the not eating thing for my dogs.
All right, well.
I'm like, for me, it's like, you will wait. That's how I teach them patience. It's like I put the food in the bowl and just like set it right at like nose level for them.
He's a mean person.
And just let it sit there. And then as soon as they ignore it, then they get fed.
So you're teaching them not to pay attention to things that they want, AKA they won't love you or
no,
show it.
I teach them to not pay attention to the things that I tell them not to pay attention to.
Okay, all right,
Big
all right.
difference.
I'm sure that's a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because my dogs have one of my pups has some food guarding issues, so, you got to be
I
careful
see.
of that stuff.
I'm just teasing. I'm
And
sure
also,
you're
I
great.
like to be the puppet master and make my dogs do exactly what I want them to do.
That's what I assumed was happening.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's talk about that game that you played.
Yes, what we actually saw on stage.
Yes.
Yes, so Simon for Dogs.
Simon for Dogs.
It was pretty awesome. I kind of want to get that because both of my dogs are pretty intelligent creatures.
We have a plan for that, actually.
Yeah.
So I talked to the spokesperson that you interviewed,
Yep.
and he said that cats can play it too. It's not just for dogs. Clever Pet. Not just for dogs. Cats too. So I think we should do an Engadget video of your dogs, my awesome cat.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens because...
Awesome cat?
Because, hey.
Yeah.
Because, okay, so Michael and I
Fat
both...
cat in waiting.
Hey, listen,
Yeah.
she's lost the weight.
Yeah, eat your feelings.
Step off.
Uh-huh. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. So, Michael and I both played it, and I hadn't played Simon in so long, and I didn't hear him explain the instructions. So
He didn't. It was just like, figure it out. I told him we were going to go with no instructions.
No. I thought it was like
the dogs.
hit
The dogs
it
don't
as soon
get
as it
instructions.
happens. I don't know. I know. So I walked up, and I was as dumb as
a dog.
I was worse
Dumber
than a dog.
even than the
Dumber.
little
It took me a
Boston
minute. I'm
dog
like,
that
wait,
they had.
what?
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't get to see that dog.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which tech, this reminds me, which tech do you wish existed for your pet?
For my pet.
Take notes, makers, and please help us.
I mean, the most obvious one that is probably never going to happen is something that translates dog thoughts and barks into human understandable language.
Hey,
like, I've
over
gotten
here.
pretty good at reading my dog, but it would be nice to have that confirmation.
Yes.
Give me the food instead of just staring at me super intensely with hate in his eyes.
What about, like, I miss you, don't leave me? Like,
Oh yeah, that would be okay too.
if we heard that, wouldn't you just feel even worse?
I mean,
But-
that's true. I don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
That's like,
So, like,
put them on
don't-
mute when you're
don't
leaving.
translate.
Take the translator collar off before you're leaving, just so
I
you
don't
don't have
care
to deal.
about your feelings.
Yeah, just pretend like they aren't there, bury it down deep inside, and never bring it up again.
Just like your mom taught you.
Yes.
Pain.
So-
Mine is fleas. I don't know. I live in San Francisco. There's a huge, like, resistant flea problem. You didn't know this?
No, I didn't.
My cat is indoor.
Like
She
some kind of
occasionally
mutant flea that's indestructible.
mutant fleas that will not die. So I have friends that have dogs also. Everyone has this, like, ongoing flea battle that we can't cure. And if there was some tech to, like, blast the little suckers.
Yeah, I don't even know how that would work. Like, what do you? I mean, there's like
It's a
the
whole,
collars and the
chemicals.
topical
I don't-
stuff,
it's
whatever.
not tech.
So you want them to be able to like walk into some like not UV light, but
Zapper.
something that just like
Why
nukes
doesn't
all
that
the fleas.
exist? Yes.
Maybe it will. Maybe you just had your first startup idea and it's
Maybe I did.
Boom.
Someone's gonna steal it.
Yeah.
And I
Dare-
will continue working at Engadget, making
dare to dream.
no money.
Yeah. Hey,
I know. I'm just kidding.
there's some.
There's a little bit. I can afford some groceries.
Yeah,
Thanks,
every once in a
Michael.
while, every other week. You are welcome. Nothing if not generous.
All right, so we have one more thing to do before we wrap up this pet tech.
Yes.
Oh, and by the way, if anyone knows of anything else really awesome, please tweet at me or Michael.
Yes.
I'm Ms. Carrie D.
And I'm Numeson, N-U-M-E-S-O-N.
Because we would love to know, and we could follow up with
I
it.
mean, yeah, I know. I love the Simon game, and I'm seriously considering getting that for my dogs because they're pretty intelligent creatures, and they get bored
Allegedly.
really quickly.
Yes. We
They
need to
do.
do that video anyway, so
Yeah.
let's get it.
Yeah, let's get it.
And so anything else pet tech related, I think that's a great place. I mean, we're all animal lovers, so many of us now.
Yeah.
Let's be real about it and do a video.
Yeah.
Another one.
And then we can finally empirically show that dogs are, in fact, so far superior to cats.
This is an ongoing feud we'll have.
The dogs will win. My dogs will win.
Okay,
They will.
fine. We'll see.
You'll see on Engadget.com, y'all. You'll find out.
I do consider myself an animal lover, though. I also love dogs, so I'm less catty than this guy.
Hey, I lived with cats. Those are my first pets. I grew up with 2 cats.
Still not cool enough.
Yeah.
One more thing. I see a dog in the audience. Excuse me, lady with a dog. But we are sad and lonely in Las Vegas. Would you mind? Could we just get a little cuddle? We miss our animals obviously so much. Yesterday, I unsolicited started showing strangers pictures of my cats.
Oh yeah, I
And my
have that.
cat-
I have that same affliction.
Yeah, and that's when you know it's time to go
Yeah,
home.
that's when it's time
You're
to
like,
put the
"Oh."
dog pictures away and
Yeah, you're like, is that weird?
just back away.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Who is
Do you-
this?
can you-
Right, please.
Yeah.
Who is this?
Yes.
Who is it? Pie. This is Pie? Hi, Pie.
And I'm sorry. What's your name?
Mary.
I'm sorry. Say that.
Mary. It's
Melly?
a true patriot.
Yes.
Pie the Patriot. Hi. How do you like CES? Is your dog doing okay here? Yeah. Are you looking for pet tech? No. Not at all.
She
no
just has
interest.
the dog for moral support.
Yeah,
I wish I had
we all.
mine.
I wish I'd brought my cat now.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you,
such a sweet
Pie.
pup. She's so soft.
She is. She's really good.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, it's a boy.
He, yes.
I can't. I didn't.
Sorry about
I didn't
that.
look. I was not being impolite.
That's good. You weren't staring at
Okay.
the naughty bits.
All right.
Well done.
Okay. So thank you all for joining us to
Yes.
our Pet Tech review. We will be on the hunt for more, but please enjoy the rest of CES 2016. And coming up soon, in about 2 hours,
5 o'clock, the Best of CS Awards. So you'll be able to see the best in show. Everything you need to know at CES 2016 happening here on stage.
very clever.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, y'all. We'll see you soon.
See ya.
I'm Nicole with Engadget, and this is a first look at the OnePlus 2, the second generation phone from the OnePlus 1. There are a few differences over the OnePlus 1. For one thing, it has a magnesium alloy frame, so it's a little heftier, a little thicker, but a little bit more premium feeling than the original. Also new to the OnePlus 2 is a new fingerprint sensor underneath the display. Instead of a clicking feeling button like the iPhone would have, this has a capacitive feel. So all you have to do is put your finger on the button and it'll trigger. Next to the fingerprint sensors are two capacitive buttons as well. On the back of the phone is a 13 megapixel camera as well as a laser focus and a dual LED flash. The camera has optical image stabilization as well. On one side of the phone, you get the usual power and volume buttons. On the other side, you get something very unique, which is an alert slider. It essentially turns on and off Android notifications. You can either turn all notifications on, all of it off, or just turn priority notifications on. Instead of coming with Cyanogen, which is what the OnePlus 1 came with, the OnePlus 2 comes with something called Oxygen OS, which is OnePlus's own custom Android operating system. It is very similar to Android L, except with a few touches. For example, you have a unique shelf home screen, which displays your frequently accessed apps and contacts. You can also pull down from anywhere on the home screen to access the quick settings. Another thing you can do is you can turn on and off the on-screen buttons if you wish. One of the more unique things about the OnePlus 2 is it comes with a USB-C type connector, making it one of the first Android phones to have this type of connector. As for the internals of the OnePlus 2, it has a 64-bit Qualcomm Snapdragon 810 processor, it has 4 GB of LPDDR4 RAM, and it has an Adreno 430 GPU. The OnePlus 2 will be available for $389 for the 64GB version, and it will be available August 16th via invitation. I'm Nicole Lee for Engadget, and that was the first look at the OnePlus 2.
Hey everyone, as you've probably guessed by now, we're here at IFA and we're just hanging out with Samsung checking out their new Gear S2 smartwatch. Now, this is a successor to the original Gear S, so it's bucking the Android Wear trend and it's going with Samsung's own Tizen platform. As you can see, it's circular as opposed to the original Gear S's square design, and it looks and feels very much like the size of a regular watch, so not as unwieldy as perhaps, say, the original Moto 360. Now, in addition to the touchscreen that you would expect on this watch, there's also a couple of cool kind of control features. So you've got a couple of buttons on the side which function as your kind of app and back buttons, but you've also got this cool rotating bezel which kind of lets you cycle through your home screen, cycle through your app drawer, that kind of thing. Another new thing about the Gear S2 that Samsung has decided on is that it will work with any modern Android phone. Like all modern wearables, activity tracking is a big part of the proposition. So you've got a 24-hour activity log.
I'm Nicole with Engadget, and this is a first look at the OnePlus 2, the second generation phone from the OnePlus 1. There are a few differences over the OnePlus 1. For one thing, it has a magnesium alloy frame, so it's a little heftier, a little thicker, but a little bit more premium feeling than the original. Also new to the OnePlus 2 is a new fingerprint sensor underneath the display. Instead of a clicking feeling button like the iPhone would have, this has a capacitive feel. So all you have to do is put your finger on the button and it'll trigger. Next to the fingerprint sensors are two capacitive buttons as well. On the back of the phone is a 13 megapixel camera as well as a laser focus and a dual LED flash. The camera has optical image stabilization as well. On one side of the phone, you get the usual power and volume buttons. On the other side, you get something very unique, which is an alert slider. It essentially turns on and off Android notifications. You can either turn all notifications on, all of it off, or just turn priority notifications on. Instead of coming with Cyanogen, which is what the OnePlus 1 came with, the OnePlus 2 comes with something called Oxygen OS, which is OnePlus's own custom Android operating system. It is very similar to Android L, except with a few touches. For example, you have a unique shelf home screen, which displays your frequently accessed apps and contacts. You can also pull down from anywhere on the home screen to access the quick settings. Another thing you can do is you can turn on and off the on-screen buttons if you wish. One of the more unique things about the OnePlus 2 is it comes with a USB-C type connector, making it one of the first Android phones to have this type of connector. As for the internals of the OnePlus 2, it has a 64-bit Qualcomm Snapdragon 810 processor, it has 4 GB of LPDDR4 RAM, and it has an Adreno 430 GPU. The OnePlus 2 will be available for $389 for the 64GB version, and it will be available August 16th via invitation. I'm Nicole Lee for Engadget, and that was a first look at the OnePlus 2.
Hey everyone, as you've probably guessed by now, we're here at IFA and we're just hanging out with Samsung checking out their new Gear S2 smartwatch. Now, this is a successor to the original Gear S, so it's bucking the Android Wear trend and it's going with Samsung's own Tizen platform. As you can see, it's circular as opposed to the original Gear S's square design, and it looks and feels very much like the size of a regular watch, so not as unwieldy as perhaps, say, the original Moto 360. Now, in addition to the touchscreen that you would expect on this watch, there's also a couple of cool kind of control features. So you've got a couple of buttons on the side which function as your kind of app and back buttons, but you've also got this cool rotating bezel which kind of lets you cycle through your home screen, cycle through your app drawer, that kind of thing. Another new thing about the Gear S2 that Samsung has decided on is that it will work with any modern Android phone. Like all modern wearables, activity tracking is a big part of the proposition. So you've got an 24-hour activity log app which kind of documents everything you're doing throughout the day, and it can tell whether you're running or walking and that kind of thing, and a built-in heart rate monitor as well. But it's more than just a wearable. Obviously, Samsung being Samsung, they've got tons of app partners, which they've already established for the Tizen ecosystem. Now, the Gear S2 actually comes in two variants. You've got the Gear S2, which is the more kind of modern, I guess, sporty-looking model, and you've also got the Gear S2 Classic, which is slightly smaller, slightly thinner, and comes with leather bands, and that's also a standardized band size, so you can buy kind of any normal watch band and put that on there. The S2 will also come with a 3G variant, which you can kind of stick a SIM in. You'll need your phone to kind of set it up initially, but should you leave it at home, that will operate independently. You can take your calls, get your apps and things like that. Now, we're looking at around a 2 to 3 day battery life, and one of the other upgrades from the original Gear S is wireless charging, so you'll just stick it in a cradle. And then importantly for Samsung as well, this model has NFC, which will be supporting Samsung Pay, the mobile payment service. We don't have any pricing or availability details at the moment. This is just kind of a first look, and it makes a really good first impression, which we couldn't say about the original Gear S. Yeah, that's a quick look at the new Tizen running Gear S2, and check out all our other IFA coverage at the Hub.
You know, there's never been a better time to be a smartphone shopper with a budget, and that's mostly because Motorola has just released this, the Moto G, the 2015 version. Despite really strong competition from Asus and Huawei and companies like Alcatel, the Moto G remains probably the best bargain Android smartphone you could find. So first, let's talk about what's inside the phone. It's powered by one of Qualcomm's Snapdragon 410 chips. Now, that's a quad-core processor clocked at 1.4 gigahertz, and it comes with 2 gigabytes of RAM, or at least this version does. The base level Moto G, which you'll be able to get for $180 straight from Motorola, comes with 8 gigabytes of internal memory and only 1 gigabyte of RAM, so it's going to be a little bit pokier. That said, using this slightly more expensive version, I really have nothing to complain about. It's actually a little astonishing how good, how smooth this thing feels, especially considering how much you're actually paying for it. Now, all the horsepower in the world doesn't mean a whole lot if you don't have a half-decent screen to play stuff on, and that's why we've got a 5-inch 720p display here that might not be too thrilling to you because, as you might know, Motorola's 2014 Moto G also had a 5-inch 720p display, but I really don't have any complaints about this either. Colors are bright and nicely saturated, if a little on the muted side. So if you're like me and you prefer the nice punchy colors of an AMOLED screen, you're gonna want to look elsewhere. But for 180 bucks, this is really not bad. It's actually pretty good for games too. So if you're sitting down for a few rounds of zombie slaying in Dead Trigger 2, you're gonna find that things actually look really crisp and detailed. I cranked up the graphical quality of the game, expecting the worst, and it really didn't come out too bad. A little bit of stuttering during cutscenes, but actual gameplay wasn't impacted all that much, so not bad there. Part of that speed is also defined by the software, and Motorola always has taken a light touch with Android. That hasn't changed. We've got what Motorola calls a pure Android experience here. Just to be clear, that doesn't mean Motorola hasn't done anything. This isn't pure stock Android. There are quite a few under the hood improvements, plus a few bits and pieces that Motorola added to sort of make the Moto G a little smarter for your benefit. So instead of having the notification LED, you'll actually have notifications appear as icons right on the screen. Now that's a trick Motorola has taken from its previous flagships, the Moto X, and transplanted here for the first time into the Moto G. Also new to the mix is what Motorola calls Motorola Assist. It's a bit of a contextual intelligence that Motorola has popped into the Moto G, and what it does is it takes into account when you sleep, where you are, and acts on that appropriately. So if you're in a meeting, or if you're in church, or if it's 11 p.m., the phone knows, okay, I should probably shut up now. It does take a few moments to set it up the first time just to get your rules the way you like them, but it's generally a pretty painless process, and it's honestly a bit better than having to mash your volume button down when your phone goes off in the middle of church. Now, if you've read our review of the Moto G last year, you'll remember the camera was fine, it's okay, but we're actually working with a much more powerful sensor this time around, and that's because Motorola has basically taken the camera out of its 6-inch Nexus 6 and transplanted it right here into our $180 Moto G. That means we're looking at honestly very, very nice photos in broad daylight, really nicely saturated, very well detailed, stuff that you generally not want to print out, but more than good enough for Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Things get a little dicier, though, when photons get sparse. The Nexus 6 wasn't great at low-light photography. This is not either. After a while, once it gets dark, your photos will come out probably pretty muddy and blurry. There's an HDR mode that actually does work pretty nicely if you've got the patience to hold yourself really, really still, but aside from that, it's pretty rough sailing on the camera front. Okay, now we're left with one final big question, and that's how long this battery is going to last. If you're anything like me, you'll be texting on and off and sending messages in Slack. I've been able to get a Moto G through that daily grind for about 13 or 14 hours before I have to plug it back in, and that's pretty consistent use. We ran it through our standard Engadget rundown test where the phone loops a 720p video at 50% brightness connected to Wi-Fi until it dies, and it's stuck around for about 10 hours and 40 minutes, so pretty good compared to a lot of flagships out there, and definitely better than the 8 or so hours we got out of last year's Moto G. Now, make no mistake, the Moto G is not a perfect phone, but it's about as good a phone as you're going to get for $180. You can tell where Motorola has made its compromises. The screen could be a little better, the camera could have better low-light performance, but other than that, Motorola has done a fantastic job of making sure that this phone doesn't make you feel like you're missing out on anything, and that's, well, that's definitely worth the asking price.
Hey, it's Roberto Baldwin. We're here to test drive the Toyota iRoad. It's a 3-wheeled electric vehicle that's half car, half motorcycle, and all fun. Unlike a typical front-wheel steering car, at low speeds the back tire turns. At higher speeds, it leans into turns with the back end whipping around. It's like nothing I've driven before, and it's outstanding. Hitting the corners and twisting the wheel is more fun than you should have in a car. The more it leans, the better it feels. Driving the iRoad is like driving a motorcycle car hybrid. It's all thanks to what Toyota calls its active lean system. Your 30-degree leans on city streets come from a combination of independent suspension, gyroscopes, and a smart lean actuator. The outside of the car looks like some sort of commuter from Tron, but the interior is more in line with the typical low-cost car. With a design like this, you'd think there'd be pulsing lights somewhere. As you'd expect with a vehicle this size, there are some sacrifices. Technically, there's a back seat, I guess, although no one could sit back there, ever. Instead, Toyota's added a cargo net to hold your stuff. The windows pull up, not roll up. Pull up. You pull the window up and button it to the top of the door frame like some old Jeep or VW thing. It's easy to look at these shortcomings and feel like Toyota could do better. But once you get behind the wheel and lean into a turn, you'll forget all about that. It's really tough to step away from this car without a smile on your face. So there is some hope this might lead to similar services here. And if it does come stateside, don't be surprised if you see grinning city drivers taking way more turns than needed.
It is one of the most famous and well-known festivals, electronic music festivals in the world. So it's got like 4 massive stages, 2 tents, 2 outdoor stages. These stages are works of art, as I see them. So in a way we're artists, and it allows us to create our work. Electric Zoo as a name has really something in the name when it comes to scripting, storytelling, and we wanted to do something with that. It's a zoo in the middle of the city. It's a place where the city meets nature. The inspiration was an architect, Santiago Calatrava, and what he does with all his creations and buildings, with really straight forms, he creates organic structures. With that in mind, we created the main stage, a gigantic bird form, but with all straight elements.
For a festival like Electric Zoo with this concept of the bird, which is actually the phoenix rising, is all about engineering, because this stage in particular is a cantilevered stage. All the weight is in the front of the stage, which meant a lot of calculations, a lot of engineering, a lot of design elements to go into the engineering to make it work with the space that you have. There's different types of music in each of these stages, so all of the concepts in the video are all about the music. There's an audio designer, and he spends a lot of time speccing out the amount of space he's going to have, how high these tents are, where this structure is to that structure in an audio design, because you really feel the bass in his audio specs, which you don't necessarily get everywhere.
Electric Zoo has been a festival where sound has been a very sort of critical component. So what we try and do is create a really good physical presence with low frequency and subs, so you can actually feel the sound, but not overwhelm your hearing with the mid to high frequencies. There's a lot of crosstalk, so you can hear different stages from different stages if the stages aren't orientated well. So there's a lot of input from the beginning, and over the years there's been a lot of refinement as to where the stages are relative to each other and the direction of the sound and how we can actually stop some of that crosstalk and bleed between the stages. And then we also monitor levels. So, you know, when we do increase the levels over all the stages, we do it incrementally and we do them all the same, so you don't have stages that are louder than the other, and we just manage the actual levels of the site throughout the whole production as well.
Every stage I do now seems to be more of an installation, because my first question always is, what's the roof going to be? Because I think of protecting the artist and the equipment, and really it's all about protecting the artist.
Technology has made it more an exacting science now, where we can predict quite closely what we're going to get to. So we can model things a lot easier and design arrays and know what the coverage patterns are. So we know how high we're hanging a speaker, you know, what it's going to do, what it's going to cover, how far it's going to throw, where previously you didn't have that.
This whole dance music scene allows us to create environments with the events that we do, where with which we can create a positive impact on consciousness or on lives of people. We are adding dimensions with all the technical elements that we can play with.
There's a variety of robots in this competition with different morphologies. Some of them are on wheels, and some of them have multiple legs. Some of them are on tracks. I think that legs offer specific advantages if the environment you want the robot to operate in justifies them. So going over very rigid terrain. Humanoids are quite good for going into narrow spaces. They have typically a narrow form factor, and they're typically well designed for operating in human environments.
Humanoids are great if you're looking at human environments because there is an existence proof that a human can move around and do stuff in that environment, right? It was designed around humans. Our take on it, though, is that if you actually break all of the requirements down, taking a more monkey and ape inspiration, the simian inspiration, is going to lead to a more effective robotic system for the problem at hand.
With the biped, the stability is an issue, and you see here many creative solutions, in particular with wheels and a larger footprint that increase the stability of the robot.
This robot has a very unique form, so as we're doing things, we find really unusual ways to solve the problem. For example, he steers with his track. He doesn't use his hands to steer, he uses his little track and pushes it against the steering wheel and spins it with the track. Well, that's certainly not something a steering wheel is designed to do, but the non-humanoid form does it very well.
The challenge of the legged robot is that your feet are making and breaking contact with the ground. You have to think a lot about the way you impart force on the ground, the way the ground affects you, your motion. The same thing's true if you wanted to have robot arms build cell phones. And it seems ridiculous that small parts you think would be great for robots, but robots are actually not good at controlling small contact forces when they're doing parts assembly. I really believe that the problem of balancing a humanoid robot is actually helping us understand that, is going to help us understand how to make manufacturing robots, or robots that have to go into your body and help with a surgeon perform some advanced surgery. Or all these things are subtle interactions between the robot and the environment, which we're capturing by balancing this robot on this crazy obstacle course.
When Apple introduced the iPad Air 2 last year, it was a pretty big deal. The iPad Mini 3, however, which was announced just moments afterwards, was considerably less of a big deal. Basically, Apple just took the previous year's iPad Mini 2, gave it a new gold finish and a Touch ID sensor, and called it a day. Yes, it does kind of suck that iPad Mini fans got shortchanged, but Apple is making up for it now with the iPad Mini 4, and it really is the iPad Mini we should have gotten last year. So, what's new? Well, the iPad Mini has never been a tank of a tablet, but Apple shaved off about 1/10 of a pound, making this year's iPad Mini the thinnest and lightest we've ever seen. 1/10 of a pound might not sound like a whole lot, but believe me, it's a very tangible difference when you're holding these things in your hands. More importantly, the 7.9-inch screen is beautiful. Apple has finally laminated the display with the glass itself, meaning there's no more gap between the pixels on the screen and the glass covering it all. That means we're getting greater clarity, not to mention better viewing angles that we've gotten in the past. This is a big, big improvement. Now, while it might look like Apple took an iPad Air 2 and stuck it under a shrink ray, that's not exactly the case, and that's because of what's going on inside. So instead of carrying over the iPad Air 2's A8X chipset, Apple actually plugged the A8 out of the iPhone 6 and stuck it in this year's iPad Mini 4. I've always thought of the iPhone 6 as a pretty snappy machine, and I've never really had complaints about its performance, so those sentiments carry over really nicely into the Mini 4 as well. Another difference at play here is that Apple dropped in 2 GB of RAM into this iPad rather than the one we saw in the iPhone 6, so it's not a straight translation, and it helps dramatically, especially when it comes to Apple's really cool new multitasking features. We've talked about this stuff more in depth in our iOS 9 review, but here's the long and short of it for the iPad Mini 4. If you swipe over from the right side of the screen, you can open basically a drawer of applets. This is what Apple calls slide over, and any one of those applications can be run in its own section of the screen. You can't interact with the app you were in previously, just the one that you've just opened. If you want to be able to interact with 2 apps at the same time, you can take the line that divides those 2 applications and slide it over until both apps take up half of the screen. This is what's called split view, and you can interact with both at the exact same time. It's a really cool feature, although on the smaller screen of the iPad mini, it feels a little less useful than it might otherwise be. The rest of iOS 9, if you haven't already played with it, is really, really quite nice. There are a lot of thoughtful changes in addition to these iPad-centric tweaks that make it run and feel much more efficient and more thoughtful. So, for instance, there's a back button that allows you to jump from your current app back into the previous app without you having to open the app switcher and figure out what you were doing. Siri is also more proactive in suggesting people and apps for you to talk to and use respectively, and Spotlight Search now allows you to dig into third-party applications and the contents within, not just stuff you have stored in Apple's own first-party apps. Throw in a battery that lasts almost as long as the 13.5 hours we got out of last year's iPad Mini 3 in our video rundown test, and we've got what's ostensibly Apple's best and most powerful tiny tablet to date. Now, Apple products aren't for everybody, and we could say the same about small tablets too, but if you're looking for a powerful portable slate with great looks and great app support, well, you're probably not going to find a whole lot better than this.
I'm here with Carrie Davis, and we are going to get her pretty drunk and then have her play with an Amazon Echo knockoff. So, cheers, queers. Should I not say that?
What were you drinking before?
A Manhattan.
Oh, no. Whoop, no. What if we started with a tequila shot?
That sounds good. Cheers.
Cheers!
Hello.
I have so many regrets already.
The thing that she's going to be testing today is called the Ivy Sleek. It's a voice-activated alarm clock that controls a bunch of apps and other stuff.
It's time to get weird.
Today just got so good.
But the problem with that is that it doesn't actually listen to your voice. It's really terrible at it. And so when you're trying to do it even sober, it's a challenge.
Whoa! The crew should partake as well. This is good. Cheers.
Yay!
Cheers.
Brett's like, I hate you.
Let's just get the shot so I can get the f out of here. Finish it! Finish it!
That is so rude.
Yeah. Yeah. It is.
Wow. Did you take the whole thing?
I think so.
Finish it, Heathrow Franklin. Get on it.
All right, let's get to work,
Let's
people.
go play. Let's play with Ivy.
When I tested it, it took me close to an hour and a half to get it to initially set up. It didn't want to play nice with my Wi-Fi network, and it all went downhill from there.
Yeah, you're gonna sit in the middle, right? And I'm gonna do this.
Is it here?
Yeah.
Why are we?
So he's gonna pull it out. Whoa. All right, let's get down to business.
So we have a beverage.
Business time.
And
this
called Ivy.
Is Ivy.
So you need to figure out what the hell this is. Poison. Poison.
Poison Ivy.
Poison.
This is not poison.
Poison.
Okay,
Up,
I'm
up,
already
up.
winning, bitches. Oh, I don't want to swear so much.
Don't break the thing. We still have to use that.
The screen is on. The screen is on.
What?
We've made our first step towards an actual hands-on.
Poison. Poison.
The concept of the Ivy Sleek is good, but the execution is terrible.
It says Ivy.
He's getting hostile.
Works with Nest. Ivy voice control for the smart home.
Well, I mean, it's supposed to do a lot of stuff. It's supposed to like be an alarm clock, a radio. It's supposed to control your thermostat, a whole bunch of stuff.
Once Ivy powers up, say hello, Ivy, to set up Wi-Fi, select network. Hello, Ivy. Wait. Hello, Ivy.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
Well, she's dumb. Hello, Ivy.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
So when I initially tested it, it took me about 45 minutes to get the voice command set up.
Enunciate. Carrie.
Yeah, quit slurring.
Shut up, you're ruining my sound.
You have to say hello to her, and then she puts you on Wi-Fi.
Voice trigger is now on.
Oh, shit.
Oh! She figured it out.
Yeah, all I have to say, keep drinking.
Sing!
You and I see why. No.
It's not.
You guys, I'm really
Hold on,
drunk.
it's connecting.
Wi-Fi set up.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
Was it this hard when you did it?
Yeah, actually it was. It's got to be Hello ID Wi-Fi setup.
Oh, why would you not say that?
Because this is funnier.
Wi-Fi setup.
Please choose your network.
Oh no!
It took me, God, I want to say an hour or two more to set up the Wi-Fi.
Brass Tacks Wi-Fi isn't out here.
Brass Tacks must have a password.
At
Can
Brass
we
Tacks
check?
bar, it's gotta be it.
I have a conclusion. This was way too hard. We couldn't even get the Wi-Fi, which is that.
No, we got connected to the Wi-Fi. We couldn't connect to the internet. Say it, don't spray it.
Okay, we couldn't get connected to the Wi-Fi, but we did everything we could. We couldn't get it. Thank you, After Hours, for giving me something that doesn't work.
In quotes.
After Hours, thank you for getting me drunk, giving me something that doesn't work. If a drunk you can't even set it up, your parents are.
So true.
I guess we can give her something easier next time, but I suggest we give her something even worse.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
Get your shit together, Ivy.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. I'm your host, Veronica Belmont. I'm excited! One of my favorite people ever is on the show today, my former Texilla co-host, Robert Heron. He is about to drop a massive knowledge bomb on an unsuspecting viewer. But first, let's talk about emojis because, yeah, I'm totally biased. This question comes to us from Phil in Montreal. Dear Veronica, what are your thoughts about using the classic smiley face emoticon in corporate emails or emails you would send to clients in a classic office environment? I notice that some people think it's inappropriate, but it's such a big part of our lives now with social media and texting. Thanks for the question, Phil. This is another classic case of needing to read the room. If your boss is sending emoticons or emojis left and right, you're definitely in an emoticon-friendly environment. I would still recommend caution though, as one person's winky face is another person's HR disaster. The inter-office emoticon is much different than using emoji with current or potential clients. Stay away from that unless you're reaching out to, I don't know, me, or Grumpy Cat, or anyone who works at BuzzFeed. Your safest bet, Phil, is to save your emoji use for after hours. Next, we have this fantastic question from Twitter user Waffleophagus. Dear Veronica, at what point does the eye stop seeing pixels? I.e., at what point is Apple's screen resolutions just another meaningless number? To dig into that, let's welcome home theater expert and technologist Robert Heron. Take it away, Rob.
You could never have too many pixels. However, our ability to perceive detail on a display device depends on many factors, including our own visual acuity, the display's pixel density, the distance we are from that display, and the quality of the source material that we're looking at. Now, 20/20 is considered normal vision. However, there are some exceptional eyeballs out there that can perceive more than twice as much detail at a given distance. Consider looking at your smartphone or tablet from about 10 inches away. A person with exceptional vision could take advantage of a display that has 600 pixels per inch. So I'm thinking that the 401 pixels per inch of the Retina HD display on Apple's new iPhone 6 Plus, that seems like a good balance between resolution versus the quality of perception at common viewing distances. I hope this helped.
Thanks, Robert. And if you guys out there are in need of professional video calibration and home theater consultation services, check out HeronFidelity.com or follow him on Twitter at Robert Heron. Next, I thought it would be fun if we went over some viewer feedback on previous episodes in a segment I like to call Viewer Feedback. Huh? You like it? Dear Veronica, read to Karen K on Twitter, the new feature moments is a great way to follow what's trending without overexposing yourself. From @PJLions1. Karen, who in a previous episode was concerned about having randoms following her every move on Twitter, might indeed enjoy the new Moments feature. It's a curated list of the day's biggest news as it happens on Twitter. From news to entertainment, sports, etc., there's lots of ground being covered. Thanks, PJ. We also have an update from our friend Lucas, who wanted to know the best way to prepare for international travel from way back in episode 6. He says, Dear Veronica, thank you again for all your help at Veronica. It took a while, but I got my passport. 2016 is going to be epic. Yes, that's awesome, Lucas. I hope you have an amazing trip. Last but not least, this tweet from Cedric's mom. Dear Veronica, love the podcast, but why is there a smiling pile of doo-doo over your left shoulder? You are a lovely girl, but that isn't helping. There is? Oh. Huh. Never noticed that before. Weird. That's it for this episode, folks. Keep those questions rolling on into veronica@engadget.com or on Twitter using the hashtag DearVeronica. Subscribe in iTunes or on YouTube if you're into that kind of thing, and I will see you next week.
I got nothing but I'll give you the world.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Best of CS Awards 2016. Do we have
The
I think
robot's supposed to be talking.
Yeah, I think we've got a little mic issue with Pepper here.
Welcome to
Give us a
Engadget's
second,
Best of
Pepper.
Says Awards. My name is Pepper,
Thank
the
you, Pepper.
humanoid companion robot created by SoftBank Robotics.
Hey, Pepper, and hello, everyone, and welcome. I am Michael Gorman, editor-in-chief of Engadget.
That got off to a bumpy start, but
It
I
did.
am executive editor Christopher Trout, and I know why we're here, but what are you doing here, Pepper?
Well, as an assistive robot, my job is to help humans and make their lives easier. I guess you could say I'm going to assist you and Michael stay on topic.
Okay, that's fair. We probably need some chaperoning. But watch and learn, Pepper. We've got this.
You just worry about your part, and we'll do our part.
You do the categories, and we got the winners, Pepper.
Sure, but don't forget my other important part, celebratory dance moves.
Yeah, you'll get to do those soon enough. But now it's time to do your job. So what's up first?
Our first category is for Best Startup.
This is the startup showing great sophistication and innovation while also demonstrating a clear path to real-world availability. The finalists are Owlet Smart Baby Booty, Hackaball Connected Toy, Life Fuel's Smart Water Bottle, and Carbon Robotics Katya Robot Arm. And the winner is Owlet.
All right, congratulations.
Blue, congratulations. The next category will be for Best Digital Health and Fitness Product.
So, for those that don't know, this is a product exhibiting the most innovative use of technology to improve users' health and well-being. We're talking about smart scales, activity monitors, stuff like that. The finalists for 2016 are the Fitbit Blaze smartwatch, the Misfit Ray activity tracker, the Oh My Bod Love Life Crush connected Kegel exerciser, and the Withings Go fitness tracker. And the winner is the Love Life Crush.
Way to go. The next category will be for Best Wearable Technology.
This is, believe it or not, the best gadget that you can wear. Examples include smartwatches, augmented reality glasses. I think you guys get the point.
Yeah.
So the finalists here are Withings Go Fitness Tracker, Casio's WSD 510 smartwatch.
F10. It's a good name.
Oh, did I say
Catchy.
5?
Yeah.
Pardon me.
F10.
Wiseware's Socialite Personal Safety Alarm, and the Recon Empire EVS Paintball Heads-Up Display. What a mouthful.
Yeah, that is a mouthful.
And the winner is the Recon Empire EVS.
Great. The next category will be for Best Automotive Technology.
So this is technology related to the ever-advancing science of getting from here to there. And, you know, we've seen a lot more car companies coming to see us lately.
It is kind of
It's
crazy,
a much
right?
more important part of the show than ever before.
I feel like every year it's more and more autos.
It is. And this year, the finalists for the Best of CS 2016 award for automotive are the Chevy Bolt electric car, the Faraday Future F-01 concept platform, the Volkswagen Buddy fast charging technology, and the Gogoro Go Charger. And the winner is the Chevy Bolt.
Chevy Bolt.
Congratulations. The next category will be for Best Home Theater Product.
This award is all about home entertainment, also entertainment in your home.
Correct. The
These-
kinds of things that are entertaining in your home
Right.
are what we're talking about.
Probably things that you plug in as well.
Yeah, sometimes.
So we're talking about TVs and audio systems and that sort of thing.
Yes.
The finalists are a real mouthful because apparently when you're doing this sort of thing, you really want to use a lot of numbers and letters.
Yeah, the AV world is not the best at naming their products, I think.
We have the Philips Fidelio E6 speaker, the Audio-Technica, and this is the big one, AT-LP60 BT wireless turntable. Thank you.
Well done.
Dish Hopper 3 and the Dish Hopper Go. And the winner is Philips Fidelio E6.
Just some pretty dope speakers.
That's what I heard. Get it? I heard it.
You did hear it.
The next category will be for Best Connected Home Product.
So this is a product that belongs in a connected home.
What?
I know, we're blowing minds here with these descriptions. So we're talking smart refrigerators, connected thermostats, smart lighting, all kinds of things that connect all of the Internet of Things together.
That's one smart home.
Yeah, real smart. So the finalists for this category are the Cassia Hub Bluetooth router, the Netatmo Presence outdoor security camera, and the LG SmartThink Hub. And the winner is the Cassia Hub!
Congratulations. The next category will be for Best Innovation.
This is the product or service that challenges the status quo with its innovative twist on technology. The finalists are the unique, spelled very uniquely.
It is.
Typhoon H drone with Intel RealSense technology. The eHang 184 personal transport drone, and that thing is crazy.
It is. It's a pod, flying pod.
And Volkswagen's Bud E fast charging technology.
Who's it going to be?
And the winner is VW's Bud E fast charging technology.
All right.
Well done. The next category will be for Best Mobile Device.
So this is one that probably no one is familiar with, phones and tablets. That's what
I've
we're
never
talking
heard
about
of
here,
this.
phones and tablets. So we're judging this based on specs, design, and overall capability of these devices. The finalists are the Huawei Mate 8 and the LeTV LeMax Pro.
Is that a French phone?
I don't think so. I think it's actually Chinese.
Okay.
I may have butchered that pronunciation. Regardless, the winner is the Huawei Mate 8. Congratulations.
Legs on fleek. Just got it did so her hair on fleek. Got her nails on fleek. Everywhere on fleek.
Awesome.
Don't act like you don't know and you don't care, so she got her head on.
The next category will be for Best TV Product.
This is the television that is deemed the best in terms of display, design, and overall quality, or the product that most revolutionizes your use of that screen.
Okay.
And I thought the last category I pronounced...
TVs are the worst.
Oh my God.
Their
man.
names are, it's a jumble of
At least they
numbers
throw
and
some
letters.
dashes in here.
Yeah. So you know where to pause.
Right. The finalists are Sony's XBR X930D 4K TV.
Well done.
Thank you. LG's G6 OLED Ultra HD TV.
Yeah.
Panasonic's DX900 Ultra HD TV. And TCL's Roku 4K TV.
That's
and
nice.
the winner is the LG G6.
Like a G6.
What?
Feeling fly.
Congrats. The next category will be for Best Gaming Product.
So this is the category that we award to the product that best moves forward the broad field of gaming.
And how broad is that field?
It's getting broader all the time. So we're talking about mobile devices, we're talking about game consoles, controllers, VR headsets.
And I feel like this year we ran into some like real world kind of gaming stuff, not just
We did.
on the computer stuff.
Oh yeah, it's real
obviously
world with VR.
computerized,
This is the
but-
magic of VR. So the finalists are HTC's Vive Chaperone VR technology, the Razer Blade Stealth laptop, and the Recon Empire EVS paintball heads-up display. Now
That's
that
what I was
last
talking
one's
about.
that's unusual because this is not digital gaming. We're talking about paintballs.
Right.
Because that's a game too.
Although there is digital technology involved, it is a heads-up display.
Of course. But it's not a digital game.
Right.
It's a real game.
Best watch your back.
You can
either
get
way.
capped. Yeah. So the winner is HTC's Vive Chaperone.
Impressive.
Pepper keeps on stepping all over people's lines.
I
you know what
know,
I'm
man.
saying?
Pepper's getting antsy for the limelight, you
The
know?
next category will be for best offbeat product.
This is where I thrive. The
Yeah.
offbeat stuff.
This is home for you. This is your wheelhouse.
So this is the product that turns heads on the International CES show floor without necessarily fitting into any other product category.
Sure.
That may not be the best of the show, but it was one of the ones that everybody was talking about.
Yes.
And we've seen some really crazy stuff this year.
We have.
Not as crazy as some of the stuff we've seen in past years, maybe.
'Cause some of them are pretty bizarre. You know.
We don't have a connected fork, for example.
No connected fork, no creepy looking mother-looking thing. Do you remember that? The little snowball peanut. That was weird.
I do.
Yeah.
The finalists in this category are pretty weird, though.
They are very weird.
The 9-bot Segway robot, the Conceptor Soul time tracker, the eHang 184 human delivery drone, pretty weird.
Yep.
And the eSensory smart sex toy. And the winner is the eHang 184.
Human transport drones are the future.
Ghost drone.
Yeah.
Great idea. The next category will be for best maker-friendly technology.
So what we're talking about here are products that are geared towards, DIY and the maker community. So we're talking 3D printers, Arduino type circuit boards, those kinds of things. So
laser cutters.
You know it. Just cutting stuff with lasers is what making stuff is all about.
In the future.
Yeah, and we live in that future. That's the best part.
Truth.
Yeah. So the finalists are the Lego Education WeDo 2.0 robotics kit, the Glowforge 3D laser printer, cutter, engraver, and the Zero robotics kit. And the winner is Lego WeDo 2.0.
What?
Everybody loves Legos. And they aren't here to accept their award.
And Pepper will be accepting the award on behalf of Lego today.
We'll hold that for Lego. We can ship it to them later. Oh, yeah.
Well played, Pepper.
She's just nodding at it. She's like, nope.
That's not gold enough for her.
Yeah.
Congratulations. The
Well
next
done.
category will be for best PC.
Y'all know what PCs are?
No. What are PCs?
PC stands for personal computing in this
Okay,
case.
that's good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. That includes laptops, desktops, and other such
Convertibles,
PCs.
everything in between.
And these are based off of design, innovation, and specifications.
Yeah. So they got to have horsepower to make it happen.
True.
Yeah.
The finalists in this category are the Lenovo Yoga 900S, the Samsung Tab Pro S, Intel's Compute Stick, and the Razer Blade Stealth Gaming Laptop. And the winner is Razer Blade Stealth. We've seen these guys before.
We have every year. Razer always does cool stuff.
Congratulations. The next category is my personal favorite, for obvious reasons. Can you guess what it is?
I'm going to go out on a limb, Pepper, and say best robot?
Shocker.
It's best robot or best drone.
I thought so. That's kind of insular of you, but I'll cut you some slack, Pepper. So it's drones and robots, autonomous things you can control that walk around and fly. The finalists...
Stuff like our beautiful co-host,
Yes,
Pepper here.
Pepper, thank you.
Are you a robot, Heather?
Yeah. Should
I
we
guess
start-
I missed that part. You
Yeah.
are pretty efficient, though.
Yeah. Did you step out of Blade Runner, Heather? So the finalists for the best robot or drone are Unique's Typhoon H drone with Intel RealSense technology, the eHang 184, and the Nixie wrist-worn drone. Drone heavy category this year.
Yep.
And the winner is the Unique Typhoon H.
Wait, the robot.
And it appears that a robot will be accepting the robot award because the other robot wasn't here to pick it up.
slacking.
Give me it.
You want it, Pepper?
You want the robot
Even
award?
though you didn't earn it, you just
come and get it.
We'll hold it for you backstage, Pepper.
It's weird.
You
The
can
second
pick it
you
up
try
later.
the second you try to give her an award, her arms stop working.
Yeah, it's funny. Alligator arms.
All right, let's get back
The
to it,
next
Pepper.
category will be for Best of the Best award.
So,
this is what we've all been waiting for.
If the name of the category didn't say it for you,
I'm still confused.
You would be.
Yeah.
This is the device, service, or technology in any category that stands clearly above the rest, judged based on its innovation and design quality.
It's the Top Gun.
This is the big one, y'all.
Yeah.
I can't believe you made me say that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And the best in show goes to the Chevy Bolt.
Well done, Chevrolet. They already left.
And this is Olivia from AOL. She's picking up the
Accepting
Chevy
on
Bolt.
behalf of Chevy. Very good.
Best of the best.
Olivia really is the best of the best.
She
though.
is. Thank you, Olivia. Well done.
The next category will be for People's Choice Award.
So this is the one that the people want.
That's what they said.
Yeah, and we're all about giving the people what they want. This is a product that captured the hearts and minds of our readers. And of course, the winner is determined by all you folks at home and anyone here in the audience that was kind enough to vote. So, this year, the winner is the Razor Blade Stealth.
Unbelievable!
Well done. They win it every year.
How do you do it?
Razor has the people's ear,
well.
clearly.
I think we're about to have some shenanigans.
Yeah, Razor shenanigans.
This may be the first year where... Oh,
Well
hey,
done.
Get
well
it.
done. Congratulations, Pepper. I don't know if Pepper knows how to high five, but she's dancing around for you. She's excited.
Pepper's
She's
over
excited for you.
Wow, I'm impressed. I wasn't sure if you two could do it, but this was a really great show.
That's some serious shade, Pepper.
Mm-hmm. I know it was a great show, Pepper.
Anyway, I'm happy that we could have been here to show you up today.
Yeah. And that's right. You're welcome for making you look good, Pepper. That's what we're here for. We made you look good. And thank you to everyone watching at home and everyone here at CES in person. And a special thanks go out to everyone who voted for the People's Choice Award. We thank you all. That's all we've got for the Best of CES 2016. We will see you next year.
Cheers to 2016, y'all.
Thank you, Las Vegas. Salud.